Oh dear. Okay, so I'm here, guys. Uh, Still gotta edit this one. I had to leave the other because it occurred to me with link drops. We're just here sort of right now on the off chance that, what's happening, and being said right now is in any way real, or that certain Lima Bean Brummett wives are real and not just a fake Lima Bean that's bouncing around the streets to create fake ass bullshit drama that, Jimbo propped up on the panel knowing damn good well was fake the other night and all that. Lied to his kid about and everything, so. Um, but just in case, Frank and his wife have, indeed come to the conclusion that, old Ernie Dogger and the rest are scamming and using them to make fortunes. And their missing child while, they leave them in the dirt and, maybe Frank and them are figuring it out real quick. I don't know. No matter what they're promised in their hometown or by Ernie or anybody else in this group, that they're being taken for a ride and, gonna be used, tossed away, and then still used to make fortunes for these assholes like Ernie and PG and the, tragedy pimps, and all that. You know how the game works, right? It's just many years. I know you all do. So, what I did was, I put out, comment in chat of Ernie's, maybe, just a few minutes ago that, if, a llama, Frank, wanted to come over here, I'd start a live and they'd be more than welcome here and I wouldn't ask any questions. And if they wanted to call out, anything being done, said, etc., that they could have the floor to do so. And, since I had a far bigger channel than Ernie has, they could get their message out and get word out. And since, y'all know good and well I ain't hear about that case type stuff, and more about the tragedy pimp hunting aspect of this for several years, obviously. Y'all know what this is about. So, even if, say, Lima was fake tonight and everything else, like over in Jimbo's, the offer will stand. So even if it takes them a bit longer to figure out the game and what's being done, no matter everybody done whatever between all of them, it'll be here and my platform will be here. If they want to speak or call out anything tragedy pimp related or get word out about their daughter Casey, they'd be more wrong to, and I ain't got a question one to ask them. I ain't gonna grill them, interrogate them. That's not what I'm here about. If they want to speak, they can speak all on their own. They can use the platform. I'll mute out the entire time, because that's not what I'm here about. I'm not a damn detective, nor do I play one on YouTube, so, um, you know, they're more than welcome to speak, and it'll remain such. Without roast. Not just on the options. And I think we all pretty well know what's being done. No matter how you feel about it, or who's involved, who's not, whatever, we all have watched years of this. The same shit in every one of these cases, and, including Summers, and what they all do, and yada, and everyone, and that they're doing the exact same thing with Frank, his wife, family, as they've done so fucking many, every case, every single time. And they make millions and millions, and, they leave families devastated. They give the public an idea, which they want, because it helps the public also think people are greedy, dirty, whatever, they're taking money, they're trying, blah, 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 and that they've made fortunes on, or they're grifting, or whatever. Meanwhile, it's not true. And, these people do these dirty ass methods of making y'all think what you're seeing and hearing is indeed parents or people around these cases making fortunes, but none of that's true. Meanwhile, your creators are the ones, making fucking literally millions. And, it's not right. But the public every time falls for it. Right? They still say it shit about Candace and Dawn or us or whatever, which I don't know about C&D, how it goes. Y'all know how I feel about that shit. But either way, and even though the proof's there along the way that the narrative y'all are fed about everybody making fortunes, this and the other, isn't true, like, proof's there, public still believes these things. And, meanwhile, the cognitive dissonance classes are on, and somehow y'all probably think these creators ain't making fucking millions and destroying and devastating lives and any avenue of resources and income for those they leave devastated by rumors, narratives, bullshit, lies, speculation, conspiracy theories. And I'll tell you, if Ernie is truly coaching Frank and him at any degree, like's being said, along with him doing this money shit, it's to make them look sus as fuck. It's also gonna fuck up Casey's everything. It's gonna make them look guiltier than fucking sin to the public and otherwise. And that's what it's intended to do, right? And then the more they do that, the more it makes you all believe that they're really helping or really doing something as tragedy pants. They're solving the case and saving the babies. And they're doing no such thing, you know? So anyway, I did put that out in, Ernie's tonight when, either the fake llama bean or the real one, who knows, was in there hopping around, and he told somebody to block it because they were questioning the money and funds. It was very reminiscent of, me calling out their scamathon bullshit over there, and Scott and them knowing instantly it was me, and telling chat in the world, no, it's not the real her, it's not the real her, that's not the real her, no, and shutting them on live stream immediately. And then pinning on them discords and phones losing their shit, being like, was that really you? Oh my god, we didn't know that. Yeah, they did. Oh yeah, they did. And they knew it was me. And then all hell broke loose, right? Yeah. Same song and dance. I see it happening again right now. And it's very easy for them to block and pretend it ain't, or it is, or a fake to really be propped up for drama or whatever, so I can't say that it's lying, because I have no way to tell. Unless one of those rogue mods over there want to shoot a message to the grapevine, because I know it's supposedly checked, blah, blah, blah. But the offer will be here. So at any point they want to come in, once they figure out the grift or con or what's really being done, it'll be here. I ain't got one question to ask about their case and Casey or anything else. But if they want to use the platform to speak out about anything that's happening to them, or the bullshit, or pushing and pulling, manipulation, any of that shit, and not to be made to look like shit, or creators telling them to say this, that, and the other, or coaching them or doing whatever, or making the public think things that aren't true, and, they're more than welcome to use my channel that is far larger than Ernie's is and will grow to. So, and that being said, I'm going to do the rare thing tonight. I don't know that it's a smart fucking idea, but I'm going to open the panel up for anybody who wants to grab a link and come up, including Lemon or Frank, any of those. But I'll do that tonight. I'm feeling a little generous. So, anyway, is what it is. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Right? And by the way, Ernie straight really, when I put the message, this motherfucker either is an illiterate dumbass or wanted it to sound a certain way for when people clip or restream or whatever, or snipe, and, whatever. So when I put in there that Frank and his wife or whatever could come up on my panel, etc., he really, on his live, was like, I don't want to come up on your panel and blah blah. And then he went on to these comments that are sort of threatening and had to do with, like, air to breathe and shit. I don't know. Ernie's got a bender about him, don't he? That suffocation, smothering benders, and fire benders. Strange. And then, not long after that, he starts talking about Shelby and, him and his hairballs, man. I'll tell you what, it's something else. And watching things I've been watching here and there from the way back are just rather concerning to me. Oh, man. But, I do want to show you proof that he's absolutely taken Frank and wife and you all for a ride. And it's that brand new iPhone, laptop on the way and everything else, and I gotta have money to fill the gas tank and the $2.19 all that shit. Yeah, that's probably Frank and family's money, buying all that shit. But Ernie done fucked up tonight, bro. And, I gotta tell you, it has that Doug Black flavor on it. Straight from Doug's playbook. It's, some goofy shit. Hold on just a minute. Alright, so, anyway, I just wanted to play some bits and pieces here for you. Uh, to show you what's sort of going on. Now you can tell that Ernie is pulling a straight fucking Doug. And there's proof that he's doing what he's doing. And here's my suggestion, you tiny Ernie cult cats. Next time or whenever he starts a live and a large amount of you are in there, I encourage those of you who have given money to Ernie or Charlie or any of the workers, the main ones around your dear Ernie Shell, to get to Frank and his family. I encourage you to out the amounts you've given over the past few days. Put it out publicly in chat. I dare you. And then ask yourself. That way you all can at least see each other, know what's been given, what should have gotten there. Compare notes, if you will, outright and in the open in his chat. And then go back to these last couple live streams where he keeps giving different amounts. Now that's only those of you who have given behind the scenes. To or through Ernie somehow that was meant and intended to get to Frank and his family. I dare you to openly state outright how much you've given that should have gotten to Frank and them. Now you may not want to do that because you like Ernie, or you think there's a plausible explanation, or he'll message you in the background saying, no, I just forgot it. I'll get it to him this there, but, I encourage you, please, at least let Frank and his wife know what you've given towards them, even if right now Ernie's not gotten it to him yet. Or, I don't know, go in under alt names and don't say give the exact precise amount you gave, but give the near ballpark range. Very close. Estimate. Closest to, you can say. Round it off. And then put it in chat. That way Ernie can't figure out which and who you are and this and the other, really. And you're safe, and Ernie won't hate you or feel like you're a traitor. And you'll still have a way to compare with the others what it should have gotten to. Or Ernie's just forgotten to get to Frank, or he's not been able to. It's just a thought or an idea. Hell, if you have to, go to somebody else's chat and do it all at once, With others maybe you know about that have given him or Charlie or anybody else random money that's supposed to have gotten to Frank and his family. You know what I mean? You feel me? Mm-hmm. So anyway, So, hopefully at some point, someone points, Frank and his wife over in this direction, at least hear this. But I think Frank's coming to the realization because sort of get that vibe and feel off of the live we went through this morning, or yesterday morning now. And I think it's why you all hear Frank mentioning money so much, which makes him look like he's just straight grifting or that's all he's about. But if I had guess or bet, he's doing the same thing. He's testing the waters because he knows something's wrong and money that they're talking about in the background and shit. And these creators at certain points be like, oh, there's this, and somebody's wanting to give you that, and blah blah blah, and blah 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 blah, blah, and we'll get you this, we'll get that, and you see money flowing to them, and you see these fucking brand new this and $500,000 houses and all this shit, right? But shit ain't showing up in this area, and it's just, it doesn't add up, and then you figure out all the things. But I'd hazard to bet Frank is having some thoughts, and things are promised and said to him in the background, and have been to him and his wife, and he's feeling like something's wrong, and it's his way of openly probably telling y'all something's wrong, but giving Ernie a nudge, and hoping that works to make Ernie probably cough up whatever Ernie and them have told him is actually coming in. Or it should be, or it will be in a day or two, or whatever, but it's actually already been done. Um, but I'd say but then see when Frank's questioning that, or talking about it, it makes him look like that's all he's about, doesn't it? Right? Makes it seem like all he's about is the money. Not his daughter, not this, not that. Which gives you all this idea that he's sus because of that. And then y'all start laying in, don't you? But I'd bet considering that live is bookended with what we went through yesterday morning, with Frank going, well, I don't really trust Ernie, but then he's like, I'm giving you all the benefit of the doubt and shit, and well, then you have that part where Charlie makes sure to interrupt and make a great big fuss. No, don't read it out on here, and I'll get in touch with you in the background. Ernie, I told him I'd get in touch with you in the background, and then, oh, they were in a rush to keep old Frank from reading off Cash and his wife, and it's because they want that shit to funnel in the background of them, and it most certainly fucking is, right? Frank and his family are being taken for a ride. Anyway, sorry. News of things. That's all I can tell you. Okay. So, and sorry guys, I'm definitely in ice eating mode right now. Nothing unusual there, but definitely today's not a good day as far as certain things go, but so I probably won't be on here that awful long. Um, anyway, we're gonna walk through some of this. Let me see here. Which piece come first? Alright. So, um, I agree with that. But I don't think Jimbo gives a flying shit either, and I don't think Jimbo's shit, 'cause he's got the Ernie and Shelby vendor in it too. Um, no different there. We watched him manipulate and fuck with his own kid during this, which shows you how well he got it. Even if it causes that kid distress, you didn't give a shit to do that the other night. I think they're all fucked up. You know, so just how I feel about both of them currently. And I think it has to do with all their bullshit that runs around Shelby. And at this point, I feel like there definitely is something right with all them around the Shelby shit. Um, so, Oh dear, cat fights. Holy shit. Okay, man. Whatever. Oh dear. Ernie, that you? You trying to box man? You ass kicking. Ernie. No. That was Ernie getting the steel toe boot straight out of Tennessee. Sorry, had to have a laugh. Alright. So this is just, I don't know what, 24 hours ago? Right? I had to look at the exact time, but I'm pretty sure it's still listed as a day ago, whatever, right? This is from that one. We'll listen to it.
They ain't gonna help you. Law enforcement is 11 to 15% knows anything about this. They just put it off to the next person. Well, that's the way all these cases go. Well, not only that, I mean, I don't know about the family Disney. I don't know if it's the right one or not, but I do know that Disney don't do investigations on missing children. He does investigations on, what do you call it, narcotics. What's your Snapchat, thing? They said they can send money that way. That way it gets strictly to you. What is it? What's the name? Yeah, they said they can send it on. Is it Snapchat you all said that on? Or what'd you say? Instagram? What'd you say? Facebook, Snapchat, what? Cash App or whatever. I told you I got like $33 for you or something. I can't remember what.
$33. But also notice Frank's confusion. And if you watch that live, throughout it, different methods, and so including by the Pebble workers in chat were giving out, oh, they can do it this way, they can do it this way, they can do it this way, blah, blah, blah. It's how I caught Doug at shit, right? I knew what Doug would do. Is one of the last ones I had to, quote, collect in the Tragedy Pimp Pokemon sector, so I knew that when he was allowed to do whatever, he would do exactly what, well, Doug does. And Doug did not prove me wrong, and then he knew that I had his ass dead right. He knew what the fuck. And he immediately lit up, and man, I was still not showing all the fucking threats and the wild shit in the background, and then him and the rest went around saying all this shit. Still perpetuates for years. And made people think there were thousands and thousands, and it was bullshit. It was a straight line. People didn't see the con shell game right in front of them. But I knew what he would do when he was allowed. And he was one of the last ones I needed to tie to the bigger boys at the time to all the fucking shenanigans. You see what I'm saying? So, bait's a bitch, motherfuckers. Bait's a bitch. And it didn't prove me wrong, but I put out the receipts in to show him fucking liar, and I can still do it. Along with many other things, prove him and the rest of these motherfuckers lied about all that shit. So, you know, all in a good time. Anyway, and that he threw a fit and basically tried to blackmail and threaten me and all this other bullshit. And if you say whatever, and then he went off on this Josh McDonough bender and boo-hooed on like this giant book I never even bothered to read, I was just back there laughing. Because I knew I had him dead to rights, you know, instantly. So, and he was just one of the last ones to collect on my Tragedy Pimp Pokemon tier. So it just is what it is. But the same thing, right? Doug was a little more obvious about it, but, he, and Ernie's pulled the same shit, and it's pretty blatant. The chat, that, you know, that help these fucking scamming cons, cause they get cuts, or they get special treatment, or they get the Discord, whatever, right? And they get out of it. Yeah, they help with the shit. They'll be like, oh no, use this app. No, use this app. Have them download this, but we can send it to B-Box. No. Use this. Oh, but you can use this feature. Oh, download the Venmo. Download whatever the fuck app you've never heard of. Download this. Download Ladies R Us FreedomEagle.net. Like, bitch, what happened to a regular fucking PayPal or something, right? No, they never want you to do it. It's like, bitch, and this virtue signaling And this, oh, we're sparing her feelings and all this, cause, oh my gosh, it's terrible, that name for that Cash App shit. Man, come on. Crutch Goblin Creator is not that bad. Ernie is over there talking about sexually assaulting women and smothering people. And, I mean, the worst shit you've ever heard in your life. And then y'all gonna be like, oh, Crutch Goblin Creator. We as mamas all know that's a cutesy name for being a mama. And it's very modern. It's a term that's come about in the last few years. There are quite a few really, like, large fucking YouTube creators and TikTokers that have bazillions of followers that use it all the damn time. It's known. It's not anything. Oh, Crutch Goblin Creator. Oh my. But, and we're to believe that, I just can't. So at the very least, I just, so. Yeah, but it's so stupid. No, don't read that over. Don't look. But, oh my god. And that was part of it. It's why they used that, because, and Frank should have never precursor with, I don't even want to read that off, and oh my gosh. Because it gave them the ability to be like, and Charlie would go, no, don't read that off, oh my gosh. Or, oh gosh, clutch the pearls. And then be like, hey, Ernie, I told him I'd get all the info in the background. And then Ernie to make a big deal out of somebody waiting in the background for, 400 years. And then to prop him up, the Philomena or whatever it was. And to be like, la 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 la, and to distract. And then Frank tries to get back on the subject, money, whatever. And then it's another thing, and whatever, right? It's all shell games. Literally, like we're calling shell games. I mean, by Ernest fucking Shell there. And if you can't see it, you don't see it. You don't want to see it, that's fine. But that's exactly what you're seeing. And that Frank is even like, hey, which app did you say? What's this? What's that? Look at what's done during the live stream. And then Frank very early on talking about, well, Ernie can't hand me cash in hand because his life's in danger if he's here and shit. I'm gonna bet at some point Ernie's like, oh, we're coming through there. Man, people won't give you cash. I gotta find a way to get it to you or get it to another local who can get it to you in this area. He's hoping and raking as much money as possible, and Frank probably will be gullible enough or whatever and won't rock the boat since Ernie and them are really the only platform, and and he knows that Ernie's already taking him money. He's just hoping it'll get to him. And Ernie's hoping that he can buy enough time, get enough content out of him, this and the other, to keep the ride going until they didn't get enough to be like, fuck them, they're lying on me, they're bad people, look at him, he was always aiming for cash, he was always this, he was always that, and they'll turn and they'll eat him the other way, and his wife and family, and then he'll start hammering in on them, and y'all know this game works after so many years, correct? Okay. I think we've all seen this enough through this many cases to know the fucking shit show. But this is a portion of that live. Anybody's watched it all or went through it with us this morning. I mean, the whole thing's there. Play by step by step. You've seen it before, enacted a million times, and later on, you know what it's going to be used for. You know what it's being used for now. It's to make them look certain ways to the public and shit, which is not helpful, nor to law enforcement. And it's why every time you see him trying to get people wrapped up in money as well. It's like, look, when Chris came up on Smileys, right after all the manipulation by Crime Stories and all the others through the YouTube and Facebook connected groups, just like Hunted All of Us and Summers, the forms of manipulation, and they can figure out the family members are watching certain groups that look like they have their children's best interests and are named after them, and all these things. Then they place certain creators' shit there. They have all their little minions run over, and then they do targeted triggering manipulation shit on those panels, hoping the parents are watching and wondering what's going on, or the loved ones or community or witnesses, and it drags them up on panels or triggers them enough to talk or speak up in public, and ha ha ha, acquisition. Then the next steps you'll see are, hey, let's start up a GoFundMe, a PayPal, a this, or do you need help that, or whatever else. And it's an instant way to make you all as a public think these people are only after money, which to you all and culture and society means, oh, look at that, they're guilty. And that's it's a thing long held, but that is not what it means here in this realm. But they try that each and every time. They did it to Chris, and then Chris went like, hell no. Seth, sadly enough, did take the bait on portions of that. You see it being done to C&Ds with all these other things. Several scamathons trying to be run in and around their names. Summers, more than a few. Billboards, bullshit. These people have made millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions off of Summer. And that's not even a joke or an exaggeration. Even before we came public, I remember at one point after we came public, far after it, somebody around here was looking at numbers, stats, this and there, whatever, and in the first 2 or 3 months alone of Summer's case on YouTube, that what they could see outright in the open by, at that time, a smaller pool of creators before it really exploded in the fall and winter of 21. Just that section of creators and things, the tally out front and in the open was in the millions. Now imagine 3+ years of that and what they've made. And that time period was before they'd run all the scamathons, which we now know Jody Sue wasn't wrong about, and they indeed, at least even in days, took in hundreds of thousands of dollars while only turning over, a measly 40, 50 to Civis, and then trying to do weird shit and fuck shit around that. And then when Coop and all them call it shit out as Cher and all them have Dudley on and trying with Dawn to raise another scamathon, there's Hawkins with that piece playing overnight. And, it turns out JSB wasn't wrong, right? Wasn't wrong. Now that's just what can be seen out front. And that's just a few of them running that scamathon. And, there's more in the background. That'll have to be ferreted out, obviously, by forensic accounting and shit. But, went wrong. I didn't lie to y'all. I didn't lie to y'all one goddamn bit. About it, or the billboard shit, or the fuckery, and there's definitely fuckery around the billboard, but not in the way they put the final stamp on. It's more like the final stamp of a scam con, but not, and the actual scammer conners setter-uppers are the ones that ended up in the good, not necessarily Brad. Then you get firm stamps put on it, and then you see the same type of shit enacted around Cayman Alley, number 2 setup. And, that too was sharing, I just, it's whatever. And the same players involved in several of these. It's vendors on it, and it actually looks like those people playing that shit are the ones that keep coming out for the good for some reason. Whilst it's, sure those who are watching for all these years get it, right? The ones who give a fuck about shit like that, Anyway, but yeah, one wrong, and there's, and on this, I'd bet I'm not wrong either. Maybe it'll take a little bit for Frank and him to catch up, but I don't think so. Just from the current of that last live and listening to it, I can hear similarities throughout many of the cases, but especially between Summers and, sadly enough, cases. So, and what's being done to Frank, right? And there's, I can see it. I can hear it. It's just according to who wants to do what around all that mine. who knows what and where and shit from hometowns and how much anybody's willing to call anybody out when shit goes south and all that, right? And what the truth is maybe behind certain things. That's why I'm gonna play this piece.
I can tell that.
This is from like a day ago.
Common sense. Yeah, law enforcement, like you said, even the news, when you said, they put you to a detective Disney. One of Jimbo's friends' last name is Disney. That's all I'm going to say. That right there goes your connections and stuff. They ain't going to do nothing for you. They ain't going to help you. Law enforcement is 11 to 15% knows anything about this. They just put it off to the next person. Well, that's the way all these cases go. Well, not only that, I mean, I don't know about the family Disney. I don't know if it's the right one or not, but I do know that Disney don't do investigations on missing children. He does investigations on, what do you call it, narcotics. What's your Snapchat, thing? They said they can send money that way. That way it gets strictly to you. What is it? What's the name? Yeah, they said they can send it on. Is it Snapchat you all said that on?
And at this point, if you watch the live, you can visibly see Frank pull his wife over and on the screen. You know Charlie and Ernie could see that as well. She is visible. She has clearly arrived home. They knew that from the background noise and him saying so prior to that, but he did pull her visibly on the screen at this point.
What'd you say? Instagram? What'd you say? Facebook, Snapchat, what? Cash App or whatever. I told you I got like $33 for you or something. I can't remember what. I'm afraid to tell you what her Cash App name is. I don't even want to tell you that. Ernie, I said I would call Frank up later to get that information. And yeah, his wife does have Snapchat, but it's called like Cash Out on Snapchat. And it's not like yeah, Cash Out. Hold on a second, Charlie. Billiness, show your face. You can send money on Snapchat. Anyways, her is Leslie Brummett, and her, what'd you say the Cash App thing is? I don't want to say it's. Here's Frank. Don't say it here, Frank. Don't say it here, bro. Brock Goblin, what? Don't say it here, Frank. Don't say it here, Frank. Oh. I'll call you later. I'll call you later, bro. Okay, so look, I'm going to put this up. I think we've got somebody really bad in chat here. I'm just going to put this up right now. I'm going to see what this is, Charlie. Alright. Go ahead, Billy. Shut the fuck up and subscribe to the actual factual. She is actual and she is factual. Subscribe to the actual. You're an idiot. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. Lord, you know he showed me his face in the background. And it looked like one of those nerds from Revenge of the Nerds Part 19. That's never come out yet. That's what he looked like. He even had the little pin socket in his he had the little pocket with the pins.
All of this right here was bullshit. And it's meant to distract Frank. Chat from paying attention to what was really being said by Frank, all the things to get the subject changed to make it seem like there's a big thing going on. Ernie makes too big of a deal out of it. The exuberant tones, the tones of everything. And his laughter, and he's trying to do the drama distraction and get Frank up. This is a total fucking manipulation. Fuck of everybody. In all kinds of ways. And it's done right in front of y'all's faces, and most can't see. A lot do, though, thankfully. You know. Everything. I screenshotted his face. It was funny as shit. I had to test you out that. Oh, I hear that. I hope you got a picture of that. Did you get it? No, there's people calling me left and right, man. Of course they are, Frank. Don't answer. Remember when I call you, have area code 217, all right? All right, 217, I will. I'm going to call you, definitely. I promise you that. Okay.
Did your wife get home yet? Yeah, she just now pulled in. That's why I was asking her what it was. All right, don't shoot.
Super Detective Charlie was so, oh my god moment. What do I do to stop him from reading off this Cash App? Because I've got to keep the money from the back. Ernie's giving me order, how are we gonna get money if, oh god, right? And that he hadn't even paid attention and he was still trying to do it. And how in the hell anybody watched that and didn't think Charlie clearly knew? The wife had come home. Frank had already mentioned it, and then she was visibly pulled onto the video. And then he asked that after, telling him not to read off the Cash App. You had to be a special type of stupid not to see this. And for you to think Charlie didn't, he was standing there watching it, And, anyway, like, yeah, you had to be a special type of stupid, right? To think that Charlie and Ernie weren't playing some sort of fucking game with you, and how do you in chat or anywhere as you're viewing that go, why the hell Charlie did all clear she was on panel and wait, why did Charlie just be like, no, don't read that off, and then a minute or two later go, hey, did your wife ever make it home? What? Bitch? What? It's mind blowing. Anyway, carrying on.
Don't say anything on the log about her information. Here's the thing. Everybody says I have animosity and shit. I have to...
And then listen to him reminding me not to say anything about her information online. That information's her damn Cash App. It's another reminder. Oh no, Frank, don't do that. Don't do that. And
Yeah, that. It's in the background, and it looked like one of those nerds from Revenge of the Nerds Part 19. That's never come out yet. That's what he looked like. He even had the little pin socket in his He had the little pocket with the pins and everything. I screenshotted his face. It was funny as shit. I had to check you out that. Oh, I hear that. I hope you got a picture of that. Did you get it? No, there's people calling me left and right, man. Of course they are, Frank. Don't answer. Remember when I call you, have area code 217, all right? All right, 217, I will. I'm going to call you, definitely. I promise you that. Okay. Did your wife get home yet? Yeah, she just now pulled in. That's why I was asking her what it was. All right, don't say anything on the log about her information. Here's the thing. Everybody says I have animosity for Jimbo. All that. I hate Jimbo. Okay,
And there was nothing really in the chat at that point. Ernie just brings it up as further distraction and to keep the talk down, and Frank from really saying anything and over talking everything and making it all whatever.
Honest with you, I hate it. But here's the facts. His son is the last one seen with this missing child. That's all.
And we, at the end of the last live stream, we're all able to see the Ernie's line. All of them lying. Nobody has ever said any such thing. Not law enforcement, not the news, not real journalists have said that. Or given that to the public. And quite frankly, after Jimbo got on fucking line being stupid, and Ernie definitely come online being stupid, if you notice in between all the days from when Casey first went missing until these dummies come online with bullshit, the news had said possibly or possible runaway. But then when Jimbo got online and they went with the, oh yeah, runaway, and they're hammering hard down it, runaway, Ernie and them are over there, pedophile, ring, blood, or whatever, right? The papers change and they take out the word possible and possibly run away. They just say that she's missing and they're seeking information. So they took that wording away from Jimbo and Ernie and everyone else at the same time. And it coincides with the day and that they both got online with the bullshit. And they then just changed it to she's missing. they're seeking information. They give the last known location and area. They do not say who she was with or where precisely, but they do give pretty right there within a certain mile range of a certain road. They don't say anything else. But you have Jimbo going with one thing now, even still after the papers no longer read possibly or possible runaway. That's what Jimbo's still on. And Ernie's on his fucking bed. So, it would appear that the papers only had a reaction to Jimbo and Ernie and their bullshit online. Can't imagine why. And I'd say that police department, like we talked about in the last live stream, is very well aware of these assholes, their shit through several decades or whatever, inside of that town with Shelby and all the YouTube shenanigans for fucking years. And they're probably smarter than anywhere else in the entire fucking country about it. They're like, oh hell no, we ain't giving a shit. Nobody. Not parents, not fucking Jimbo, not fucking Ernie, stupid ass. Nobody, you know? So, hooray on them. Um, and, the thing is with Tennessee Mountain Nana and Troop, they're, both things are probably true. Ernie and them and his crew trying to do it to heighten sense of dramatics for you all. Because y'all know that game well, around many of us. They've done that to us through years. CD, everybody else trying to run panels, blah, blah. It's live stream versus live. You've seen it done right in front of your faces where they're calling, trying to go, no, get them down right now. And the hysterics and people. That's also a good way to get y'all to run back and forth to rooms, much the drama, and build the numbers, and do the cash apps and the shit for the creators, right? While they destroy and disseminate false and misleading shit, and lies, slander, and defamation, and destroy real people's everything, and they want, fight over meat, which is what the fuck anybody and everybody around in these cases is, and they make millions on it, and you all think that's okay, and I don't fucking know how. While people are always like, no, it's all the people around the cases making that bullshit. Yeah. Meanwhile, it ain't their own damn names or anything. They're stumbling around, doing whatever, making the millions on. It's other people's lives, character assassination, their fucking everything, and their destruction. As y'all watch as entertainment. And it changes people and their lives and communities forever. Whatever though, right? Little true crime con creators, man. They just got to have the new houses and the fucking Bentley and the summer cars. Like chasing and all them, So, they need to be moved to safety like Ziggy and them with bullshit orders in place. That's why they dox other women with orders in place and terrorize children and do all the shit, So, it's one hell of a game they play with you all in the world. Over here, and it's fucked. Anyway, I'm gonna carry on with this piece.
I'm going to say about that. You guys tell you whatever you want to about it other than that. We know Jimbo married a 12-year-old. We know that the 12-year-old divorced Jimbo, and he married another underage woman who he's still with to this day. She was underage when he was overage at the time. So, knowing that fact, well, we know, like father, like...
Right. And that was him slandering hell over and making it a hard life and shit that lives forever on Jimbo's son, which ain't fucking right. But hell, they do it to all our kids, right? Absolutely. Even if they're only just witnesses or this and it doesn't matter. And it's always all like father, like son, or like this, or like that, whenever, and it's like, what the fuck, bro? And, they don't care. They don't give a flying shit. And, it's not always true, and it doesn't mean shit. But it's a good narrative and conspiracy theory and all the shit put out, right? And Ernie or anybody else gives a flying shit. people watching don't give a flying shit that indeed is a minor child or a child period, and that will live for, forever, online and otherwise, about him and in his small town and community, and make people believe things of him falsely throughout the rest of his life. Like, why in the fuck would you do that? Oh, yeah, but that's what you're gonna do. But fucking Jimbo didn't help in that shit. They're not manipulating for it. I don't know, man. That's fucked up. Yeah, I noticed that, Drew. That's what I called out in the live stream prior to this one, was that they're definitely giving the narrative that he's paranoid, he's on meth, this and Ernie's allowing it in chat, which is mods have the choice to cleanse out, but they're not. His pebbles over there giving out the purposeful, and back then it was like, I'm like, oh, call for help, reach out, this and that, right? They're all playing games with him for Ernie. Chat's helping with it, long-term members, etc. Then they do have a heightened sense of shit happening and fear around Frank, and I guarantee you those are locals that are working with YouTubers sent in from close locales around them in that town, from other areas, to drive by, to play bullshit, to do whatever, to give them like, they did it to us. You know what I mean? They did it to me and my children, my family. They did it to Monster and all this other shit. They did it to all of us. And they do it as tactics and manipulation things, and to keep you in a sense of whatever, and in our case, they were doing it, and everything leading up to that motel shit, and they were trying to make us think it was this, that, and the other, and Monster and all this, and it, and so, anyway, mm, anyway, um, and, Vengeance, or whatever the fuck that is, all I can tell you is that there are enough community statements out there from real people around everything to show you that both Dawn and Candace are capable of harming those children, but to what degree is up to law enforcement to decide and how far anything went or what happened. And if that means, and anything, and you know, that there's enough people that have spoken. So anyway, thing is, and there's enough receipts out there that show they're capable. So asking stupid questions in here is not going to get you any further than maybe opening your ears and listening to all the community members and all those close to you throughout the years would have. So, ain't gonna be no good. Doesn't matter to me years later. And at least you all, they gave a shit for all these years while y'all targeted everybody else, right? Everybody else that wasn't hurting anyone. And none of you are say fucking boo about it. So, anyway. Anyway, I hate all you people. I really fucking do. I see what you did there, by the way. You and the other one. Fucking 2x2 goddamn stupid shit. Distraction, same shit, different goddamn day. Y'all are fucked up, terrible human beings around here. And there really is a special place in hell for you. Anyway, so we're gonna play this again. Just cause I can. So anyway.
I can tell that it's common sense. Yeah, law enforcement, like you said, even the news, when you said, they put you to a detective Disney, one of Jimbo's friends is Disney. That's all I'm going to say. That right there goes your connections and stuff. They ain't going to do nothing for you. They ain't going to help you. Law enforcement is 11 to 15% knows anything about this. They just put it off to the next person. Well, that's the way all these cases go. Well, not only that, I mean, I don't know about the family Disney. I don't know if it's the right one or not, but I do know that Disney don't do investigations on missing children. He does investigations on, what do you call it, narcotics. What's your Snapchat, thing? They said they can send money that way. That way it gets strictly to you. What is it? What's the name? Yeah, they said they can send it on. Is it Snapchat you all said that on? Or what'd you say? What'd you say? Facebook, Snapchat, what? Cash App or whatever. I told you I got like $33 for you or something. I can't remember what. I'm afraid to tell you what her Cash App name is. I don't even want to tell you that. Ernie, I said I would call Frank up later to get that information. And yeah, his wife does have Snapchat, but it's called like Cash Out on Snapchat. And it's not like here, Cash Out. Hold on a second, Charlie. Feeliness, show your face. You can send money on Snapchat. Anyways, her is Leslie Brummett, and her, what'd you say the Cash App thing is? I don't want to say it's. Here's Frank. Don't say it here, Frank. Don't say it here, bro. Rock Goblin, what? Don't say it here, Frank. Don't say it here, Frank. Oh. I'll call you later. I'll call you later, bro. Okay, so look, I'm gonna put this up. I think we've got somebody really bad in chat here. I'm just gonna put this up right now. I'm gonna see what this is, Charlie. Alright. Go ahead, Billy. Shut the fuck up and subscribe to the actual factual. She is actual and she is factual. Subscribe to the actual. Idiot. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops. Lord, you know he showed me his face in the background. And it looked like one of those nerds from Revenge of the Nerds Part 19. That's never come out yet. That's what he looked like. He even had the little pin socket in his he had the little pocket with the pins and everything. I screenshotted his face. It was funny as shit. I had to test you out that. Oh, I hear that. I hope you got a picture of that. Did you get it? No, there's people calling me left and right, man. Of course they are, Frank. Don't answer. Remember when I call you, have area code 217, all right? All right, 217, I will. I'm going to call you, definitely. I promise you that. Okay. Did your wife get home yet? Yeah, she just now pulled in. That's why I was asking her what it was. All right, don't say anything on the log about her information. Here's the thing. Everybody says I have animosity for Jimbo, all that. I hate Jimbo, okay? I'll be honest with you. I hate him. But here's the facts. His son is the last one seen with this missing child. That's all I'm going to say about that. You guys take whatever you want to about it other than that. We know Jimbo married a 12-year-old. We know that the 12-year-old divorced Jimbo, and he married another.
Not got a damn thing to do with anything. And honestly, if Ernie paid attention, he would have heard Frank said last time, but like, there were supposedly hands up over cameras, so to keep from. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Ernie says, it's whatever, right? To create bullshit that nobody, not law enforcement or real journalists, have ever said. To keep y'all buying into bullshit. Carrying on.
Another underage woman who he's still with to this day. She was underage when he was overage at the time. So, knowing that fact, well, we know, like father, like
Like I said, that was one stream. This one's tonight, because when I got back, really, it happened to be that Ernie had went live a bit earlier, I guess, and I thought, I'll listen to this, and just happened to be at the right spot, the right time. And I think this piece might be up, but if not, it's fine. But I know it's yours.
He texted you my minutes are up until 12. Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay, maybe. But, this is from tonight, about 3 in the morning, so a couple hours ago. Alright? And if you notice, he goes, somebody's saying, and at that time it's supposed to be Lima, which is the account that supposedly Frank's wife is going under. Also, there's a fake one on the month that's trolling the shit out of Jimbo that Jimbo had to know was fake when he was doing the bullshit and manipulated so much shit the other night. So there's all that in play, right? Okay. So, we're gonna carry on.
I don't believe that, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, you gave yourself away, but anyways, you gave yourself away, but anyways, I ain't worried about that.
No. Let me see if I can get this restart.
He texted you my minutes are up until 12. Okay, cool.
That was him reading off the comments supposedly about Lima.
I don't believe that, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, you gave yourself away, but anyways, I ain't worried about that. A lot of people like it, and I just put a limit to it. The only, I do miss putting my feet up on Southern girl's ass and bouncing my feet. I do. I miss that. She had a real nice jiggly ass. There you go. I put my boots up there, and I would sit there and she would lay across the bed, and I put my feet up on her ass. And I'd sit there and bounce my feet. That was the funnest shit I ever had in my life, to be honest with you. She took that from me. Anyways, what the fuck?
Yeah, oh gosh, Charlie and them and everybody. Oh my god, don't read that cash up off because Crash Goblin care. Oh my gosh, no! Right? Am I right?
When I was there, I was dead. I'll be honest with you. I didn't have no energy. I couldn't move. I couldn't hardly walk 10, 15 feet without fucking dying about it. I was dead. I was dead. I didn't know what to do. Did I help her at the farm? I helped put her fence up. Yes, I did. And they fucking like to kill me, I'm not gonna lie. But she did the most of the work, just to be honest with you. I'm taking everything in the world now, Raider. I'm good. I'm good. Because you're an idiot, stop the lies. I mean, you already came in saying and spread bullshit. I don't have to take that. I don't have to answer anything you say. If you're going to put up bullshit, I'm not going to even answer you. I'll tell you whatever I know. I don't care. I have sores in my butt. Oh, that's a good one, Tommy. It's a good one coming from a fake profile. I don't think I have no sores in my butt. But anyways. And I'm done with the ulcers now, so thank you.
Right. So yeah, oh my gosh, so the Cash App name. Oh, it just clutched the pearls. There he is talking about putting his nasty boots up on someone's butt and enjoying the. Sure, you can get the sexual bender of Ernie and how he has problems. Now he enjoys that, and some chick, this is gross. And now he's talking about sores in his butt. And, then he's like, oh, I'm done with the ulcers for now anyway. Bitch, please. If he'd had ulcers rupturing and all sort of crap, I just, throughout this fake bullshit he's on, it wouldn't be healed. It's carrying on.
I cured from that. But as you have it, one thing leads to another. And to hear Betty say it, next thing you know, I'm flying with the aliens. So I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going that route. I'm not even going to entertain somebody who openly says they watch 49,000 hours of child porn. I'm sorry, I just can't. So, the fact of the matter is, I'm doing my...
Oh, he has ulcerative colitis. Okay. I thought he meant skin rupturing ulcers from his cancer and all that, where he was saying his back was tore up and sores open on it. Everything other than his butt. Okay. Anyway, but I could imagine he might have stomach ulcers and things. That's what happens after you spend several years on the run doing dope and doing everything else. And, stress, man. Am I right?
Best. I'm doing my best. I'm trying my best to. Lima bean, to be honest with you, you kind of give it away right there. You're the same lima bean that was in Jimbo's chat. I could tell how you was talking. Anyways, you gave yourself away. But anyways, I ain't worried about that. Besides, they'd be texting me right now if it was really you. You'd be texting me and message me. So shut the fuck up. I told you I'd do whatever I can. I will. Oh, Lord. But I can assure you I don't have no sores in my butt.
Right, but oh my gosh, Cliff Pros is the name of the cash app. Anyway, but that's when I was like, maybe something else have a certain feel to it, right? And I gave it on the off chance that it could be the real Lima or anything. And like I said, if not, this will stay here. Maybe they'll be made aware when the time's right. Yeah, there'll be a platform open to them that's willing to listen to them. And people willing to listen. So, whatever. Whichever way it goes, it doesn't matter. Cause I can see the signs. But, yeah, I just, so anyway, carry on.
That makes no damn sense. Y'all go with everything. Y'all listen to every fucking thing. That makes me funny. It's funny as hell. I am ready to rich. I'm good, brother. So I did. I do want to thank members of the RNC. I did. I've already done that. You guys say whatever.
Members of the RNC who have providing the iPhone bigger than his and a laptop that's on its way. And that's called Frank and Wife and Family's house payment and semi-truck payment. I'm gonna assume in the background. And yeah, why him and Charlie are like, damn it, shut up, Frank.
It is what it is. I've not had a damn iPhone since iPhone, what was it, iPhone 8 or whatever. I don't even know how to, Ernie, you need a butt massage. I probably could use a good butt massage. Well, Southern Girl said things to make it look real and make it look what everybody says, so that's all I'm going to say. I do shower. I love to shower, as a matter of fact. I don't stink. I smell pretty damn good, especially now. Even looking sweating and shit, I still smell pretty good. Anything else, guys? I mean, any questions? I mean, I just now got in. I'm fucking killed. I've been talking to the damn city police and sheriff's department.
Right.
We had I can't text you, my minutes are up until 12. Okay, cool. I don't believe that, but we'll see. We'll see. You can still message me on Messenger, right? Ding, 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 ding. Anyways, that just shows you. But anyways, what up, George? Man, I can't even go to a damn strip club, buddy. I wish I wore that damn fucking crocodile hat. Everybody fucking knows me, and Only way I do this shit anymore is wear just regular hat or something. CJ, honey.
What? You can't even go to a strip club anymore, and the only way you can do this shit is by wearing a regular hat, and the other hat was. It gets stupider. It don't even make any sense.
I am trying to drink more water. If you're a female, I don't know if you're a female or not. I don't know. It's the name CJ. You may be a guy. I don't know. When are you planning to get back with Frank to help his cause? Well, helping the cause is helping the cause, but there's nothing really I can do right now till everything in place is set. Which is set. It's just I gotta have support. I gotta have support for that. That's the way I do things, guys. I've got.
And it seems like he's saying the line is fake, it's error, but that he's separated somehow from Frank or can't help anymore unless, he gets support, help support him in whatever endeavor. I guess he needs bazillions to get Frank on a live stream. Woo, what sport? He can't go there because his life's in danger and all these other things. What's he mean? And he can't do anything else unless he has your all support financially and all that, right? He's full of shit. That's what draw for him money, and I don't know what's going on. It just has the same song and dance feel of it. You know what I mean? Hold on just a second, guys. Alright. Sorry, you guys. Um, it's that time in the morning. Everybody coming and going, getting ready. I have to make sure checking out the haircut situation with Little and making sure everything's on point. I'll get everything just started. So, and then I had to have espresso, even though that is not a good idea. So, I had to water the shit out of it. There's that. Trying to be responsible. Alright. So we're gonna go back to this piece. Alright. From just a couple hours ago.
He text you my minutes or
You can tell Ernie is also awake and yelling about it. He yells, "Here, Ernie, it's so small and tiny. Ernie! 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 No, Ernie. No. No. No, dear Ernie." Hold on. Alright, so I had to toss up trying. I was like, oh, is that mommy yelling because it's milk time, or is that litter box? So I decided to attempt the litter box, and that wasn't it, and it was clear that Mama's already just felt like yelling about it, so then I placed her. So, there's that. Anyway, all's good now. I've got the little wee tiny runt Ernie settled in. This Ernie likes me. Oh, alright. we're gonna play this now, okay? We're gonna play this.
Up until the 12th. Okay, cool. I don't believe that, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, you gave yourself away, but anyways, I ain't worried about that. A lot of people like that, and I just put a limit to it. The only, I do miss putting my feet up on Southern Girl's ass and bouncing my feet. I do. I miss that. She had a real nice jiggly ass. There you go. I put my boots up there, and I would sit there and she would lay across the bed, and I put my feet up on her ass. And I'd sit there and bounce my feet. That was the funnest shit I ever had in my life, to be honest with you. She took that from me. Anyways, what the fuck? When I was there, I was dead. I'll be honest with you. I didn't have no energy. I couldn't move. I couldn't.
Notice that he says she took that from me, whether he's joking or not, whatever he thinks. That language usage around all of that, even though he thinks it's cute and hitting her, it actually says a lot about him and how he feels about the situation. She took that from me. Yeah. Carrying on.
Hardly walked 10, 15 feet without fucking dying about it. I was dead. I was dead. I didn't know what to do.
I don't know, do less dope, piece of shit. Try that.
Did I help her at the farm? I helped put her fence up. Yes, I did. And it fucking like to kill me, I'm not gonna lie. But she did the most of the work, just to be honest with you. I'm taking everything in the world now, Raider. I'm good. I'm good. Because you're an idiot, stop the lies. I mean, you already came in saying and spread bullshit. I don't have to take that. I don't have to answer anything you say. If you're gonna put up bullshit, I'm not gonna even answer you. I'll tell you whatever I know. I don't care. I have sores in my butt. Oh, that's a good one, Tommy. It's a good one coming from a fake profile. I don't think I have no sores in my butt. But anyways, and I'm done with the ulcers now, so thank you. Kind of cured from that. But as you have it, one thing leads to another. And to hear Betty say it, next thing you know, I'm flying with the aliens. So,
well, true. I don't know how many versions of Ernie we've seen in our years, but yeah. Few, he's as bad as the LC Justice for whatever the fuck that's offered herself about 4 times, come back to life, and Jesus resurrected, and several other characters around here. Wild, huh? It's weird shit. Probably fits in the same territory as Benny's leaky brain and upcoming brain surgery, and 9 creators having the same fucking condition. All this other shit. Whatever, bros. Whatever. People and their fake deaths and shit around here. That's always a... Woo! You're kidding me. You're kidding me. No, you don't say. And wait, Jason's here to put a stamp. No. Fucking miss me.
I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going that route. I'm not even going to entertain somebody who openly says they watch 49,000 hours of child porn. I'm sorry, I just can't. So, the fact of the matter is, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I'm trying my best to. Lima Bean, to be honest with you, you kind of give it away right there. You're the same Lima Bean that was in Jimbo's chat. I could tell he was typing. Anyways, you gave yourself away. But anyways, I ain't worried. Besides, they'd be texting me right now if it was really you. You'd be texting me and message me. So shut the fuck up. I told you I'd do whatever I can. I will. Oh, Lord. But I could...
And remind me, somebody who's in here that may stay for a bit, at the end of this, to touch on the information coming out about summer and throughout these, I don't know, couple years, especially by Monster and, chasing and Jenny and Adrian. I think it's time we get to that portion of the bullshittery around all of them. At least touching on and letting y'all in on a little secret along with Jenny, Adrian, and Monster. I think it's time. And so, and it's because of certain things that shook loose very much in real life. Very recently. I just find certain times, well, the time. So, do remind me to touch on that at the end of this.
I don't have no sores in my butt. That makes no damn sense. Y'all go with everything. Y'all listen to every fucking thing. That makes me funny. It's funny as hell. I am Raider Rich. I'm good, brother. So I did. I do want to thank members of the RNC. I did. I've already done that. You guys say whatever. It is what it is. I've not had a damn iPhone since iPhone. What was it? iPhone 8 or whatever.
And honestly, I wouldn't. I know sometimes I do call for that. Some days are a little bit more scattered for me than others right now because of all things going on me. I do actually indeed need that. It's not clickbait or hey, watch tell or resin any of that shit. It's that I often do need reminders. Now, as well as I want to do this first, now it seems stupid considering the level of importance and things, but this type, all these things, really important. And sometimes, the times now, and it seems like I wouldn't forget something like that or to do so before, but I do. And with all the things happening right now, it's very easy, and I've got so much on my mind lately. Anyway, Karen.
I don't even know how to. Ernie, you need a butt massage. I probably could use a good butt massage. Well, Southern Girl said things to make it look real and make it look what everybody says, so that's all I'm going to say. I do shower. I love to shower, as a matter of fact. I don't stink. I smell pretty damn good, especially.
Bitch, you can't be taking that many on the run like this with your little chairs and your whatever. Because the Suburban being all, you know. It's a break, Ernie.
Even fucking sweating and shit, I still smell pretty good. Um, Anything else, guys? I mean, any questions? I mean, I just now got in. I'm fucking killed. I've been talking to the damn city police and sheriff's department. We had I can't text you, my minutes are up until 12. Okay, cool. I don't believe that, but we'll see. We'll see. You can still message me. Ding, 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 ding. Anyways, that just shows you. But anyways, what up, George? Man, I can't even go to a damn strip club, buddy. I wish I wear that damn fucking crocodile hat. Everybody fucking knows me, and I only way I do this shit anymore is wear just regular hat or something. CJ, honey, I am trying to drink more water. If you're a female, I don't know if you're a female or not. I don't know. It's the name CJ. You may be a guy. I don't know. When are you planning to get back with Frank to help his cause? Well, helping the cause is helping the cause, but there's nothing really I can do right now till everything in place is set. Which is set. It's just I gotta have support. I gotta have support for that. That's the way I do things, guys. I've got two more that I'm working on. Um, Tomorrow, I'm going to do some field interviews. Yes, I appreciate y'all. Thank you. It's just sad that, in the facts of what it is, my location and where I'm at, it's just crazy. It's crazy. It is Nicolina. That's all Nicolina, guys. Nicolina deserves somebody. Somebody should hang Nicolina up by her damn nose ring or something. She got no. That's
Hanging.
a pig. I'm sorry. Anyways, they should hang her by her nose ring and sit there and use her for a pinata or some shit like that.
Caught her pig, saying somebody should beat her. Hanging her.
I'm just saying. I think it's a pinata. That's one you slap with a stick, ain't it? I don't know.
It's when you slap with a stick, ain't it?
Oh God! You promised us.
But my gosh, Frank Brummett, don't you dare read off that name of that cash app. Am I right? Am I right? Shit.
That money. Can we talk about that? You see what I'm talking about?
Rewind a bit.
It is Nicolina. That's all Nicolina, guys. Nicolina deserves somebody. Somebody should hang Nicolina up by her damn nose ring or something. She got no. That's the pig. I'm sorry. Anyways, they should hang her by her nose ring and sit there and use her for a pinata or some shit like that. I'm just saying. I think it's a pinata. That's one you slap with a stick, ain't it? I don't know. Oh God! You promised us that money. Can we talk about that? You see what I'm talking about? I don't believe that's really Lima Bean anyway. She'd be messaging me and all that shit. I already know. I already know. It just goes to show you. Just goes to show you. If you're really Lima Bean, hit me up with a message on Messenger right now. Simple. Nicolina's a piece of shit, guys.
And seeing that, and for me, there's no way to tell, but I watched Scott Penrose too, similar and all this, you know. And you all as audience would have no way to know either, and you'd have no way if the real Lima or Frank were messaging him in the background, raising hell about, or there was conversations going on, because he can cleanse them from chats, so can Jimbo, so can everybody else, and not platform them. And they can all block them as one and then make them look like they were grifting, and people found out about it. Ain't that usually, oh, they're grifting, they're scamming, and we just had to cut them off. Then they eat them from other ways, say whatever they want about them, and then those people have no recourse. They've done discredit them out in the public with the money. You think this thing makes things look certain ways, and blah blah, and y'all gonna believe it. And you'll believe these fucking pieces of shit over the people like Frank or his wife or anyone else ever ran any of the cases. No one, yeah, exactly. All right.
Shit is a piece of shit. Is what she is. So there.
Ooh, true biology. Do you have anything off their Facebooks or social media? Because I've never looked at theirs. Is there anything outright in public being stated by them? That they're trying to contact Ernie or anything? Is that what you're saying? That they're out in something, that there is indeed proof that Lima / Frank's wife is trying to get in touch with Ernie, or Ernie's ignoring messages or anything like that? Please don't make me sit through like 9 extremes or 3 Jimbos or a fucking partridge in a pear tree to figure out, because that's known, you know, damn good well it's gonna be on one of those, and then you still don't know if that's right. But if anybody sees anything come out from Frank or his wife or family saying, you know, like, please do shoot it my direction, and please, I don't really want to get associated with any other things or pulled into other shit, but anyway, but these things tangle very closely, and I'm trying to figure out why, but So in that, I have no intention of asking them boo about Casey or the case or anything. But if they want to speak on tragedy pimps and whatever, and put out Casey's image and say whatever they need to say without interruption or bullshit and this together on the forward platform, where they ain't nobody up here trying to tragedy pimp or fuck them over or fuck with them or lead and speak for them, then they're more than welcome, and they can speak for themselves. That offer will stand. Anyway, carry on.
I collected, it was actually $28. $28 for Frank is what I collected. I'm just saying. I think it's a pinata.
Now rewound a bit.
That's one you slap with a stick, ain't it? I don't know. Oh, God. You promised us that money. Can we talk about that? You see what I'm talking about? I don't believe that's really Lima Bean anyway. She'll be messaging me and all that shit. I already know. I already know. It just goes to show you. Just goes to show you. If you're really Lima Bean, hit me up with a message on Messenger right now. Simple. Nicolina's a piece of shit, guys. Shit is a piece of shit. Is what she is. So there. I collected, it was actually $28. $28 for Frank is what I collected.
Now it's 28. He knows it's exactly 28, but before it's 33. And that made it seem like, oh, it's an oopsies or a slip or a whatever, right? A couple dollars difference doesn't matter, but there's your clue. You remember when the fake Candace and oopsies one let her off? Then, oh my gosh, but then the real one was run, but it only got 200 for it, but yet then, this and then that, and then you remember the shell games with Doug on it, you know what I mean? It's like with the Doug shit. When I baited his ass and got one of the last ones, he was one of the last ones I needed, and I knew what he'd do, and I and others, and he and his group did not realize there were locals on purpose sending him money that night. And then that would show the receipts for what he'd done and what this group was doing and how they manipulated. He had no clue. And then guess what? But there it was. Proof positive, and I hold it. And everybody watching could tell, but and then he went on this bender instantly of no, it was thousands, right? It was this now, 10 grand, blah, blah, and whatever. And it was like $200 or some shit. That he eventually sent over, I forget the exact number I was going over the other day, and components to make sure it's set where it's supposed to as I'm getting ready for further steps in this. And, receipts from real community members and all this, and online. I've said this for years, but then there are the threats in the background from Doug and all the bullshit, and then what was put out to you all by the creators, and then there's proof of him actually being the one that got thousands and thousands and thousands, and all the shit in the background, right? And him being threatened to do it, and it's a whole thing, right? And then he let that shit run for days. So anyway, that's what I'm saying, True. I just played the piece where he said 33, and now it's 28, and it may seem like, oh, well, Ernie just got it a little wrong, but there's your clue. And you really think that help's being offered by that many people in chat and his purposeful pebbles and manipulators to get people to send that shit through and always help the little ladies going, what? Clutch the Pearl's name, we don't want it read, but how do we help? And, contacting Ernie, and then Ernie's like, well, hell, I'll get the money to him in the background, and he's telling Frank all this money's coming in, and he keeps Frank on the line and talking to him and try to access and being nice, and being up there to give him content and info on Casey and all these other things, and doing the shit he wants. But just like, hey man, where the fuck is that money that they need. And it's actually Ernie's effing and shit with Charlie. And then, do you really think that all he took in was like Doug that night? Do you really think it was only $200 or some shit? You know? Hell no. And later on, he's trying to say there's thousands because thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands were indeed given. But it went to Doug. Right? Just like all the bazillions in the fake account for Candace, where Benny and this and that and the other, and the group and the crew when it ran. And just like it's been done in other cases and shit, it's what they do. And then they tell you all, it's bullshit. But if you think only $28 or $33 was coming in for Frank and family, you're fucking stupid. And I guarantee you, Ernie and Charlie and the rest are in the back areas telling all the little old ladies and the cult members will send it to us, and then Frank knows something, and for some reason something's been said to him about the possibilities of Ernie being like, well, I'm gonna get it to you, but I'm gonna do it for cash, and whatever, and I'm probably getting ready to come through there to rescue a child, or we'll give it to another local, but I can't risk being arrested, or my life's in danger, or whatever, and well, you see, we put militia on there, so I'll get it to you in a day or two, and we'll do it. And he's hoping to keep Frank on the line till it's too late. And Frank's trying to give out the hints and shit that he knows Ernie's taking for a ride, but hoping that'll push Ernie to have to keep the work. It ain't going to. It ain't going to. I hate to tell Frank that. They ain't nothing gonna stop that, and he's not gonna see that shit. They're gonna use him and his wife and Casey for all the shit. They're gonna drag him along, get as much as they can from him while all this is going on, and then they're gonna turn around and use all that and make him look sus and need him from the other direction. All that's gonna discredit him to all of you all. Plus, where they're coaching Frank or having him say certain things or twisting certain shit up when he says them now and all that. Later on, they're going to use those moments to be like, no, see, his story's changed. See this, see that. But right now, Frank has no real options in a way other than to comply with certain shit or to do whatever. But that can turn out badly in court and the police as well and help set him up. I don't think Frank realizes that quite yet. And that the first pebbles in the pond for a potential fundraiser being lifted off the internet and a credit union involved were in that chat as well. Our Frank and his family, I'd watch the fuck out. Whether everybody there knows one another and no matter what's going on. I think we all know about what's going to happen, don't we? And the potential's here. And the rinse repeat cycle of all this shit. So, I think we all know what's coming. I don't think Frank, even if he knows these people and has maybe in that town for his whole life or whatever, and whatever the story is behind Casey and everybody that knows everybody there, I don't think what's going to be done is going to be of any good for anyone. If history with this group and crew and these exact same motherfuckers wound up in and around Summers and ties to locals here and all the bullshit around Summers holds true, shit's getting ready to take a real bad turn. And it damn sure is not going to help Casey or her case or finding her, and it's going to create chaos, mud, jello, and potentially contaminate things. And I hope that Frank and them get really wise, really quick, as quick as maybe Chris, Proudfoot, and others did, and, get a role anywhere to host them, use their voices, and then back the entire fuck away from social media. And I know it sounds ironic and hypocritical and whatever we're considering. But, it's what I suggest. But yeah. And I wouldn't worry any more about Jimbo or the bullshit. I wouldn't worry about tit for tat. I wouldn't worry about helping these motherfuckers make millions on their name or Casey's or anything else. you know, because that's what they're gonna do, and they're gonna destroy everything and anything like a fucking freight train, and they're gonna make a fortune off of it, if allowed to do so. So, you know, anyway, carrying on.
She said she's out. No, she's not out of minutes. She's out of minutes. I didn't spot. See, right there goes ahead. That right there's it. We're gonna go ahead and block Lima Bean. You're gone. That's a fake ass Lima Bean. I know. Nicolina's a fucking idiot. Y'all remember? I'm sorry, Tony 801. You can go too if you want to. You can go too if you want to. Literally. 7,000. See what I'm talking about? They put it in your mind and you guys go and believe shit like that. That's what I don't understand. Y'all smarter than that shit. But actually you're dumb. You're dumb as shit.
7,000. They're gonna put that shit in your mind and y'all believe shit like that. Alright. Mm-hmm. Right.
And that's sad. That's really, really sad. She's fucking delusional. You're exactly right, Emmett. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm working on that. Here's the thing. It goes through law enforcement. Everything goes through law enforcement. Right now, I'm going to be honest with you. Law enforcement is not really doing too much. They never do too much in Kentucky. Never have. They never will. I know missing people that's gone missing. Hell, my uncle killed Mikey and fucking they still know it. And they still didn't do nothing. So, it's just what it is. It's what it is. And yes, I said
That's wild, ain't
it. I said it. Still didn't. Still. I'm working on that. Here's the thing. It goes through law enforcement. Everything goes through law enforcement. Right now, I'm going to be honest with you. Law enforcement is not really doing too much. They never do too much in Kentucky. Never have. They never will. I know missing people that's gone missing. Hell, my uncle killed Mikey and fucking they still know it. And they still didn't do nothing. So, it's just what it is. It's what it is.
He was talking about missing people. And whatever, and law enforcement don't do much. And he's talking about his uncle? Is his uncle a fucking murderer too? What's going on in this Shell family? I'll have to look it up. That's weird though. I mean, he got one family. Jesus, right?
Yes, I'm working on that. Here's the thing. It goes through law enforcement. Everything goes through law enforcement. Right now, I'm going to be honest with you. Law enforcement is not really doing too much. They never do too much in Kentucky. Never have. They never will. I know missing people that's gone missing. Hell, my uncle killed Mikey and fucking they still know it. And they still didn't do nothing. So, it's just what it is. It's what it is. And yes, I said it. I said it. I fucking said it. That's just sad.
Wait, is he talking about the same uncle maybe that called him a fucking liar up on the stand that Ernie might feel some type of way about? Might be using his platform to put out false shit on to fuck with. That uncle, they called him a hot goddamn liar and mentally ill and all that shit. I'm gonna bet it is, isn't it true? Which I don't know how many uncles he has, but I'm gonna bet it's that uncle. He feels some type of way about that trial, don't he? And how he was actually one being questioned and used. Looked at from both sides of different things. I was more Ernie on trial than Jimbo than Shelby in a way. And I have my feels about it. I've only watched a few minutes of it. Easy bird. And see, I've not got it down enough yet to know the names and shit of all of them. I'm gonna get there. I need to get back to that because there's some certain things in there that I feel are important where it concerns old Shell shit here. And it ties into their fuckery, all of them, all the characters in that shit, around several cases in other people's lives and fuckery for the last 2 years. So, I'll get back there eventually. Anyway, carrying on.
I think Don's day's coming. Don's already getting into too much trouble. But still didn't do
I'm
nothing.
gonna rewind it a bit.
So, it's just what it is. It's what it is. And yes, I said it. I fucking said it.
Ooh, scary Ernie said it.
That's just sad.
Hate to tell him this, but he's like the hashtag Fred said of fucking Kentucky, dude. Know what I mean? Kentucky's got a hashtag Ernie said, and Tennessee's got a hashtag Fred said. Pretty sure that's how that goes.
I think Don's day's coming. Don's already getting into too much trouble.
What? Is he talking about Don here in Tennessee? Don's getting in trouble? Whatever he says. I don't know why he's watching everybody else's days countdown or whatever, but he's got to project. What about Ernie Shillings up in prison, in jail, or at least in handcuffs sooner? That's just my thoughts.
There's nothing you can do, folks. It's controlled. Don't matter. There's not enough of us out here working. There's not enough of us out here doing it. You don't have it. It ain't like law is going to be on your side.
And it's weird, isn't it? This motherfucker being involved in all these cases for all these years. He ain't found, ain't done, can't, whatever, this or any of them. But yet, and he's on live more than any of the fucking people elsewise on YouTube around this arena. He does more lives than anybody else, even if y'all think it's just Outlaw or one of them running them. Ernie is definitely back behind the scenes watching like a weird pervert. I'm pretty sure y'all can tell if you pay really close attention. But it's weird he's working on the cases all the time. Every day he can solve another one. He can rescue missing child. He's got one on the way to Oklahoma. He's got 6 dropping him off in between states as he gets a steel-toe boot for imaginary caves out of Tennessee. Damn, bro, I'm telling you what, it's just, it's wild, and that people buy the bullshit's even wilder.
Just think about it.
And he ain't ever asking y'all for resources to do those. Well, he does, but he ain't even been here for 3 or 4 days with Frank and them, but he's like, man, I can't continue on with Frank without resources. Oh, God, But yet every day he ain't like, oh, they continue on with this case or that. He never gives you the name of the children and that. Well, he does. They're fake. Like Darius and Susie or whatever the other day that ended up being Jessica or whatever. And then he needed ice creams, even though they just had ice creams, Lizzling and Wendy's, but also this. And they need clothes, but they're dropping them off somewhere safe that would have taken care of it. Blah, 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 But otherwise, every day on there, like, oh, we need resources to get these kids on the logo, which, I mean, in ways he is, but he's not giving you the names, he's not giving you case details, precise locations, any of that. All this other shit, parents' names, who's taking them, anything else. The only ones he can do that on are the ones he's embedded in and trying to get a hold of, and those are like Summers or Casey's or whatever else, right? It's because the rest of them are made up bullshit. And even when he does run the rest are made up bullshit and fuckery, but see how this works? See how it works? Okay.
But anyways, any other questions right now? Any other questions? I'm not going to sleep. Hell, I got to get up at fucking 6:30. 6:30. You know why? Because I'll be out there in the field. I'll be out in the field, and I've got two places I need to look, and they're about 23 miles apart from each other. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. You know what? You're going to be crying as you get banned all the way out of here with a boot in your ass. Good job. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And, you know, I really don't want people that's going to be stupid. Go to sleep, Ernie. Well, I wish I could.
I don't think he travels from state to state warp speed. I think he has dummies who harbor and do whatever and they bed him for a few days or weeks at a time. I think he has a bunch of dumbasses, and those wrapped up with him in so much criminal shit that it's too late for them to sort of know. Anyway, I assume y'all can see and hear me again. But yeah. Uh, you know, he has freaking idiots who are wrapped up with him for years now and been helping him pull off all these conscripts. I know eventually it's going to catch up to them too, but they're captivated by, you know, whatever. You get loonies to do weird shit for weird reasons or criminals on a group, whatever, but they basically drive his stupid ass around all the time. And so he never really drives, so he's got others driving while he, you know, stays on live stream. Has others like fluff her doing whatever and stays on the screen like her weirdo. Otherwise, it's just, you know, whatever in between. Um, it just depends. Um, yeah, hold on just a second. Now, and I don't know, I mean, there's a good chance they can stand there and give out names and stuff from Google articles and this, the other, and other kids. You know, all that. You can always do that. Just like he's done that with stuff where it concerns, like, pretending he has worked at certain places or with certain people around here. It's stuff pretty well known. Get cursory shit off Google. all that. But yeah, I mean, of course he can stand there and make up names, and he can grab names offline of children who have been, brought back or found recently, sit there and say he had parts in that, and then his chat stupid, tech illiterate, or certain age groups this the other and don't realize, and they can look at it back, see, that kid was rescued. Whatever. Ernie did have a hand in it. Oh my gosh. And it's all dog and pony show, That's what he relies on. Um, anyway, so there's like this part, right?
Tonight I could have been shot or anything. I was just stupid enough to, as I once was, and I don't have the backing that I did have. I'll just say that, and I still think I do, and I don't. I went all the way up. I went all the way up, and it was just ridiculous. It was ridiculous, and I didn't know that guy. Never met that guy. And I was shining a light, and I saw the food in the bowl, the dog food bowl, and they supposed to be out of town.
Now, what the hell kind of story is this? He's creeping around somebody's property, he's shining a light in dog food bowl. He don't know that guy, he's never met that guy. Well, why would it, when you're creeping around and somebody comes up, but.
And I knew then somebody was there. And then I seen his feet. And then I said, motherfucker. I said, get out, son of a bitch. I can't remember what I said.
He's outside shining a light in a dog food bowl, and then he tells this dude that shows up probably on his own property, get out, motherfucker. Get out of where? He's outside. That doesn't sound quite right, does it? Exactly. But he's like, oh, I don't remember what I said. And then in the first this, he says, he could have got shot in the back, whatever. He don't have the backup he once had.
It just hit. You guys seen it, hell. Was I nervous? Hell yeah, I was nervous. But I was also ready. I was ready and steady.
You ought to be, right? Even with your made up bullshit story that nobody's buying. I mean, why are you creeping around anybody's anything, shining lights on a dog food bowl? What? And then somebody comes out. I mean, like, that's what happens when you fuck around where you shouldn't be. Like, what? What the hell? What clue was in the dog food bowl, Scooby? Carrying on, weirdo.
No, that's the truth. If Frank's suspicious, then he's suspicious. What about Jimbo and Hunter? They ain't lifted a finger. Let me tell you something. Jimbo's a fucking liar. He's a liar, and you.
And there's more comments. If Frank's suspicious, he's suspicious. Blah, 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 blah. He doesn't really take up for him, and other than to shit on Jimbo again, well, if Frank's suspicious, he's suspicious, but Jimbo, what? Part of Ernie's shit is why, Frank's looking suspicious as fuck, And so, it's like, who's making
Him on the shit about me. Y'all believe that shit about me and all the shit he said about me. That shows me what you all are. It don't matter about anybody. It has nothing to do with the Summer Wells thing.
It's weird, ain't it? He wants to leave off a monster, even though, like, all the messages between him and Fred are about monster and this here, but yet, it's almost like Ernie's being told to instead make everything about me for weeks now, and Monster's over giving him winky faces and shit as he's targeting the shit out of I and the children and everybody else. And then he wants to touch on Monster here and there, but wants y'all to really not talk about it. I don't know, right? And then he's like, nah, I don't talk about Andy B. got a strange feel and flavor to it to you all, and what Monster's really up to with this group, and the introduction of this motherfucker again, and Rise Up during this cycle, and all that before the Casey and Jumbo shit lit off. My Monster keeps following an Ernie around, and CZ around, and everywhere it's least popular to just be around, shares and Ziggies and all that. Am I curious yet? Watching an abuser abuse, and a whore do whatever whore's doing for cash, and target a child and a woman pissed off at, ripping masks off, and have evidence against their stupid asses for all the stupid shit they've done to this stupid fucking group for years that's criminal beyond fucking belief, as they've made fucking money abusing us out in the open, even with orders in place and sort of shit. And it's like, oh, but he's admitted to beating women and children. What a sweet soul. Yeah, I don't know, man. And then everybody just gets certain things from Andy B, don't they? Golden tickets after certain cycles are done to Iron Little and things, don't they? Oh my goodness. My goodness. Ernie and them couldn't be the same shit, could they? Anyway, carrying on. Years worth of this shit, eh? Fuck 'em all.
Stop lying. She had one job. Very rich. I saw you on panel. I think you was on Rose. I think you was up at Rose. You know, people want to talk about my damn hat. Their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. And yes, I said it. I said it. I fucking said it. That's just sad.
Mm. Which Audrey is that? Easy's bird? One that held a channel around here by chance? Mm. And if you have anything with him threatening you with fire or anything like that, or burning down, you know, not the, Audrey's journey. Anyway, anyway, if you have something like that, it definitely helps show the pattern and his obsession with fires and things, and how they're always on his mind, weirdly enough. Interesting. So Audrey had been with Ernie since Facebook days? Okay. He has crime spies too. He has a real problem with things about smothering, suffocation, hanging, um, fires, in order, even in imaginary ways, to get rid of problems he can't quite overcome, and all this. He has a real problem with it. That's chicken or the egg, though, isn't it? Why he obsesses so much? I'll go back over this one.
Just hit. You guys seen it, hell. Was I nervous? Hell yeah, I was nervous. But I was also ready. I was ready and steady. Now that's the truth.
Next thing, for me, I'm going to take ready and steady to mean steady hand and a gun or a weapon in hand. I don't think Ernie's supposed to have that. And while you're out on bond, whether you're skipping it or not, you're definitely not supposed to be in possession of weapons. Whatever, right? But he's ready and steady. I don't like that. But even though it's a obvious fake bullshit story, but I do remember the other night, he was telling us he had Tombstone specialized pistols, like he was fucking Val Kilmer in Tombstone, weird shit, man. He's got a real problem with Crocodile Dundee and fucking, I don't know, Karate Kid and everything else, don't he? Weirdo.
If Frank's suspicious, then he's suspicious. What about Jimbo and Hunter? They ain't lifted a finger. Let me tell you something. Jimbo's a fucking liar. He's a liar, and you all believed him on the shit about me. You don't believe that shit about me and all the shit he said about me. That shows me what you all are. It don't matter about anybody. It has nothing to do with the Summer Wells thing. Stop lying. She had one job. Ha ha. Very rich. I saw you on panel. I think he was on Rose. I think he was up at Rose. You know, people want to talk about my damn hat. Their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. And yes, I said it. I said it. I fucking said it. That's just sad.
Crimes by state, you ain't telling us fucking nothing. I've had these motherfuckers in the yard throughout the years, face to face little, and threats coming in at the same time, and threats of kidnapping, all this other shit, you know. And reporters and shit, all these others well aware of where people are going to be placed because it's happening to them too. And luckily, in that regard, we can't be seen as, you know, crazy or for them to be making it that way because people with credentials did witness and make us aware of this shit prior to it happening. Though the tragedy pimps and these, like, oh, I don't know, the assholes on the ground working on this shit and increasing the heightened sense of whatever around us, and it was smart enough not to let them know at the time, and that we knew where they would be looking, and when all these, you know, and that it was happening to others. So in that, we do a backup, very much so. We're pre-warned in advance, and all these other things. Luckily, it's time, and otherwise, the tragedy pimps were unaware. And so their fuckery, they could try to make it look like online, like people are crazy or whatever, and then right after that, you have the threats from Lady R and shit, them to get whatever, and others can see in real time if there's something real fucking wrong, and then you have people showing up face to face in the middle of the night, in the mornings, and in that way, it, you know, it's taken very seriously because guess what? People already knew, and it's sussed out enough about them that they didn't realize, and pre-warnings and pre-this and witnesses where they couldn't take those things despite how hard they've tried for years to make it like, oh, histrionics, people were far ahead of them in certain ways and already knew. And so many of us could be like, okay, these pieces fit early on. So no matter what they were putting out to you on the public, we behind in here knew that they already fucked up. You know, and they've continued to fuck up for several years. So they can make it look like however they'd like in public to YouTube and idiots around the world. But there's real evidence that all these things connect. Witnesses, people who knew and warned in advance, and, you know, and right behind it within minutes, or threats dropping from this group, and blah, 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 and else. You know, all the things. All things in good time. You know? So, yeah, biology. Anyway, let's see here. God, I'm itching. I don't know what I did. Yeah, I'll do a touch cats. Alright, let me see. I'd just rather that not be put in here because I think Frank's being done the way many have been done in and around cases. And he was getting messages to the phone, this, the other, implying harm, are you ready to move yet, and all this shit. People running around, people come by, all these things. And they do those things to people, and it's manipulation, and also the rise to all the things like meth use and always crazy, paranoid. So I'd rather that shit not be put in here because I have a feeling of what's being done in and around them, you know? And it's meant to maybe make them look certain ways. So I do not want to help that be furthered along. And that wouldn't be hard to do when they know his sensitivity is a whole lot to do with political and certain driven events and mindsets and shit anyway, you know what I mean? So that's his area of weakness, and they're using it. Plus, they do that around others anyway. They increase the sense of fear, and it's randoms, or it's Jimbos, or it's whoever else's, or monsters, and it's the other when it's actually a tragedy about someone. And then threats from spoofs, and, copycat numbers, all these other things, so, yeah, yeah, it is, I don't think in the least meth-induced anyway. I think it's his political leanings, his belief system, factored and coupled in with the messages he's receiving on purpose right now, and phone calls, and people probably in and around the house or settings, and driving by and doing things. And it's being done to him most likely on purpose, just like it. Plus regular freaks from out in the world that want to do stupid shit. Because make no mistake, those exist too. We had them in Ben Hill as well, and we still have them here that do weird shit. They want to come by and video, and oh my gosh, we drove by the house, and oh, we went by, and look, we caught them freaks, and we're screaming at kids, and we're doing all things, and all that. So you have everything coupled with everything. And then whatever you're going through, no matter what it is at the time, and the worst moments and fear, all the things already, whatever state you're in and around these situations, where you stand in them, and, and all that, coupled with everything else, and it's overwhelming emotionally, psychologically. But then this place can use that and kick those things. And it's like you've even seen him kick in that same shit by those same methods with Ernie when BK and him half-ass set him up for the shit he's on the run from now. You know? So, I mean, come on, They know how to do this shit to other human beings, and you all watch it as forms of entertainment. It may sound crazy, but you all watch it. Years of it. You all know how they move and operate, Come on now. It ain't crazy, it's right here in front of your damn faces. I mean, you're watching real human beings. No matter where they stand in and around any of these cases, you're watching real human beings from family, law enforcement, community members, witnesses, others around all of these cases being manipulated psychologically and emotionally to degrees you cannot fathom. You all watch it, but you're not living it, and you're not in those shoes, and a lot of it would sound crazy to the general public, and whatever, unbelievable, and that's part of what they rely on. But you're watching the torment of other human beings, and the tampering with them on all levels, including children of all these people in every case, and other children involved in all these things. You're watching them being traumatized and hurt, real pain caused to them, for entertainment. You're watching the emotional and psychological torture of other human beings for fun and entertainment online. And it's right in front of you. It's not a joke. Some do enjoy that, though, and they get off on it here and around, you know? Because you can't tell me a whole lot of people do not see what's happening. They just enjoy it. And there are a whole lot of predators amongst you pretending they're hashtag someone, hashtag this one. Oh, I was a victim, whatever once. But yeah, their wiring's a little wonky, so now they enjoy seeing the pain and torment and harm to others, or being able to live it and see it and participate in it vicariously through means of tech, without ever risking themselves or freedom or charges for it in real life like they would if they were doing it on their own out in the open. And it's their form of release and being able to be abusers online or partake of it, and get their jollies off on it. And I mean, it's why you see some of the creators here as such broken pieces of shit, monsters themselves, like Cher, and how she enjoys a whole hell of a lot. The absolute annihilation and abuse of other women, especially, and participates in it. She has her own fucking issues, man, that go back to her mommy and daddy and grandma and all that, and she really, really enjoys watching women be abused and harmed, and she enjoys participating in it in a by proxy way. And otherwise, her being allowed to do it, and she loves doing it with other men. It's the strangest shit, right? And she loves excusing the crimes of men and murders of children and all that, and and she feeds it to y'all like she's some sort of savior. I mean, it's gross. And there's so many abusive male creators here amongst you, and that I've not found one yet that's not abusive in some way and doesn't have family, home life, all these things, they should be pretty apparent. And in a community mostly made of women, a whole lot of survivors, fighters, etc., in their own rights of one type of crime or whatever throughout their life. And I know a lot see it, but then a whole lot they're drawn to it and can't quite see it in that regard, or they don't realize that's why they're so primed or spongy for creators like that and more abuses and things and pulled inward and want to sort of block it down, or maybe don't realize that they're being abused again or taken advantage of. Um, and then it's those parts of us that survive and fight that make us more vulnerable to being done that way again, or easily seen or sought out. And, so that's always a problem for me. Um, and watching other women being taken advantage of in that regard, especially by the male creators, that really pisses me off. A lot of you are survivors watching you being abused again or used and shit by men and others who know these things about you instinctually, that a lot of you women have lost children or sensitive to certain things. Most of you throughout your lives will have been touched, harmed, hurt, abused in one manner, fashion, or other, and it's what makes your heart pulled to these cases and then pulled in by their things you've already survived in life, but may not see that these creators are using that monster shit to monster you all over again and are before you even know it. It's terrible for me to see. But I do see it. And it pisses me off for all of you, quite fucking frankly. Anyway, and it is very hard to accept that there are people like this, and so many, right, in what seems like a small arena or whatever, and it's hard for most people to believe that there's people like that out there every day, or that you'd encounter more than one or two in your lifetime. But there are a lot of fucked up individuals in the world, And, for those of us calling this shit out, it's like, oh, well, it's like Oprah at Christmas on specials, right? Oh, that's a monster. This is a monster. That's a monster. People are like, man, how many monsters can they see? Well, there's quite a few, and the reason you find so many here in this sector is because it's a perfect feeding ground. It's primed and ready for it. And even these weak ass cons, you can clearly see, like Ernie in them, man, it's weak as fuck and easily broken down. You can listen to them 4 seconds or one live stream and be like, the fuck? For me anyway. And know what they're doing. You can kind of get read down their personalities, know what they are in real life. You can discern enough. But these people and this many exist here in true crime as creators because they're fucking monsters. And Where there are monsters, they often what want victims. They want. I mean, it's no different than. I mean, they're all monsters and survivors fighters, right? It's like this magnet system. They will find those pulled to whatever. They will find you. And here in the true crime community, what you'll find is they know real hearts, real service fighters, primed, this and the other, blah, blah. They enjoy abusing and using those who are sensitive to it. I mean, it gets them up most. They know they can pull money, they can pull this, they can that, whatever. It's just the environment for it, and it's why you find so many motherfuckers here of different types. The just pure cons, the absolute abusers, manipulate. I mean, you find it all here, but they're all essentially doing the same song and dance. But that's why there's so many here, and they could make it like, man, Jody Sue and her spotter tear and her blah, which I didn't say spotter tear shit. They made that up and pulled it their ass. But you know, it's because there's also something real fucked up with most of these people. I mean, hell, something's fucked up with all of us in the world. Ain't none of us like, oh, yeah, whatever. But these people, it's why you find them. And, it's a perfect, I mean, it's like a shooting fucking fish in a barrel, man. And money, and they can make money off of abusing with very little consequence for the most part, unless if you're in it and it finally catches up with them. But by using tech and laws not meet quite up, you know, and this the other, and all that, and they get by with it. Plus, they profit on abusing. What fucking better arena than this one, you know? In what realm in the out here in public or in their personal lives have they ever profited, you know, um, from abusing the people around them or conning us? I mean, they might get short bursts of something, you know, but that takes a lot of effort and without getting caught or, you know, instant consequences, right? So what you find is they've found a perfect way to try to do buffered systems and making money off of abuse out in the open, and the ego's involved in all these things and getting fame for it or platform for it or whatever. They're making money. Like, holy shit, you know? And it's no different than what you see Monster doing to Ein, Little, etc., and my family and everybody else for years now. He is, for the first time, not only abusing, which he's always enjoyed out in public, and that's a fucking fact. He's very abnormal in that way. Nice word there. He's very, like, you know, jinx. But, he's very abnormal in that way. Most people, and most men especially, don't want to be, you know what I mean? He was awful proud of it for the entire time he goddamn did it. From the first time he ever hit me until the last. And he loved public settings and letting everyone know that he was beating on me and this and the other. He was very abnormal in that way. Until it got too public for his taste. But now he's been able to do it and have thousands and thousands and thousands, and these monster fucking creators help him install, commit crimes, and fuck with shit, and abuse and target Iron Little and destroy, and he's done it for profit. And he's getting paid for it for the first time. Although over the years, I mean, you know, in the decades, almost 3, you know, all these cycles and these abuses he levied at us, you know, he often in ways was rewarded for that, because you have to chase him down, you do this, you know, coddles boo-boo's feelings, because if you're wrapped up financially, so you can't survive, and so then they feel justified, oh, they can't live without me, and all this other bullshit, and then they come back, and even if you're still wearing bruises, and wear scars for the rest of your fucking life and all that, then it's, well, let's go out to dinner and let's make things right, and here's some new clothes, and here's your new Jeep, and here's this, and things are good for a while. And so in that way, he's always profited, right? And we've not. It's always been to our detriment, these children and I. But now he's making cash with a whore who's helped abuse us too out in the open, who's a fucking doormat and already being abused because he's lied to her the whole damn time, and she's been a piece of shit, and she's letting him wear clothes and get married to her and all this shit. No self-respect or self-worth at all, and helping set up and helping the treasure pimps because she thinks I'm a bad guy. Meanwhile, she's so stupid she doesn't understand that everything's to get at me, and it is still very much me-centric, that asshole. And, she doesn't know the truth of anything, much like the rest of the world, but one day that'll be outed too. But you're already watching, and the moment he took her in and took her for a ride, he was already lying and abusing, manipulating psychologically, emotionally, lying to her, bullshitting her. His parents will as well. It's just how they are. And they'll help him with that, where it concerns and the children, etc. It's always a known, even to the children, I know. And to courts too, and there's records and proof of that. It's kind of their fucking thing. And so she's already a victim of his and his parents and everybody else feeding her the bullshit of his and helping it along. On top of that, you have a relationship based on both of them cheating, also bullshit, pushing and pulling one another. You have shit and played where you got another woman that doesn't even realize what's fucking going on. Like, how shitty is it some dudes like getting married? Now I have the fucking calls where it's, oh yeah, the marriage is happening that you motherfuckers are real paid for to get at JSP. That's the reason, ain't it? And, here's this post, and here's this community post and all that, and they're very much geared at certain things with Little and I, but Stahl's probably unaware of half of those at least. And, but then again, you have her stuff throughout the years being geared at us too, like if I posted anything or anything else, bitch always got eyes on some shit. And she mimics it. It's a fucking, and you should have seen her accounts when she was stalking us before shit went down at the house. That bitch is real fucking out there, bro. Um, but, yeah, I mean, she's sitting there with a dude who's wearing my clothes and doing shit throughout all these years. All this shit. That's a form of fucking abusing her and having no respect for her, and she was allowing it. He wasn't just doing it on live streams either. He was doing it in court. He was doing it public when he knew that, and where he was at all these other things. So it wasn't just done in front of you all, it was done around town and in court settings. So, and for her to allow that and to be okay with that. Well, that shows you how okay she is with, and people be like, oh, he's catering to her. Yeah, it seems like, doesn't it? And like, oh, well, not one bruise yet. Wait for it. Right now he has to bathe, and he is capable of that to certain degrees for years at a time. One day, man. One day. Yeah, but he's already abusing her. It's quite apparent. You'll have to be able to notice that and see it. I ain't lying. It's right there in front of your faces. And how very little respect she has for herself, and thinks it's funny to target me, but pathetic enough to be, and it's just the doormat he needed, but they're also both the same ilk, and they're profiting off of the abuse and targeting of Ian Little for years. So in that way, it's just monsters for the first time ever. They find realms to abuse and target handsomely, and he has. And used thousands and thousands to do it, and his team, under him and Candace and Dawn, have done it. And knowing that it goes all the way back to the first days that we left Ben Hill before we were ever public, and him and Candace and Dawn were playing toesies together, and they were doing it for money and to fuck with me. And yeah, and I tested them on that and got the response I needed to know they were all indeed, and I thought they were cute, and I wouldn't know, and they'd all just take me for a ride for money, and nobody know, they were all back around, and I fuck all of them. Like, a little weird, you think about it. Right? But, whatever. Either way. So it's no different than any of the other monster creators and such here. Monster just wanted to remain for several years. Hands free, I'm doing no such thing. Look at her, she's a big bad wolf, and she's on YouTube. Poor me. You know? Well, we have absolute proof of the shit he and his other half brothers have gotten up to for them and with them, and his dumbass really fucked up several times real good recently. Maybe if it doesn't just add the icing on the fucking cake. And so, but in that same way, it's no different than the monsters here. Eventually, they all fuck up. Like, there's just those little icing on the cake. But they all profit from it. So it's no different for the first time around. They find a way to do that. Abuse, torment, harm other humans, etc., and to profit with very little pushback or law enforcement involvement or anything catching up with them, etc. So, it's just what it is. And then it's like, people are often me, they're like, why is it that, oh, she's always after money, child support, whatever. It's like, bitch, should I actually have to ask that? Like, you know? But what person has to be told that? And even if Stolliver has her own kids with 40 fucking motherfuckers. Going, well, she ain't asked, this ain't been done, freaking out once they realized it was. But they don't realize that little and eldest watch and see, and no, he's not, and it bothers them both, and it bothers Little, and Little's like, why in the fuck did this motherfucker help make me? Why are there other children fucking involved? And he's doing all this shit, and he can't help at all in the least, even if he hates me and I don't want to be near him. Why, mama? Why? You know what that's like as a mother? You're Little, who's not so little, go, mama, why? Because even there, that's still dad, but a monster they don't want to be around, but, they know he should be helping, but he's doing for other kids and pretending to be the perfect little whatever I'm necessary, and shit, but it's like, why in the hell is this motherfucker not even caring of? And then watching him install in these groups, and the Annas, and the Jennies, and the Adrians, and the Shares, and the BKs, and everybody else target the shit out of them, make fun of their names. All this, and him sitting there allowing it and wanting it done to target her. Because he's pissed. And the eldest and the other, and him making those believe shit's happening around certain things because of me, but it's not, it's him. It's like right now I see things starting to whisper around that tells me that Monster's the one giving out information on certain things. He should not be. And, because neither of these kids matter. And he'll actually use it to have them fucked with, and then to make it look like it's others being here that are causing it when it's actually him and his group doing the fuck shit. But notice almost every creator who's ever been around only targets Little enough because it's who he's most pissed at. But as a mom, I do hear from the kids, I mean, both. He's a piece of shit. He ain't never gonna pay for it, ain't gonna matter. But she does ask why. But she knows why, it's rhetorical. She sees where he sits and the creators that do and things for him and how it's centered and geared to hurt her over the years and to fuck with her, and it hurts. And he doesn't care. That's the intention, and he profits off of it even more. And the world in this realm allow it. But, you know, and even saying it out loud gives him the satisfaction to know he's bothering her. And that she wonders and asks outright. And that it hurts, even still, that she watches him do XYZ and knows around town shit. They're partying down or buying dope or doing this and that and the other. And, you know, we struggle and we do whatever, but Mama still does and, you know, and all that. But it could be lessened by if he would take responsibility for his portion of responsibilities. And he won't. And, you know, I'm sure many of you moms out there have been through the same thing with deadbeat pieces of shit. You know, just keep that in mind every time Monster and I are on there parading around and the whole, now look at this, and we're starting a business that, and look at the new car, and look at the beach, and look at this, and look at that. Motherfucker's a deadbeat piece of shit who does dope, hangs out, abuses for cash, and the creators help him, and, you know, gets him to target those he's pissed off with most right now, and it's mostly Little and I, because he thinks he's got Eldos trapped around, whatever. You know, so it's that. And he wants to continue to have eldest in the realm because in that way he'll always be able to keep eyes and ears and manipulate info out of and do whatever. Always have eyes and ears on Little and I if allowed. So, yeah. And Easy, I don't have to say a bad word about him to these kids, and most people, I guess, probably think that I go around all the time doing whatever I do not. And I still, every day, I try to find little things and mention them in ways that are good about Monster that aren't, but they're pieces of our history and lives together that, you know, I don't know why I still even bother. But the kids, man, nobody has to tell them what Monster is. They both know. They've lived it and survived it. Well, so, anyway. Yeah, Sheila, we always did. That's a fact. And I've always known since the same Monster and I got around with each other. It's always done better, but the heart's a stupid fucking thing, and mine especially. You know, monsters and magnets with hearts, right? It happens. They find us. In those days, though, Monster had a chance at not being one. He chose unwisely, and his wiring kicked in, and he went the wrong way with it. It was a choice at a certain point, and he chose wrong. I wish he'd been a better man than one I knew he could be. But he chose differently. So, I wish he could have been a real father. And the years that he was not after jail were very wonderful years, even though he still has flaws. They were low enough, just like when I first met, that I could deal with them. So could the kids, but in the end, it only served for worse pain. He just chose wrong, but I always wish he could have been the man and human and healed and not broken and chosen differently with his wiring at an earlier age before things slipped and beat it. He chose different. His wiring went one way and went another. You know, just is as it is. But most people wouldn't believe it, but I still, there's not many days that go by that I wish that I couldn't. And I don't know why, and others and I were talking about this yesterday. And this morning it was like, there's not many days that go by that I don't honestly wish that, yeah, and I don't have, Carolyn Smith, fuck you. Fuck right off a deal. I don't know what the hell you mean by that. There ain't no restart, and you don't fix monsters of his caliber. You don't do it. And he's already abusing her. He has been since the day he met her and started feeding her bullshit. She's already a victim. She of his and his of hers. They're both alike. But he's absolutely been abusing her since the moment he opened his mouth to her. And I guarantee if she was seen all the messages and the interactions between him and other whores throughout all the decades, she'd understand. He gave her the same playbook. And the family is given the same playbook. And monsters like that don't change. They don't change. Do not change. And anyway, so the whole thing is like, there are not many days that go by still that my dumbass doesn't go, man, I wish I could share with what's happened in and around as far as things that are important milestones and markers, but he doesn't give a shit, he didn't give a shit person. I raised the kids, he was always hands off, he didn't teach the first thing in fucking life about anything, I did all that. He didn't give a fuck, and other than about it, using the kids as, and that only came about in the last couple of years as they got older and tried to pull them into his bullshit and whatever and put them in the middle, and that was a no for me, and wasn't having it, you know. Some as threats and other things, and it was like, no, it got extraordinarily dangerous to them and whatever, but I still have those dumbass moments as a human being and as a mom and as someone who knew him when he still had as much human in him as he'd ever have and has never had again since and dwindled throughout the decade. There's not many days that go by that I wouldn't like to share certain things with him. For him to have those moments or photos or center, but I know where he don't give a fuck other than when it suits or out in public or for fucking facade or whatever, you know. And the children do not want that in the least. They do not want their lives shared with him, and I don't want it. It don't make a fuck to him, so. But it's that mom instinct and that, things like that. Don't ask, what are you thinking? You know, but I do. It's like these moments. It's like, just teaching little to drive, you know. And I'd love for him to know that we weren't wrong, especially me. Watched her as just an infant, days old and weeks old. And that little gas pedal, and then sound of cars or video games, it would go like she just knew genetically. And now, you know, driving age, and I see her love of old cars and wanting to, the need for speed and how it falls. And she's very much into those things. I wish I'd share with. I've had the type of father that, what the fuck's he? He doesn't. And, but I can see these little things from him and her, and from myself that mingle, and they go back throughout all of our lives together. And I have, and whether he in public or anybody else thinks so, I have. taking videos and pictures, things like that. I've put that I hope maybe one day at the end of his life he'll feel something, see them. At some point, kids will have all that to show him if ever they make contact, choose to reach out in their lifetimes. Even though he may not give a fuck and they're well aware that they'll have to share with him. But I took these things knowingly for them to do so with, if ever the time came for him. But the public, nor Monster would ever believe that. Well, Monster prior to Stahl would know, and he would know me well enough to know I'd do this. Even though I've been clearly where he's a monster. Forever has. And that he wouldn't give a fuck one. And I've done it anyway, just in case. And yes, comes by state, I am happier despite what the public thinks. And I'm very happy being single, and I'd like to stay that fucking way for the remainder of my life on this earth. I do not need or want a permanent partner or a spend a night of any kind. I also do not date around my children, anything like that. I don't have people around my children. I do not want any ties of any kind, and the only way I'd ever get married or anything like that would be paperwork and safety things, and still two separate households and no further ties. So there's been no. I'm, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I've been alone the entire time I've been with Monster, which is most of my life. And, so I'm used to that. I'm not newly single. I mean, I basically live my life as single and single mother and all things. So other than having someone that is harder to parent than children around me, that made life more difficult, you know, for the children and I, and took away happy all the time. What the fuck have I, you know what I mean? I've gained, I've not really lost. You know what I mean? So as far as I'm concerned, I'm in the lead here. But yeah, I do not in any way want to have a partner of any variety, and because for everything, I just don't crave that. I don't want that, and no one won't. And I know how easily I could fall into that again. I know that I'd always wait for the other foot to drop it, and that would be cheating any other human around me out of a real, because, you know, that, so I wouldn't do that to another person. And, so, no, but I am indeed happy single, and I prefer it that way. And I would like to concentrate the remainder of my life on just my kids and being free, healing, being happy, healthy, whole, and them first, and then maybe time or whatever allows, giving me space to maybe chase down a dream or two here and there of my own. So, you know, anyway, so there's all that, right? Got off on that bender. Distraction. Squirrels in the driveway. I set myself wide open for that shit this morning. Why did I mention certain shit in advance? For real. Alright, hold on. Alright, I don't know, just because of the banter this one took, after I left myself wide open from my earlier comments. And then things happen. And then manipulated throughout. Sometimes, man, you see it coming and still go with it, you know. I don't know that I will. Guess we'll see by the end of this. Let's see. It's good. Yeah. Is it cute? Is it cute? Is it cute? Yes. You're silly. What you are. Yes. He's one of the wives. Anyway. Alright, so here's this mess.
When you have something like the good old boy system, you see, I know this because I'm part of the good old boy system, okay?
Alright, guys. I had to have a minute to compose myself a bed, and also it's getting a little hot. The humidity is already, and, just, you know. Now, there's fabric, it's very, I don't know. So, anyway, I'm doing there. Alright, so we're gonna walk through this bit. And how it also is interesting. And by this time I'd went and old Sparkler Pussy's live at about 3 and about close to 4 a.m. And I was like, shit, well, if Lyman and Frank are potentially and whatever, And so I put out the invite just in case that they come across it, or people may say, or, yeah. But when the time comes, we'll at least know it's there. And, whatnot. And, put out that I was going to indeed start a live. And, be here just in case and on the off chance that, right? So, this is sort of what's happening here in these moments.
When you have something like the good old boy system, you see, I know this because I'm part of the good old boy system, okay?
And all you can really do at that point is just be like, seriously? Okay. Right. Right.
Somebody check, see if that's really Jody Sid Brown. The fact of the matter is, I was part of the good old boy system. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. I was offered to work for certain agencies before. I turned it down. Now, when I say working with and for, there's two different things.
With and for.
I told them, give me a contract, you take an oath, let me take your oath.
And an oath. Okay.
And I'll do that. Not until. I'm not going undercover and doing shit like that. I'll never do that. That's not me. I'd rather hit you face up with it.
Except he's a predator hunter, right? And he has to go undercover all the time, and decoys and whatever, and he's a ninja, and he's a gladiator, and whatever else, right? He has to do all the things to get near these people. Come on. But, yeah. You just can't make it make sense. Unless you want to make it make sense, even though it doesn't, because, I don't know, you're into LARPers or something? You know what I mean? He's so fucking weak. Such a fucking obvious piece of shit.
I'm not the kind of person that goes behind your back.
You've jinxed us, honeybee. You got little Ernie back here now whining. And Mama Pertinent whiny Ernie. Carrying on. Yeah, sort of like that, Missouri. Kind of like that, yeah. He didn't choose the ninja life. The ninja life chose him. I like it. Anyway. Alright, Ernie. Alright, Ernie. You're going to keep up. Your mom will move this way. Knock that off. Knock it off. Oh, they're crinkling things. Yeah.
Okay? I've never husband that. When I was in corrections, when I was chief of corrections, they wanted me to put men away.
Now he's chief of corrections. Y'all know what corrections is? Okay.
Sign their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Still to this day, I'll never do that. That's not me. I'd rather hit you face up with it.
I rebound.
I'm not the kind of person that goes behind your back. Okay? I've never husband that. When I was in corrections, when I was chief of corrections, they wanted me to put men away, sign their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Excuse me, but chief of corrections or any corrections, bro, I think he's living them Hay House dreams or something again. No. But, or he's trying to make that, like, resume builder language, or whatever, but that would give the impression that, like he's done in the past, that he actually worked at the jails, he did this, did the other. Either way, you do not have the power. I mean, you can potentially have someone violated or send blah blah, etc. But Ernie had no such shit. Anyway, the point is that he's giving the impression that his corrections, of anybody, he would be the one to be responsible for the sentencing of men, and to, hand down everything like a fucking judge or something, and whatever. Fucking Ernie. Shut up, Ernie. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Signing a piece of paper saying some guy didn't fucking participate in fucking toilet paper day ain't the same as a judge or a fucking district attorney or something. Shut the fuck up, Ernie. Shut the fuck up. You
this
fucking
that goes behind your
weirdo.
back. Okay? I've never husband that. When I was in corrections, when I was chief of corrections, they wanted me to put men away, sign their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Sign their life away. He was just handing down life sentences. He was back there in the death chamber, pulling the short straw, seeing which one pushed what button. That way nobody knew which button. He was just doing all the damn things, Coroner. He's fucking wild, eh? Stupid.
Still to this day, I still have respect from them men.
And somehow he being like, oh, I wasn't doing that shit. Wasn't signing her lives away, but it shows I still have respect for those men. Which men's? The one you can't be? Never were, that actually wear real uniforms that you desire to be, you little heart. But you're never gonna be, dude. You're never gonna be those dudes and those heroes and the champions of real people and, a real good guy. You've chosen. You've chosen to be the piece of shit you are, bro, and you can LARP all those things. That shit's over, bro. Not ever will you be anything like that. Not fucking Cobra Kai. Not fucking, Rambo. Not fucking Crocodile Dundee. Not even fucking Elmo or Big Bird or, I don't know, shit. None of that. It ain't happening for you, bro. Get over it. You chose unwisely, little one. Should have LARPed differently. Anyway.
Jody said you can, never mind, I give up. That's just what it, better hit you face up with it. I'm not the kind of person that goes behind your back. Okay? I've never husband that.
No, he's just the person to LARP and pretend he was flashlighting empty dog food bowls. He's not into that super secret undercover spy versus spy Disney movie bullshit and whatever, and you just sneak and skulk around your properties looking at your dog food. I don't know. They may have fed that motherfucker a $2.19 donut. Anyway.
When I was in corrections, when I was chief of corrections, they wanted me to put men away, sign their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Still to this day, I still have respect from them men. Jody Sue, you can, never mind, I give up. That's just whatever. Anyway, that ain't even real Jody Sue. Don't, I wouldn't even bother with it. It's probably not even real Jody Sue. Got something strong in the glass again, I don't know. So, I had a chance to sign people's lives away.
Something strong in the glass again. Yeah, espresso jackass. Once again, I hit at my voice and other things. Oh, wow. Rinse repeat. But here it is.
Because the administrative team didn't do it. They hired a fucking pedophile. Somebody on the sexual registry, and I caught on to it. I was the one that caught on to it. I was the one that when the investigations and internal affairs, I'm one of the ones that didn't. I'm the one of the ones that didn't get prosecuted. I knew what I was doing. I knew.
Now he's all up in internal affairs, and that's not how any of that worked here, and that's not where that would. You know what? Whatever the fuck Ernie says, it must be true.
I had these guys. It wasn't nothing to do with me. I'm the one that took out restraining orders. I had to take out restraining orders on certain individuals.
Right. You know that's sort of public record when it's adult versus adult and shit, right, Ernie? And y'all can go back and see what years he said he worked at certain places, and didn't know exactly which FOI request put in for info. And what years with certain courthouses, obviously, to see if he indeed did have orders of protection put out somehow on coworkers that he was working with. You couldn't see them. You see, Ernie's not real good at this detective shit. Carry on.
So Andy B was in. Look, let me just say this. See, Loving Life 333 is never going to do anything. Just a YouTuber, and they're gone now. See, I don't like these people. I don't want nothing to do with these people.
Love&Life 333. Karen.
Andy B was in custody, and well, he was. Let's just go from there. Let's just stop with that. I'm not going to say. Anyways, no, it does not require a college degree. You're full of shit.
And see, here's the thing. These are forms of manipulation. Monster knows he profits, he abuses openly, sir. Throughout all these years, this group acquired to fuck with us. It's been really his only, the reason he was mostly acquired is to fuck with us, torment, try to discredit. Monster doesn't care how it plays a role in and around Summer's case in the past, or he wouldn't have done what he did in the beginning and origin days and everything. When everything first went down, and said what he did and did what he did, and with Stahl and family and other shit in play and all that, if he gave a fuck, he wouldn't tell me that. But anyway, the thing is, this group acquired him for purposes to destroy I and the kids and do all these other things. It's really his only value here, and most of the reason they've kept his asshole cleansed just because they think that bothers me and because I mentioned it in those terms, and they've been sort of wrong the whole time. Oh, it ain't that. It ain't that. But the thing is, where they think that that is what bothers me, they've done it to such extremes but they've all had their own shit to hide, and how far they went to tamper with law enforcement courts, us, little sources, all the shit, crimes down wound up ran out real life they went. Monster clearly aware of the stalking, and these people like Jennifer Parrott and Nana and Tulsa and all them, they're wound up around C&D, stalking us, him getting info that way, all the other things, right? He's been clearly aware and never said a word and tried to make me look crazy in all the settings like it wasn't happening, but he's been aware. Either way. And so there's this group that he's been working with, and he thinks they're his buddies until the time comes. And he's made money. But this group has wrongly for several years thought the cleansing of his asshole is what bothered me. I've allowed them to believe what they would like to believe. It's what Ernie's doing now. Oh, well, we won't touch on it. But also, Monster is over there and around, and he thinks it's dead at me, and haha, here I am, and whatever else, right? You know, he's just doing his own fucking thing. His account, other accounts, is what it is. But you see, the harder they've actually tried to cleanse Monster, and all the little crimes they've gotten up to together, and the tampering with so many that I do hold proof of, and hopefully one day we'll bite them in the ass and send them all to where they belong, for every bit of it. What they have actually done, and as some of us have allowed them to believe that that's what bothers me. So like Ernie's like, oh, we ain't gonna touch on Monster, right? He's hoping I hear that in the streams and shit. I'm like, oh god, why don't y'all do whatever? If I was that interested in Monster not being cleansed, or somebody targeting him the way he's had us targeted and channels built to it, and his team has, and all those went around C&D directing and targeting and doing whatever, I would have asked for that to be done in return and could have had it done, and I've never done such a thing. Weird, huh? Yeah. And I made sure that there was a thorough job of an entire, here's all the pieces, here's all the videos from all the decades, the recordings, this, that, and the other, thrown everything out public. Jenny, Adrian, the rest of this group, all these creators, they never stopped to wonder why. No, if I really wanted, never asked any of these for anything like Monsters has to be done against Little, not just like C&D and others has to be done. Monster probably not even realizing that the reason a lot of things, and the reason he was also acquired, was to try to discredit his children and I where it concerned Summer. Not that he's ever given a fuck about that or cared that what he and Stahl and family did in first days things went in before he were public, that too played a role in the shit he was feeding out to people around everything, including family and stuff, played a role in, and he didn't care. All he cared about was him and Stahl and getting by with that aspect. He didn't think at all about Summer or witness pasties or anything, and what that might do or mean for everything around there. And, you know, watching him and C&D play games from first couple days we were fully out of that road, onward, and all these other things. This group, in all these years, never stopped to wonder why. I never asked any of them to just annihilate or hate channels, or why I never come out with everything or every piece of, or all the receipts and recordings and videos and all that, even on my own. Just him, family, everybody else. They just thought them licking his asshole and cleansing him, and that's what bothered me, so they continued to do it. Also, they needed him to be believed over so that it would help further discredit, because let's be real, those teams formed around all them, they're here about the distraction of Summer's case. On purpose, with intent. Nothing. But they never stopped asking. And they've always thought wrongly that it was they was kept clean or looking certain ways. It bothered me, so like Ernie, or, oh, we won't touch on that, we want this, we want that. They're wrong, because the more they put effort into doing that, and targeting me along with Monster for all their own little reasons, the harder they tried, the more evidence left behind of it, or proof. The more outright shit left right in the open and done in public. The harder the tampering with courts, services, fuckery, more dumb shit fell out. Still does. And the manipulation. And how those like this are the ones that Monster continues to parade around, that continue to harass us. But he thinks he's got them back. Just like this group has. Yeah, it's whatever. But it's quite apparent to those watching what's really going on and blah blah. Anyway, but they never really stopped to ask why. Anyway. And they assumed a whole lot. And as you continue to make statements like cleansing the assholes of monsters, well, they wrongly assume that's what bothers you. And then they put double and triple and quadruple effort into it. And, they outright do the shit in the open so you can see it. So it's a form of what they think is this thing. Others, they all work together, and it's pretty damn obvious through all the creators he's been in touch with, all the other things, and then how far they really pushed in to do those things and manipulate certain shit. So, allow them to believe as they like. And everywhere you have traces just like that. As Monster goes in with winky faces or gives property Wonka tickets after. Says, yeah, go watch that channel. Yeah, do this. And Jenny and Adrian do the things in all chats. And then people like Sage and others call her like, why are you everywhere that Monster is? And why is nothing allowed to be said about? And all these little pebbles along the whole way for all the years. Why are you motherfuckers everywhere? Why is Lips this? And why is Lips that? And why is she involved in all the fuckery around all the minor children? Why is this? And why is that? You know? I never stop to ask. They never stop to think. Because they're on that type of psycho monster bender where they're abusers, and that's the language they think, see. They never stop to think this woman has been abused for most of her life. Almost 3 decades in public. What the fuck is one more day? Cleansing a monster where hundreds have seen him beat her until she bleeds and brag about it in their own hometown. At one time, hundreds have seen it. Cops have seen it. Best of the best have seen it. Over 3 decades, thousands have. He brags about it openly. It's well known here. I never stop to think. The fuck's the world that doesn't actually know her or life or anything else? It's already been done to her in public. Gleefully so by a monster. So what's one more day her being abused in public? And people turning a blind eye. that's what you get when you get a bunch of dumbass creators after millions of dollars and the worst things ever, and them being monsters and con, tragedy pimps, whatever. They don't think anything but them pretending they're geniuses. It's like the opposite form of Ernie LARPing. They're LARPing as fucking Mensa members. They never stop to think what the fuck is one more day of open public abuse by a monster in thousands that they're directing for years. But strangers she'll never see or know. She don't give a fuck what the world thinks about it or her. So what's one more day of abuse? Out in the open and by the public or blind eyes? Or by a monster or any of us? They never stopped to think that quite through. But the more they thought things bothered me at their level of understanding and comprehension, at least, and the only way they could see it, the more they did it, which left more proof and evidence of it. And that's really the genius and the beauty of the thing, and how monsters often fucking monster themselves right into a corner. You just sort of let them do their own thing and let them believe it's it. You let them run. You come with a warning label and you let them run. Because you know you couldn't survive. Anyway, so, Dummy here, and the rest of his several years can just kiss my whole ass. I do love community bullshittery. And I'm quite positive at this point that I have all I really need. Hence the reason I'm speaking so openly on your year's worth of shit lately. And why I've always said letting you run is the best thing. Why not striking your channels? Why not doing this? You never stop to think. Now, is it worrisome that the public has allowed it? No, what? Hell yeah, it is. Because you see why you all pretend to care about the potatoes and shit. Y'all enjoy watching women get abused. You champion abusers on. You allow motherfuckers who have abused children on. You turn blind eyes to it. In this, the tragic part is that I know that what other women here have watched may lead to their deaths because what they've watched. Jenny, Adrian, Chasing, TMBK, Scott H, etc., Lips, all of them that played in all this bullshit, the Annas, the Yennifers, all the fuck shit are built around Monster and others, and even Bond and all that shit, and everybody in their herd and depth bullshit and whatever, and they'd often make you think herd, but nobody ever wanted to bring up the fact that he's abused their children and admitted to it. Because it's easier, just like when they tell you that, you know, don't tell you that there are other people being searched and were there instantly as witnesses to us just being witnesses. They make you think the scream was heard just by me because it's easier to do shit the same way. They want you to forget that he has abused the children. There's proof of it, receipts out on it, and he's on stupid mouth. It's harder to feed the public that it's okay to abuse children, so they often, whatever. But anyway, they do that shit, right? So, and they can't excuse it. Even when you see his little buddies, Adrian Jr., like, oh, he's a different dude. You don't get much lower than someone who abuses children physically, mentally, emotionally. Admits to it. But that you always see them make it solely about me. And that's because they can't bring up the children. Or it ruins the facade they built around, right? But all these motherfuckers clearly know he has. And that's how you know they're all full of shit. And it's geared towards me. Anyway. But like Ernie here. Still little shit. Nah, we ain't gonna touch on whatever and blah 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 and blah blah blah. But it's better to let them do it than not. Because in the end, it shows to Ellie and others, and for us in court settings, in the end, who and what he is, what he's capable of. When I have the proof to break it all down. It's just, let them do as they will. Let them continue to believe as they believe. Let them keep running with it. Let them keep trying that shit right there. But the tragic part is that it's throughout this years of other women and survivors and fighters, people who are not yet open and ready to leave this, they may not reach out because they see what so many turn blind eyes or excuse or kick down at or compare. Or they see that what Monster's been able to do, courts and otherwise, all shit. They see the public going, oh, heard this or that. Even if children are abused, they'll excuse it. So they may never reach out enough time and they may die. They may never get out unless it's in body bags. And that's the damage of those like Ryan and Chasing and Adrian and Jenny and the BKs and the TMs and the Rojos and the Lips and the Yennifers and all the bullshittery and the Ziggies and all them that have done all this shit. And the PGs and the shares throughout all these years, and how many thousands and thousands and thousands have watched who come through this community. You know more than a few are being abused. I mean, hell, look at Smiley. She's over herself being abused. You know? Meanwhile, she was even participating in the shit around on the children and most everything else, during cycles. But, yeah, that's what you have. Their example to other women has been horrendous, and, I fear that it will cost others their lives instead of bringing them out and saving them. Which was the intended purpose of speaking out about DV and what we've survived so far. And trying to help other women. And in that endeavor, you have an entire group trying to make bazillions of dollars and fame and whatever else. And trying to destroy other human beings. That could potentially lead to women and children dying. And I hate that more than anything. So in all of it, that's the fucking trap. That's what these fucking creators who all hashtag Tito and Harmony and the rest. That's what they've shown the world and survivors and fighters. That's who really the fuck they are, and if they were any sort of advocates, they would have never done so. To create an environment or instill the idea in other women and children's heads who come through this realm and see that, and then it make them have hesitation in reaching out in enough time, and they only ever find freedom, whatever anybody makes. And that's the danger and harm It's fucking monstrous here. They harm our lives and they'll ever help. It's a true story. So anyway, let's get back to fucking Ernie and how he and the rest of his group continue to think that this is triggering for me and that's what it's about. And the cleansing of is what bothers me a lot. They can continue to do that, and it's already far too late. So, I do appreciate moments like that, though, that have helped the compiling through the years. Carrying on.
When you have something like the good old
I'm gonna restart. Just 'cause I can.
boy system, you see, I know this because I'm part of the good old boy system, okay?
Do wish.
Somebody check, see if that's really Jody Sue Brown. The fact.
And make note, this was not the only time. Obviously, the piece I played earlier in this, he mentioned Monster again. Yeah, he's continuously doing it right now because he thinks it's. Oh, I think.
The matter is, I was part of the good old boy system. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. I was offered to work for certain agencies before. I turned it down. Now, when I say working with and for, there's two different things.
Alright. So, I think I'm back. I can't attest to, yeah, but for just a second. Dear. Oh, goodness. No. Alright. Yeah. Seriously. What would a day be without bullshit? Okay. I think it's back. Yeah. Okay. So, anyway, as you can see, having a bad erasing problem with it. Streaming service would be an ass. Weird fuck shit. Background several times, just is what it is. So, here we go again. Here we go again.
When you have something like the good old boy system, you see, I know this because I'm part of the good old boy system, okay? Somebody check, see if that's really Jody Sue Brown. The fact of the matter is, I was part of the good old boy system. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. I was offered to work for certain agencies before. I turned it down. Now, when I say working with and for, there's two different things. Give me
It truly is something to do. Let me see. It really is. Alright. Carrying on.
the boy system. You see, I know this because I'm part of the good old boy system, okay? Somebody check, see if that's really Jody Sue Brown. The fact of the matter is, I was part of the good old boy system. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. I was offered to work for certain agencies before. I turned it down. Now, when I say working with and for, there's two different things. I told them, give me a contract, you take an oath, you take your oath, and I'll do that. Not until. I'm not going undercover and doing shit like that. I'll never do that. That's not me. I'd rather hit you face up with it. I'm not the kind of person that goes behind your back. Okay? I've never was been that. When I was in corrections, when I was chief of corrections, they wanted me to put men away, sign their life away, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Still to this day, I still have respect from them men. Jody Sue, you can, never mind, I give up. That's just whatever. Anyway, that ain't even real Jody Sue. Don't, I wouldn't even bother with it. It's probably not even real Jody Sue. Got something strong in the glass again, I don't know. So, I had a chance to sign people's lives away because the administrative team didn't do it. They hired a fucking pedophile, somebody on the sexual registry, and I caught on to it. I was the one that caught on to it. I was the one that when the investigations and internal affairs, I'm one of the ones that didn't. I'm the one of the ones that didn't get prosecuted. I knew what I was doing. I knew I had.
What do you mean? Why would you be one of the ones that have been prosecuted if you didn't do anything wrong? You see? Mm-hmm. Right, buddy. You see what I'm saying here? Shit just don't add up.
Guys,
None of it.
with nothing to do with me. I'm the one that took out restraining orders. I had to take out restraining orders on certain individuals. So, Andy B was in. Look, let me just say this. See, Loving Life 333 is never going to do anything. Just a YouTuber, and they're gone now. See, I don't like these people. I don't want nothing to do with these people. Andy B was in custody, and well, he was. Let's just go from there. Let's just stop with that. I'm not going to say, anyways. No, it does not require a college degree. You're full of shit. Max Smith, that just shows you your IQ's not really there tonight. Something must have happened. You must have been on some kind of, maybe you're on Grandpa's moonshine or something like that. Maybe you're taking some kind of medicine. I don't know. I'm not blocking everyone. Now, I've had my times, ins and outs. I just think there's a lot of smart YouTubers out there that's not really doing anything with their lives. And I'm going to be honest with you. They're very smart, but yet they're stupid. Now, everybody thinks that, I don't even know what everybody thinks anymore. I have no idea. So now I could have been shot or anything.
Right. As you can see, it's also, it's like a, I don't know, double, triple thing there, where you get to show in courts the level of manipulation and such, but tragedy pimps and all you shit like it here, but also at certain times can be linked with all I'm doing is one with a monster in tow and intentional whatnot as well, and directed and frenzies and hands, whatever else. Sort of helpful depending on both stacks have compiled. Anyway, Ernie's full shit. Am I right? Okay. And he's definitely taking Frank and his wife, family, and the whole world, and whoever's stupid enough to be watching any of them, playing this shit around any of that, and the room movement around it, anti-tragedy pimp, and blah blah, and whatever else wise, anybody stupid enough to be doing, it's like, all of them are one for all and all for one. He's the cash cow and he's got control of. And, you know, and it's creating a room revolving bullshit money making. And y'all are being taken for a ride, and Frank and his family, and unfortunately, Casey's case, and else, we're in the middle of it. Just like every other case they latch onto. Every other survivor, fighter, missing, murdered, families, communities, law enforcement agencies, and absolutely devastated and destroyed by this group. No matter how low end and low tiered they fucking are in the YouTube system or on social media, they're the taint to it all and the insert. So, every single fucking time, I swear it. And throughout the years, even for summers, these same people, characters, pebbles, main mods, blah blah blah, mains this, helpers that, years of it, but all of them who've become skilled, very well skilled at what they do, for whatever reasons they'll have been doing it. You know, whatever their needful things. Um, yeah. Anyway, just, I think that dumb son of a bitch. Hold on. It might be this.
Went missing. Let's just say one of your loved ones went missing. What would you be doing? Would you be sitting around on YouTube, looking around, trying to get answers on YouTube, or would you out be trying to find them? I'm not going on your panel. There's no reason to go on your panel. You can go and do what you need to do. I'm done with your shit. I'm done with your dumbass. No reason to. I want to give you air to breathe. Now, well, how would you feel if your daughter had been gone? Look, here's the thing.
And see what Ernie had done because of me putting the offer out to Frank in and the panel will be open, etc. to him. Right? Ernie had either intentionally, said that and acted like he misunderstood, and it was very clearly worded. And he would know that it was not intended in any way for him. Yeah. So here are my words. Right. I'll start a live shortly. You can come in and up on panel if you'd like. Lima or Frank. Nighty night, Tragedy Pimpin' Shell Game. Those are my words. And then,
Guys, went missing. Let's just say one of your loved ones went missing. What would you be doing? Would you be sitting around on YouTube, looking around, trying to get answers on YouTube, or would you out be trying to find them? I'm not going on your panel. There's no reason to go on your panel. You can go and do what you need to do. I'm done with your shit. I'm done with your dumbass. No reason to. I want to give you air to breathe. Now, well, how would you feel if your daughter had been gone? Look, here's the thing, guys.
so you can see he, is either one illiterate dumb motherfucker, or he read that off knowing that as it's streaming elsewhere, he might be catching chat or down the road somewhere. And they'd really think my dumbass invited him up over on the panel here, and I did not. And Lord knows he wants none of that. So, yeah. Yeah. But notice his bender here.
We're missing. Let's just say one of your loved ones went missing. What would you be doing? Would you be sitting around on YouTube, looking around, trying to get answers on YouTube, or would you out be trying to find them?
Says the guy who sits back there naked with fucking filter clothing on doing this on scenes while, Grifter Charlie takes over and pretends that Ernie's not present the entire time behind the scenes doing this naked and pervy, watching everybody like an overlord or Mr. Burns. That is literally perpetually on YouTube and otherwise throughout the day. And does not rescue children. And, I don't know. It's real strange, isn't it? Anyway, but notice this.
I'm not going on your panel. There's no reason to go on your panel. You can go and do what you need to do. I'm done with your shit. I'm done with your dumbass. No reason to. I want to give you air to breathe. Now, well, how would you feel if your daughter had been gone? Look, here's the thing.
He really has a bender for fire and suffocation and all that, doesn't he? Hanging, choking. He enjoys also make movements towards, choking, asphyxiation, smothering, fires to get rid of things, even online. Like when he said that when he's made wearing chat the other day, that he go to the library and pull records and blueprints. He's like, no, the library went down. It burnt down. What? Excuse me? Okay, buddy. His immediate thought, even an imagination station, and to get rid of something that's in his way is to burn it down. That's his instant go-to. And then his continuation on fire on everything. Fire is punishment. I'm gonna, fire your ass up. I'm gonna fire this, fire that, blah, blah, blah. Fire, 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 fire in the hole. And, he's constantly, referencing choking, suffocation, etc. in some way. Or lack of oxygen, or hanging, all these things. It just has this feel in it for me. Especially where it concerns things in all their past. And that those are his knee jerks and go-tos when he's mad, angry, not thinking, or triggered, or hairball, right? And without much thinking on it, they're always right there. And then there's this part last night where some of the shit being mentioned, and things, and after I say something, he then starts correlating and he's mad about things, and certain stuff's going on there for just a few minutes. I was in there, he starts, correlating shit all the way back to the, things all of them were involved in together around all in 2013, etc. I just, makes you wonder. It really does. So, at least it does me. Mm, it does, for sure. But he's mad at me, and then the first thing you think of last night, slash this morning, a few hours ago, was air, suffocation, breathing, you know. Uh, he tried real hard to stay away from fire, but then went the other way, and fucked up again. Just, I don't know, man. has a lean to it, doesn't it? Flavor. And I love how his fucking title is too much is enough, and it's fucking spelled T-O. No shit. For that last night, the beginning was too much, and it was spelled T-O. Yep, that really happened. Mm-hmm. He's not a real bright man, but he's a super genius villain, like Megamond. Um, I'm worried about that piece. Let's see. I've even got it up. The hell was that? You know? I don't think I ever made it. I don't even know. Hmm. I very well do it this. Oh, there we go. I think I found it. I think. Alright, this is indeed it. And it's actually like a couple days in to the beginning of the trial.
This is here. There will be 4 for chain of custody purposes to go through all of the testimony.
Yeah, we often stipulate chain of evidence. Is there any problem with that? It takes a long time to prove a chain of evidence, and it's unless you got some real issue with it. I'm just curious. I'm just asking.
Alright. Baby gates, bro. Alright.
That's what he's talking about.
We can do some next time. The list. We can get you had that for 6 years. I was taken at the scene. We have the list, yes. So what was collected at the scene and what was collected on the body. You're not talking about what was collected from Ernie, from Shell&Charlie.
Like not using someone with the medical care.
Well,
Talk about some of the things for the body, or do you have that person?
I think you're talking chain of evidence, right?
The chain of custody.
You know,
that's correct.
It went here, 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 and that takes a long time to put in. And typically we do that, but you know.
We've got a room, a long list. You see the list of officers. They're all about chain of custody. If we have to put them on individually, we'll be here.
That's a
tomorrow. From the medical examiner's office, we have Jackie Pepper.
It's a weird slip, though, isn't it? Right? A weird, like, just it happened to come out thing. Like, just, I don't know, for some reason, think of one thing, saying another. Listening.
Medical examiner's office, we have Jackie Pepper who attended she's here, who attended the evidence and turned it into the evidence room. We have the evidence officer. Currently, we have.
It says I logged it in, put it on the form, and all this. It's that kind of. You're talking chain of evidence, right?
The chain of custody.
You know,
that's correct.
It went here, 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 and that takes a long time to put in. And typically we do that, you know.
Got a room, a long list. You see the list of officers. They're all about chain of custody. If we have to put them on individually, we'll be here.
That's a long
tomorrow. From the medical examiner's office, we have Jackie Pepper who attended she's here, who attended and gathered the evidence and turned it into the evidence room. We have the evidence officer. Currently, we have.
It says I logged it in, put it on the form, and all this. It's that kind of
former case officer.
That kind of thing.
And of course, the detective is retired, so the case is assigned to another officer who has the evidence, and that would include him having to want to go through all that chain of custody. We're talking about purely chain of custody, items that were collected at the scene.
I'm just curious. I'm just asking.
Alright, well.
That's what he's talking about.
We can see some next time the list. We can get you part of the taking the evidence to have that for 6 years. That was taken at the scene. We have the list, yes. So what was collected at the scene and what was collected on the body. You're not talking about what was collected from Ernie, from Shell.
Like not using some of the medical things.
Well, for
talk
instance,
about some of the things from the body, or do you have that first?
I think you're talking a chain of evidence, right?
the chain of custody.
You know,
That's correct.
it went here, 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 and that takes a long time to put in.
And then in the head, it's that for some reason they're thinking we're talking about what's collected off the body. Yeah, and Ernie are mixed up for some reason. It's just there, right? Tip of the tongue. And just happened, but I don't know.
Typically we do that, but
We've got a room, a long list. You see the list of officers. They're all about chain of custody. If we have to put them on individually, we'll be here
that's a
tomorrow.
From the medical examiner's office, we have Jackie Pepper, who attended she's hearing, who attended and gathered the evidence and turned it into the evidence room. We have the evidence officer. Currently, we have.
It says I logged it in, put it on the form, and all this. It's that kind of
former case officer.
That kind of thing.
And of course, the detective is retired, so the case is assigned to another officer who has the evidence, and that would include him. Happens if you want to go through all that chain of custody. We're talking about purely chain of custody, items that were collected at the scene.
Give us a minute.
That's just a fairly routine thing.
Okay, good one.
Yeah.
Take the court. Yeah, most of the information.
Thing is, Honeybee, I'll agree with you there. But in that, I also, in just a few minutes' time, watching, this. I've not watched much. At first, I was like, who in the fuck let this happen? Who this, who that? And I was like, wait a minute, man. It's almost like Ernie is on trial. I think that the defense sort of banked on Ernie, and it being able to be maybe thrown out potentially that way, or it doing exactly what it did, which is, at least in and hung juries and things, all these other things, whatnot. But in that, I also seen that the reason maybe cops and others even bothered to maybe fuck with Ernie or Jimbo or any other characters, and to even bother to put it there, and the prosecutor not to try to get that, all that stuff, is maybe to try to figure out and get down to the truth of all and everything. And take the risk in the long run effort of all the things and to maybe eventually get the full answers and all those who may be responsible. And then, so after a bit, I sort of got that impression, and that made me rather curious. Oh, it certainly did. And this is a smaller area. These cops would not have been oblivious to these 3 characters in their town up to hitting licks for quite a while long before this took place.
Well, it came back on. Yeah. What we do?
Just stipulate the chain of custody for items not in the home. There aren't any challenges with those items.
I think that's what he's talking about. Right, chain of custody, the items found in the home.
Just in the interest of judicial economy.
Right. It's fairly routine. I mean, you get the stuff in discovery and you get your chance to go through it. And,
we've been to the house.
I've seen it times.
Yeah, even if they had just charged him outright in the plea deal, right? Because that's eventually that. You took the plea. And I think instead of making it go back to trial, it's March 2020. So, I think charging him so little to begin with was in case it, and leaving that door wide open for so much more in that plea against my life. I think there's a reason for all things. Yeah.
Again, it's good. They have a ministerial duty to lock, put them in the evidence locker and that kind of thing.
We also have a duty to our client to have.
I know, I understand that.
It's not a possibility that we were going to replicate that. So.
No, and it's not a tactic. It's a time saving tool that's, unless there's some real dispute about, the chain, it's often stipulated.
Does that include chain of custody for the items that were collected at the postmortem?
If you have Sergeant Pickle here,
She is around. She's here,
but
she's here. If you'll recall from the, she's Lieutenant Joseph.
She's Lieutenant and Joseph.
You might want, when we take a break, you might want to speak with her, sit down, and speak with her, and to go through that informally. Just check with her, anyway, whatever you want.
We can bring her out for you. And while we're waiting to do that, can we move on to the second issue?
What is that?
The court entered an omnibus, an order on the omnibus motion. One of those issues was for us to refrain, speaking about gun until it was time to start putting on evidence about gun.
I need some context, some evidentiary context for that.
Can I give you that? The reason why you don't have it is because we haven't had witnesses testify to it. But
right, yeah.
If you want me to, the only reason I hesitate is because I'm afraid when they start testifying, then there will be an objection. We talked about this.
Well, I thought in the order, just approach before you get to that point. Well, as you get to that point,
we will be there, 2 witnesses in, and there will not be any mention of a gun until there's a mention of a gun. To give the court just a brief overview, if I may, we have shown that the victim died of a gunshot, bullets found and recovered. The first individual who will speak about a gun is Ernie Shell, the defendant's brother, who will state that he witnessed the defendant while he was telling him that he killed Ronnie King with a gun, that he was holding it, that it was a Smith & Wesson revolver, that he had a file, that he was taking the file and running it through the barrel. Okay, all of this is currently with us. He'll tell you, the jury can believe it or not.
I recall that from one of the hearings.
Right, jury can believe it or not. I mean, it is what it is. but he says he had a gun. He asked me to bring a file. I didn't know what for. When I got there, I kind of figured it out when he started telling me he killed me. And then I witnessed him use a file to try and clear the barrel. The next witness that will talk about the gun is James Collins, who will reference a gun both on Shelby's person, while Shelby again was stating to him that he had killed Ronnie King, that the gun was around while these conversations were going on. So that's where we're getting on. And the reason why it's relevant is because the killing of Ronnie King occurred with firearm. Chevy Shell, our evidence in good faith, they probably listened to the tape recorders. We have witnesses who we believe are going to say that Chevy Shell told them that he killed Ronnie King.
And your objection was that there's no ballistic match.
There's specifically a report from the forensic lab that the gun that was collected, the gun they have in evidence, was not fireable at the time. They had to clean it, and then there was no match to it.
The gun you have evidence that you can, after the gun was recovered.
Right, the gun was recovered.
It wasn't fireable after it was recovered.
From Mr. Shell's truck, which is in front of the evidence.
Yeah, we haven't got that evidence.
Okay, was that the gun that he was filing down the ridges and valleys?
As far as the story goes, I would say no, but there's not proof of that. Either way.
I'm gonna let it in for now, and if it's I have a problem with it later, I'll entertain another motion to strike.
And also major versus common law, and I will get you the site, which says that a gun that was used in another case was the gun that one of the defendants had. Yes.
See, you can't get nothing done around here for Ernie whining about everything, just yelling and yelling. Imagine Ernie over here interrupting and trolling the fucking trial portion of this endeavor. Damn it, Ernie! Lightning tigers. See, now that I've silenced the trial, Ernie stopped whining. Wonders never cease. Straight to the butt again. I feel like this kitten's been sent in as a decoy by the tiger crew. Total distraction. Alright.
It is what it is, but he says he had a gun. He asked me to bring a file. I didn't know what for. When I got there, I kind of figured it out when he started telling me he killed me. And then I witnessed him use a file to try and clear the barrel. The next witness that will talk about the gun is James Collins, who will reference a gun both on Shelby's person, while Shelby again was stating to him that he had killed Ronnie King, that the gun was around while these conversations were going on. So that's where we're getting on. And the reason why it's relevant is because the killing of Ronnie King occurred with firearm. Chevy Shell, our evidence in good faith, they probably listened to the tape recorders. We have witnesses who we believe are going to say that Chevy Shell told them that he killed Ronnie King.
And your objection was that there's no ballistic match.
There's specifically a report from the forensic lab that the gun that was collected, the gun they have in evidence, was not fireable at the time. They had to clean it, and then there was no match to it.
The gun you have evidence that you can, after the gun was recovered.
Right, the gun was recovered.
It wasn't fireable after it was recovered.
From Mr. Shell's truck, which is in front of the evidence.
Yeah, we haven't got that evidence.
Okay, was that the gun that he was filing down the ridges and valleys?
As far as the story goes, I would say no, but there's not proof of that. Either way.
I'm gonna let it in for now, and if it's I have a problem with it later, I'll entertain another motion to strike.
And also major versus common law, and I will get you the site, which says that a gun that was used in another case was the gun that one of the defendants had. Yeah. This is the KSB.
If you'll notice on the KSP report there, the laboratories, they cannot rule it out, and they cannot say that it was it.
But at the bottom, you said it wasn't.
They can't prove it. Yeah, there's no doubt that's the case.
That's an absurd.
And our client is also charged with
Let me read this, Rick. What's the date when was this recovered from the car?
I want to say February 26th, but I'm not on that.
And this analysis took place in April.
Yes. And if I might add, Judge, keep in mind, I've just stated to the court, we're going to have testimony that a witness says that this individual was taking a file and running it down the barrel of a firearm. Now, an inference could be made that that was done in an event to conceal the ability of the firearm to be matched and to allow a defendant to purposefully, do action like that and then remove the firearm because it's not definitively matched, but it is also not definitively excluded. But even getting past the issue of this specific weapon and evidence, right now, we're simply talking about the mentioning of a gun. Our witnesses are going to be stating that he had a gun and he was using a firearm. So if the court wants to withhold its ruling on this gun specifically or this report specifically until we get some more evidence in, then I think
let's do that. That'd be fine. My tendency is to let it in, but let's wait and see.
Well, I think that will be the ultimate conclusion personally. However, I just didn't want to get in trouble with the court. I had my witnesses say, we have a gun, and then there's that divorce I mentioned.
I remember your objection that had to do with relevancy. I found a case on other acts, a McQueen case, where a gun was seen on a table, defendant's residence. And of course, it absolutely does admissible, doesn't tend to prove that they're bad people or good people or whatever.
Well, Major versus Commonwealth involves illegal robbery, and the evidence was an older model gun that wasn't used in the robbery, and the court said that was inadmissible to be excluded if it was reversed.
Here, but it wasn't used. We don't know if that gun was or was not used. It was neither confirmed nor denied.
It's too dirty to fire until they disassembled it clean.
Neither confirmed nor denied.
On other acts, so a McQueen case where a gun was seen on a table, defendant's residence. And of course, it absolutely does admissible, doesn't tend to prove that they're bad people or good people or whatever.
Well, Major versus Commonwealth involves illegal robbery, and the evidence was an older model gun that wasn't used in the robbery, and the court said that was inadmissible to be excluded if it was reversed.
Here, but it wasn't used. We don't know if that gun was or was not used. It was neither confirmed nor denied.
It's too dirty to fire until they disassembled it, cleaned it, and tested it.
You got a cite for me?
I do.
Well, I need to read it. And and after a while, we'll take a break and I'll read
it. Clear though, we're not yet to that point, correct? Yeah. We're going to be talking about a gun without
I would object to the judge bringing up a gun until the court is ruled on it.
That's their
case. That's their case.
Look, that's where we're going. Okay. All right. So,
we may proceed.
You may proceed. Yeah. I mean,
I'm going to go with you know, back and scare more. This, judge.
Do you have two attorneys and you're not person?
Are we ready to get the jury seated?
They're looking at the evidence list.
Two things.
I'm gonna stay back.
All right. Report down station.
All right, be seated, please. Morning, folks. Anything to report to me? Any communications made to you or attempted? All right, hearing nothing, we'll be ready to move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
We're ready.
All right, go ahead and call your next witness.
Jerry Mulkey.
Jerry Mulkey. So the name of the G or J?
Jay.
J. M-U-L-K-I-E.
It's in
E-Y.
Y. All right, I'll ask you to spell it, but
All right,
I
I've got
understand
it.
it's with a Y. M-U-L-K-E-Y.
Hey, man, Miss Mulkey, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat there. Speak loudly and clearly.
Ms. Mulkey, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, your name and how it's spelled?
Jerry Mulkey, Jerry-M-U-L-K-E-Y.
And where do you live, Ms. Mulkey?
I live at Everett's.
Will you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you knew Ronnie King?
He's my brother.
How many were in your family?
I have, you mean the deceased or count me?
Brothers and sisters, just deceased as well.
Well, I have, let's see, I have 3 sisters living, 2 sisters deceased. And I have 2 brothers living now. And Ronnie, my brother, he's dead. And then I had another brother to die not long ago, and then another brother. So that was 5 brothers.
Do you recall the last time you talked to your brother, Ronnie King?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that conversation?
Well, I called him. It was February the whatever, that day before he was murdered. We were talking that evening.
Was it, you say it was in the evening?
Yeah, it was evening because it was kind of at the edge of dark.
Okay.
I mean,
you were talking to him on the telephone?
Yes.
And you've talked to him many times, I guess.
I always talk to him on the phone. He either called me or I called him.
So you're talking to him on the phone, and what happened?
He said, "I'll call you back in a few minutes. Somebody's at the door."
And did he indicate who that was?
He said Dixon.
Dixon. And did you tell the police that he said Dixon was at the door?
Yes.
And who is Dixon?
Kevin Dixon, back in, I didn't know him. I'd heard his name before, but I never did know.
Well, we're just asking what Ronnie King.
He just said Dixon's at the door, and I'll call you back in a little bit. Because that's how he always did when somebody came over or something. He would tell me he'd call me back. And he usually called me back, but he didn't call me back.
And you understood that to be Dixon?
Yeah, I understood it to be Kevin Dixon because that's what I found.
That's all, Your Honor.
That's all your brother.
That's correct.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Mulkey, did you attempt to call back Mr. King that evening?
Ms. Cameron, I'll ask you to
I'm sorry,
speak up
I'm
just
not
a
very
little.
loud.
All right, thank you.
I think I tried to call back, yes.
Do you recall trying to make any calls the morning of the, I think it was President's Day, February 18th?
To my brother?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. No.
Did you?
Unless I dialed his number after my sister called down and told me that he wasn't up or at work.
or wasn't getting ready for work. He was, she called me and left me a message and said that something was wrong. He didn't come over, and it scared me, and I jumped up, and I possibly might have rung his number. But if I did, there wasn't an answer.
And did you live really close to Ernie?
I live about a block from him.
And you talked to him the evening before he died.
Yes.
And he said Kevin Dixon was there.
He said Dixon.
Okay. Dixon was there.
He said Dixon's at the door.
And you took that to mean Kevin Dixon?
Yes.
And you reported that to police?
Yes.
And did you see any cars or anything driving by that evening? Did you look out your window?
No.
That's
I did. I wasn't at my home that evening. I went up and was over at my mother's yard, waiting on everything to get done when they was bringing my brother out dead. I wasn't at my home.
Okay. That evening, after you.
Well, after they took him out, I went home, but I never saw any cars. I guess my mind, I don't know how that many years back, I didn't see any cars. I wasn't paying no attention. I was just upset and hurt over my brother.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any regret?
Just one, Your Honor. Yeah. Of course, this has been 6 years ago.
Yes.
And Detective Cornett is going to testify, or has testified, and it's in his report that you told him that when you answered the phone, it was that when you talked, he said, "Someone's here. It's Kevin Dixon." Now that's what the detective. Do you remember exactly how it was?
He said Dixon, but I could have told the detective Kevin Dixon because that's the only Dixon I ever heard.
And could he have said, "It's Kevin Dixon"?
It's possible, but he said Dixon.
Did you know Kevin Dixon?
No, I don't. I didn't know him. I had heard of him through family members, but my nephew and all them, but I never knew him. I never had met him.
Thank you. That's all.
Any recross?
One last question, because they came up. Did Ronnie ever speak to you about Kevin Dixon?
No.
He never reported to you that Kevin was suicidal or Kevin had any marital issues? You never had any discussions about Kevin?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
May this witness be excused?
Yes. And as a member of the family, we'd ask that she be allowed to sit in the courtroom.
All right. Ma'am, you're excused. You won't be recalled. If you want to sit in the courtroom, you may.
Okay.
Okay?
Do you have anything back there?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to go around and get it, come back around. Yes, right out there. Next witness.
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth calls Mike Hornet back to the stand.
All right. All right. Good point. You're still under oath. Have a seat. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cornett, I've got some questions for you. First, dealing with yesterday, we covered the Kentucky State Police investigation of a death that had occurred in Everett, Kentucky. We talked about your presence there and your involvement in the investigation. And later testimony was heard about an autopsy medical examination. Okay, the court and counsel for defendant, counsel for prosecution have discussed the issues and given the voluminous nature of the items taken at those locations, at this point in time, I'm going to request that do you have the evidence with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is it segregated into evidence that was taken at the crime scene and at the autopsy? And if not, can you do that prior to bringing it out?
Yes, it should be all individually bagged from separate locations, maybe even as much as separate items.
Okay.
For the most part.
Okay, great. Well, then at this point in time, I'm going to ask that you retrieve the evidence that was taken from the residence and the autopsy, and we're going to present that to the court. Your Honor, given the nature of the evidence in terms of the number of items, I think that if counsel has no objection, we'll simply label them Commonwealth's cumulative, and I don't know what the next number is. Six, Commonwealth's cumulative 6 for the residents, and Commonwealth's cumulative 7 for the autopsy.
All right.
Could you retrieve those?
Yes, sir. It'll take me just a little bit to get everything organized.
Okay, Judge, can we, while he does that, because this is a necessary portion, we have to admit evidence, I would request a brief recess, a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
So that he can get those matters ready.
So, item C's from the residence are taken from the residence be ID'd as Commonwealth Exhibit 6.
Cumulative Exhibit 6.
Cumulative 6, and, autopsy,
evidence from the autopsy, cumulative 7.
ID'd as, Commonwealth Exhibit 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Then we take a 10-minute recess to allow him to retrieve those items.
All right. Folks, you need to go to the restroom or anything like that, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Leave your notepads on your seats or in front of you there. Don't speak to each other about the case, and don't speak to anyone else about it. All right. Report back to me if someone tries to contact you.
If for me, I know there are groups of you all out there who court watch for funsies. Kudos to you all, because, yeah, except for the tragedy pimp versions of those, weirdos. I don't know how you do it. I don't know why you do it. It may need to be this. That's where I was sort of. Nah. Let's cut. Swear every time I try to.
You said his name, I know, I can't remember his name.
That's okay.
It's,
We met with Detective Cornett.
Yes.
And with the sheriff of Harlan.
Swear it makes you want to fall asleep, you know what I mean? Straight what the fuck. You just sort of. Ugh. And then Commonwealths, they always get so damn complicated. Because their systems work in different ways then. Yeah. They're real extravagant with all their tapery around everything. They just get real King's language about some shit, right? Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go mid here, alright? I'm gonna skip about for today, because that portion there, at least, and where they're getting to gear up to bring out some of the evidence, matters to this bullshittery here. And what was said before about certain items, even in the first minutes, matters to this, I think, and it's easier to, so, or at least in my way.
About 6 days? Okay. So, were you provided with information to describe who Ernie Shell was?
He's the brother of a Shelby Shell.
Shelby Shell. Okay.
Now, this is the same detective center on the stand.
Now, concerning this investigation, is this the first time that you have been informed of the names Ernie Shell or Shelby Lee Shell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're told that the individual Ernie Shell wants to give you information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you give that person an opportunity to do so?
Yes. I met with Ernie Shell at State Police Post 10 at 12:06, which is 6 minutes after midnight on February the 25th. So soon after I got the call, I went to Post and made arrangements to meet Ernie Shell at Post to get the information, see what information he had, and whether or not it was to the case.
Okay. And did that interview take place?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross?
So now we're going from the 18th to the 24th. And in that time, you were doing investigations regarding this murder. Part of that investigation was issuing subpoenas and trying to get records, right?
Yeah, that's part of the investigation throughout.
So you had
I can't remember exactly during the 6-day time span which subpoenas were issued or not, but yes, that's part of the investigation. Search warrants, subpoenas, whatever. Logging in the evidence, getting autopsies, talking, make a lot going on, talking to all the officers that are having to make sure they get me what they need.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. So in that time period, you had requested things like Ronnie King's bank records?
Yes, I did. At some point, I don't remember the exact name. Yes, I did.
And Ronnie King's phone records?
Yes.
And you had talked to neighbors and about it?
Yes, me or one of the officers assisting me did, yes.
And either you or some other officer was talking to family members?
Because I talked to a lot of family members calling me during that time.
A lot of people.
Yes.
And from the 18th to the 24th, your person of interest at that time was Kevin Dixon. Is that correct?
I took the necessary steps for Mr. Dixon, took the evidence from him that we deemed necessary. We still had the evidence. So yes, he was, but
Great.
I'm looking for information all along the way.
And specifically, you requested, or you sent out a subpoena to get records from a website called Topics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was a post, if I remember right, by a coal miner's daughter, or coal miner's wife, I'm sorry. I get that in the movie confused.
That seems about right. I'd have to look at my phone, but I believe that sounds about right. Yes, sir.
So you were not just looking in the neighborhood, but also anywhere you could find any evidence on the internet.
Yes,
right?
sir. I was listening to jailhouse phone calls. I was doing a murder investigation kind of like a wave of a hand. You go down this finger, and you go down another one. You may have to back up and go down the same finger you just went up. But everything muddies up the water. That's when you start getting phone calls. This is on Topics. And I've got to go down that road.
So you were looking for information about this murder on Topics. Is that right?
Someone called and said there was a post on there. So I can't remember what specifically it was.
And then after you saw it, you just came to the website and said, give me that information of who posted that, right?
I actually got a subpoena. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down to the corner. So, recall. Okay. Or your next witness.
Your Commonwealth calls Ernie Shell.
Ernie Shell.
I'm gonna allow this to play for a minute while I grab some ice real quick.
Shell, you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, sir, and please speak up loudly and clearly. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shell, if you could, will you introduce yourself to the jury and to the court?
My name is Ernie Shell. I'm the defendant's brother.
Okay. And by the defendant, are you referring to Shelby Shell seated over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you back, Mr. Shell, and try to stay on specifically a conversation that may have taken place with then Detective Michael Cornett. Okay. Are you aware of Michael Cornett?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know him, know his face? Can you recognize him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this Michael Cornett over here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Cornett on or about February 25th, 2013?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did it come about that you were in a position to be speaking with Mr. Cornett?
Me and the defendant and I, we took a ride to Harlan, and he discussed pretty much all the actions that had taken place 4 or 5 days prior, and just with some of the actions that he had done during that, I knew that something had to be done. So.
Okay. Now, let me ask you specifically, did you and Shelby talk on the phone?
When was this? Multiple times.
Just ever. Have you ever talked on the phone
yes,
with
sir,
Shelby,
yes,
your brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you stated that you're related, and you've already said he's your brother. Can you recognize his voice and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. about this period of time, February 25th, 2013, February 24th, 2013, did you ever have a conversation with Shelby Shell on the phone wherein he was talking about Ronnie King?
When was the date?
February 25th, February 24th?
No,
Okay.
not on that.
Did you ever have a conversation at any point on the phone where Shelby Shell was talking about Ronnie King?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was stated within that conversation?
It was about a week prior to that day, or no, it was about 2 weeks prior to that date. He would ask me if I would give him a ride to Everett's, and he kept naming Ronnie King. And the only way I've ever heard of Ronnie King was through like he was a manager or something at some apartment complex in Eastbrook. And he stated that he had worked for him before and he could make money off of him, and that was pretty much yeah.
Okay.
And of course, I never did do that.
Never did do what?
No, I never did take him to Ronnie King. Or
did he tell you why he was wanting to go to Ronnie King?
No, he just said he worked for him before in the past and he could work for him and make money.
Okay. All right. Do you recall informing Detective Cornett that Shelby had called you and started speaking about Ronnie King?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was stated within that conversation?
It was about a week prior to that day, or no, it was about 2 weeks prior to that date. He would ask me if I would give him a ride to Everett's, and he kept naming this Ronnie King. And the only way I've ever heard of Ronnie King was through like he was a manager or something at some apartment complex in Eastbrook. And he stated that he worked for him before and he could make money off of him, and that was pretty much yeah.
Okay.
And of course, I never did do that.
Never did do what?
No, I never did take him to Ronnie King. Or
did he tell you why he was wanting to go to Ronnie King?
No, he just said he worked for him before in the past and he could work for him and make money.
Okay. All right. Do you recall?
That's a weird thing to just jump in with, isn't it? For no reason, that in there.
Informing Detective Cornett that Shelby had called you and started speaking about the death of Ronnie King?
It was not a phone call. It was face to face.
Okay. The first time was face to face?
The first time was he had hinted on that. He said, "Did you hear about what happened to Ronnie King?" And I said, "Who?" Because that was not even a familiar name for me at that time. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, yeah, because I was actually on the computer and I was looking up topics when he was talking about it, as he was talking about it.
Yeah.
And I was seeing things that he was saying, and nobody knew exactly what had all happened, but he was filling in pretty much the gaps and being in private investigations. It was kind of clicked on. And then I asked him a question. I said, well, who's involved in this and everything? And he stated out, I've heard Kevin Dixon and another name by the name of Tim Hall, I think it was.
Michael Cornett?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know him, know his face? Can you recognize him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this Michael Cornett over here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Cornett on or about February 25th, 2013?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did it come about that you were in a position to be speaking with Mr. Cornett?
Me and the defendant and I, we took a ride to Harlan, and he discussed pretty much all the actions that had taken place 4 or 5 days prior, and just with some of the actions that he had done during that, I knew that something had to be done. So.
Okay. Now let me ask you specifically.
Actions, but then when he actually should have used the word action, he says, that's what I knew something had to be done. Taking action. So technically what you have there is action 3 times in a row.
You and Shelby.
Old Action Jackson up here, am I right? Am I right? I swear you can't go one day around this motherfucker without a bunch of freak shows and assholes being all kinds of just stalker, fucking too extra and too obvious. Swear you can't. Anyway, it is what it is, right?
Talk on the phone.
When was this? Multiple times.
Just ever. Have you ever talked on the phone
Yes, sir.
with
Yes,
your
sir.
brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you stated that you're related, and you've already said he's your brother. Can you recognize him? Do you recognize his voice and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About this period of time, February 25th, 2013, February 24th, 2013, did you ever have a conversation with Shelby Shell on the phone wherein he was talking about Ronnie King?
When was the date?
February 25th, February 24th?
No.
Okay.
Not on that.
Did you ever have a conversation at any point on the phone where Shelby Shell was talking about Ronnie King?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was stated within that conversation?
It was about a week prior to that day, or no, it was about 2 weeks prior to that date. He would ask me if I would give him a ride to Everett's, and he kept naming this Ronnie King. And the only way I've ever heard of Ronnie King was through like he was a manager or something at some.
The only way I've ever heard of him implying prior to this.
Apartment complex in Eastbrook. And he stated that he had worked for him before, and he could ask me if I would give him a ride to Everett's, and he kept naming this Ronnie King. And the only way I've ever heard of Ronnie King was through like he was a manager.
The only way I've ever heard of Ronnie King is through blah blah blah
or something at some apartment complex in Eastbrook. And he stated that he was a manager or something at some apartment complex in Eastbrook. When was the date?
February 25th, February 24th?
No.
Okay.
Not on that.
Did you ever have a conversation at any point on the phone where Shelby Shell was talking about Ronnie King?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was stated within that conversation?
It was about a week prior to that day, or no, it was about 2 weeks prior to that date. He would ask me if I would give him a ride to Everett's, and he kept naming this Ronnie King. And the only way I've ever heard of Ronnie King was through like he was a manager or something at some apartment complex in Eastbrook.
Only way I've ever heard of, but he says four, and then through.
And he stated that he had worked for him before, and he could make money off of him, and that was pretty much yeah.
Okay.
And of course, I never did do that.
Never did do.
No, I never did take him to Ronnie King.
And maybe Ernie prior to this had heard that you could work for this fella Ronnie King and make money and do jobs for him. But instead he said through etc. He changed the wording. But whatever.
Did he tell you why he was wanting to go to Ronnie King?
No, he just said he worked for him before in the past, and he could work for him and make money.
Okay. All right. Do you recall informing Detective Corinth that Shelby had called you and started speaking about the death of Ronnie King?
It was not a phone call. It was face-to-face.
Okay. The first time was face-to-face?
The first time was he had hinted on that. He said, "Did you hear about what happened to Ronnie King?" And I said, "Who?" Because that was not even a familiar name for me at that time. And then I started looking in.
But yet he said, what, a minute ago? The only way he'd heard of him was, it's just, but now suddenly, there's this, oh, I had to look it up and start looking into it. But yet, prior to the crime or whatever, he talked about his brother asking him for, and telling him he could go make money and work for him. So it just all really doesn't add up, does it?
Into it, and I was like, yeah, because I was actually on the computer and I was looking up topics when he was talking about it, as he was talking about it.
Yeah.
And I was seeing things that he was saying, and no.
But if the first time was a hint, and y'all didn't get much into it, but the first, wait, it was also in the, but not on the phone. And then, wait, what? There was a computer,
Nobody knew exactly what had all happened, but he was filling in pretty much the gaps and being in private investigations. It was kind of clicked on. And then I asked him a question, Ronnie King, and I said, who? Because that was not even a familiar name for me at that time. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, yeah, because I was actually on the computer and I was looking up topics when he was talking about it, as he was talking about it.
Yeah.
And I was seeing things that he was saying, and nobody knew exactly what had all happened, but he was filling in pretty much the gaps and being in private investigations. It was kind of clicked on. And then I asked him a question. I said, well, who's involved?
Just kind of clicked on me.
In this and everything. And he stated out, I've heard Kevin Dixon and another name by the name of Tim Hall, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that was about it.
Had Shelby ever talked to you about robbing Ronnie King in the past?
No.
Huh?
No.
Did you inform Detective Cornett that he had?
Not before it happened and everything. I mean, if you actually the actual confession, when he confessed to me, he told me the whole story. But before prior events, no, he never said nothing about that, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Are you aware whether or not the
making sure to get that in there awful quick, I don't know. It's twice he's rushed to put something before the other thing and to try to get in advance on that. You say so.
The interview between you and Mr. Cornett?
This motherfucker been up here for all like 2 seconds. It's too much already.
It was recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it or was it not?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go then to the first time from your statements here today. When was the first time that you said something about confessing? When was the first time that Shelby informed you of his involvement with Ronnie King's murder?
I think it was the day before, the 25th, 24th.
Okay, and how did that conversation arise?
He actually called me up on the phone. He said, I'm on my way. I think he said, I'm on my way down, and I want to have a brother's day and a family's day. And I said, that's cool. I said, that's real nice. I mean, he just had got a job. He was married, and I thought everything was going good. But after I started talking with him, and he was saying he was wanting to go to Everett's and get.
What the hell does that do? A Brother's Day and Family Day, he separates that. Oh, he's married, thought he was doing good. Why the addition of the marriage and shit in there? Nobody asked any about it. It's too much, man. It has nothing to do with shit.
Get the family, and he had a bag of presents for them, and something in his voice just triggered, and it, just instincts, and
something in his voice triggered him. He just said that about something. It's like he was talking about Shelby's own voice triggered Shelby. That makes zero sense. Unless you think about that certain piece.
I just started realizing things, and I drew a timeline up and started putting pieces together, what I know, what happened, and from the internet really, and just as he's telling me things, he was like, "Well, I want you to meet." He said, "That file you've got," he said, "you used for a mask or something." He said, "I need you to bring that." And I forgot about the file, and of course, I met him at Walmart in Corbin, Kentucky, and he asked first question he asked me is like, "Did you bring the file?" I was like, "No, I didn't. I didn't bring the file." And he said, "Oh, we really need that God bless the file, and I really don't want to go to Lowe's or wherever to get it."
We really need that God blessed file. And implying there's more that I don't know. And then how did he skip around from Family Day, Brothers Day, bag of presents, back to a fucking Walmart meeting for a fucking file? And then supposedly Shelby goes, "We need that dang blessed file," and implying more than just a Shelby. I don't know.
And then as we sat in the vehicle, he pretty much explained what all happened.
Okay, so tell me what he explained, what all happened.
First thing he done, he said, "I know you do hockey mask and you're related to the Friday the 13th industry." And
now I gotta tell you, this seems like Ernie trying to self-advertise or some such fuckery, or getting advanced and ahead of that shit, where by this point he was being outed pretty thoroughly by 2019 for his cons and scams and recreation of other people's works of art around film and selling them and yada yada and defrauding people. But it's weird. His brother, who should have known this, and definitely social media, Ernie was using it for the mask stuff and advertising on Facebook. I mean, Shelby would have been aware inside family, said all these other things. Why would Shelby have even brought that up? Man, I know you're pretty well known for the masks and all this. I just, what? Where did this come from? Where is it going?
you do certain things for them. He says, I want you to know something, Holmes. He said, "I'm a real killer." And then that's when he pulled the pistol out and started putting pieces together, what I know, what happened, and from the internet really, and just as he's telling me things, he was like, "Well, I want you to meet." He said, "That file you've got," he said, "you used for a mask or something." He said, "I need you to bring that." And I forgot about the file, and of course, I met him at Walmart in Corbin, Kentucky, and he asked first question he asked me is like, "Did you bring the file?" I was like, "No, I didn't. I didn't bring the file." And he said, "Oh, we really need that God bless the file, and I really don't want to go to Lowe's or wherever to get it."
Ernie only owns one file. One. To do all that shit he was doing around the map. One. And Shelby didn't know anybody in his realm of all the criminal activity been through all the years, or any fellow anybody's throughout a southern region who had any type of file for chainsaws or crafts or, farm working, farrier stuff, nothing. Or couldn't have easily went into any store between just anywhere across Kentucky and bought one without being known or seen or like it ever thought about. You know what I mean? No, he had to have the one file from Ernie. The one. How do you know that one file you used for match? That one. Oh, I just don't know, man.
And then as we sat in the vehicle, he pretty much explained what all happened.
Okay, so tell me what he explained, what all happened.
First thing he done, he said, I know you do hockey mask and you're related to the Friday the 13th industry and you do certain things for them. He says, I just want
I know you're related to the Friday the 13th industry. What? That didn't even happen. Like, okay.
you know something, Holmes. He said, I'm a real killer. And then that's when he pulled the pistol out. And then at that.
And then he makes his brother sound like he's total LA. Let me tell you something, Holmes. I'm a real killer. Now, I've listened to about a minute and a half of Shelby so far, and I will tell you that it doesn't seem like that's the language that Shelby would use, but that this one made him straight LA gangster out of a fucking movie. Let me tell you something, Holmes, I'm a real killer. It just doesn't. You know, for Crocodile Dundee, Rambo, Cobra Kai, Ninja wearing bracelet, motherfucker, predator hunter, dog the bounty hunter, idolizing, spends more effort and time robbing artwork than making his fucking own on movies, and killers always, and wanting to be a movie star, and, whatever, and fucking Steven Seagal, whatever the fuck. And famous or useful or something in his life. Oh, do you remember the arc ran for years where he was doing stunts for movies or whatever? You remember that? Anyway, the language just doesn't fit the small portion of what I heard. I could be wrong, but let me tell you something, Holmes. Straight LA gangsta. I'm a real killer. Yeah, that sounds like a brother to brother. It's fine. He's okay. Sure.
Point. I mean, I was already putting it together in my head what was going on just from prior experience.
Okay. And when he told you that he was a real killer, what did you say?
I tried to laugh it off. Like, no, man, you're crazy, man. No, you know, just like that. And he's like, no, I'm a real killer, Holmes, or something like that. And that's when.
Again, Holmes. You know what? You're killing me, Holmes. What is that, The Sandlot? And your version of LA Gangster style? You're killing me, Smalls. Literally. You tiny ninja wannabe, you. Killing Smalls. Mm-hmm. When you're that small, where do they find do they let you borrow the good chairs to take behind the stand to where you can do the pedal thing and lift them up high enough to be seen? They're speaking American. Never mind. It don't matter.
When I really knew it was serious.
Okay. Did he?
They got courtroom booster seats, like you get at good restaurants for the babies.
Explain why he was a real killer? What made him a real killer?
No, he said after that was over during this point, he said, you know the Ronnie. He said, I'm just gonna let you know something. He said, you're my brother. He said, I love you. He said, but I'm just gonna tell you something. He said, I am a real killer, and I said, and of course I was trying to laugh it off again, trying to say, just trying to change the subject. Pretty much what I was trying to do. Then he looked at me. He said, you know the Ronnie King? And I said, Ronnie King. I said, yeah. He said, the one that was killed up in Everett and all that. He said, I did that. So, and then after that, he started with his story. If I need to.
So in the story, after he told you he's killed Ronnie King, first off, let's go back to the gun. You said he had a weapon on him.
Mm-hmm.
What did that look like?
It was a blue 38 Smith & Wesson out.
Okay. And how did you know it was a Smith & Wesson?
I could see the label on it, and I'm familiar with weapons.
Okay. Now, you had said earlier that he had brought you a file, or you had requested that you bring him a file. Is that right?
Right.
What did he use that file for?
Well, we had to go back and get the file because he insisted.
Okay.
So we went back to the house. I actually told him, I said, just go to Lowe's and get one. And that's when he says, you're never to be seen.
But yeah, you all met in a Walmart parking lot. You were gonna get him a phone. You knew something was up. You could have just walked in Walmart or something. But either way, the camera still got what, both guys on it. Well, fine.
You never, when you're doing anything like this, you're never supposed to be around cameras or anywhere you can be seen, or located, or positioned. Or
when you're doing something like this, like what? Wouldn't that have given you a clue you're going to be involved in, or whatever, some type of crime, and it was a no-no? And you, as a super detective and the doer of good and all that's right and holy and blah blah blah, and the corrections officer, and fucking king of the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets and the CIA and Republican National Convention or whatever it is this week. You thought that was a good idea, did you? You weren't like, nah, man, I'll pass. But he's like, when you're doing something like this, like what? And then you continued on. Alright, got it. Sure, Captain fucking America.
and I said, okay.
Sure.
And he was getting kind of like, he was getting hostile a little bit, but that's the way he's always been until he gets his way, pretty much. I took him back to the house, and I went in the room, and it was.
There's no segue for that. He's putting that out there as like character assassination to make Shelby seem like XYZ. He's building a fucking narrative around Shelby. But why is Ernie telling us about how somebody gets aggressive or whatever? They don't get their way. Have you all seen Ernie fucking Shell online? Have you? Or when something gets him in his feels?
I think it was a 12-inch file at the time. It's about like this on it, and I'm familiar with weapons.
Okay. Now, you had said earlier that he had brought you a file, or you had requested that you bring him a file. Is that right?
Right.
What did he use that file for?
Well, we had to go back and get the file because he insisted.
Okay.
So we went back to the house. I actually told him, I said,
sort of making it like he's the one intimidated by Shelby and being forced back to go get the file. So you start, it's sort of the wraparound, right? Several things here at once.
go to Lowe's and get one. And that's when he says, you're never to be seen. When you're doing anything like this, you're never supposed to be around cameras or anywhere you can be seen, or located, or positioned. And I said, okay. And he was getting kind of like, he was getting hostile a little bit, but that's the way he's always been until he gets his way, pretty much. I took him back to the house, and I went in the room, and it was a chainsaw file.
He was getting kind of hostile and whatever. That don't sound right. They're gonna take a ride to get, either, just fine. Whatever. Hostile when he doesn't get his way. Sure. I think we know another brother that absolutely does that online in world about 603 times a day. As we watch him pretend not to even be on screens or on the live while he's just back there naked doing this and watching other people run the show while pretending not to be there. But he's still such a man baby and a weirdo that he's back there fucking with voice stuff. Will pop in when certain things make the king displeased as he watches and overlords everyone and wants to control. He doesn't like something has a fit or he can't come out because then people will catch on. So his way of letting either himself and he thinks people are too stupid to catch on. Whatever, but to fuck with people, even those running his damn panels in his cult form, like Charlie knows, just put the volume starts going up and down. The sounds aren't of Charlie or anybody else is running the lives. It's the same sounds you hear when Ernie himself pops up and unmutes or whatever. It's not the same environment the rest of the panelists or anyone else are. So you can tell that it's Ernie back there. It's boy's got some problems. But yeah, tell us again, man, baby. How hostility and whatever of Shelby and how volatile he is. Sure, bro.
I think it was a 12-inch file at the time. It's about like this right here, a little thin file. And I brought it out to him, and he took it away from me. And he pulled the weapon out, and he started filing it. He said,
Wait, you went and got the file, and you were going to give it to him, but then you make it like he took it away from you. But you went and got it. You were going to give it to him, so why would he take the file from you? And why the action? Because he does, he makes it like Shelby jerked it from him. Well, that don't make any good damn sense. He knew y'all were on the way to get it, and you drove him there, and that was the intention, and you went and got it, but then you're like, oh, and he took it. What? Like it was by force. You're the dumbest motherfucker on earth, Ernie Shell. Your stories suck.
he started telling me the rules and the laws, the way it goes. He was talking, he's like, you kill 5 people with one handgun. After the 5th person's
He was telling me the rules and laws that you can kill 5 people with a handgun. That ain't a rule or a law. What the fuck? Huh?
killed, you have to do away with the handgun. And he was filing, and I think he may have had it marked where he was with the chamber. So.
Okay. So where was he placing the file in relation to the gun? What was he doing with it? If you could describe the action.
He filed both. I'm sure he filed. I think he filed the chamber. I'm not sure. I was driving at the time, and he was doing it while I was driving.
Okay. And now they're back to drive. Why wouldn't he have stayed at the residence where the damn file was to do it? Wouldn't that have been safer than driving around filing fucking gun down or fucking right in front of cameras up and down the road? People are like, hell, I seen Ernie and Shelby riding around and it looked like fucking Shelby's jacking his dick or whatever. They were definitely hard up for something right around this small town with a file. Just, man, I seen him in the car. We passed 600 people that day. Well, bullshit. Has anybody ever told these fools, this idiot who watches far too many movies and shit, you would file down a gun, like, technically, like, but before a fucking crime. Not goddamn after one. You might file the fucking serial number off of it. And that ain't gonna help you none. They have certain assets and shit they can't get next. You don't file down a goddamn gun after Not unless you're planning on being like, here, please, let's file the fuck down. Here's this. Usually, you know? I mean, I guess you could do what the fuck ever before you toss one. I mean, but it seems rather stupid. Yeah, we left whatever residence we went and got the one file it, and then we decided to go file it in public. And I was driving around on the streets, room in town, and cameras could have caught it. And, sure, that sounds total. I mean, either the two dumbest motherfuckers in the world and couldn't come up with one brain cell to rub together, or there's something wrong here. I don't know how to do it in Kentucky, but I know people, just throughout life. I mean, like, and just in general. I mean, like, usually people would break apart and break down these weapons, and then just toss a piece here, toss a piece there, toss a piece wherever. Hell, that'd be less noticeable and less easily findable than fucking driving around fucking entire state of Kentucky. And do you know how long it takes to file them fucking metal? With file, it was meant not for. The thing is, if you have a file that's intended for masks and hard acrylics or anything like that, depending on materials used, and I probably need to go look and see what materials Ernie was using to recreate and still people's artwork. But, silicone and or acrylic or vinyl, all these things, and hell, plexiglass and that shit, right? Those are gonna be entirely different files and different than what you would use on metal, and it would not work. It's fun. I don't care. Whatever you say. One file, though. And then they decided to drive around the entire state of Kentucky doing that in public. Sounds totally legit. Fine, fuck it. Just fuck it.
So a file, you said a chainsaw file.
Yeah.
Is that made of plastic? Is it made of metal?
Oh, so it was a chainsaw file. Ernie, why in the fuck were you using a chainsaw file on that your broke ass couldn't even go get the right files for your stolen artwork biz recreation specialist? Can't even make, you were using a fucking chainsaw file. When indeed made to sharpen metal teeth on a chainsaw. I know, and I know how quick they're about certain things because I've used them throughout my entire life. Yeah, okay, honey. That's what you were using. You couldn't go get the right fucking files and multiples of them for your masks. That, man, it would have been hard. Like, oh dear. You know what? Fuck all this. Oh. weird part is Shelby, who's known to be a thief, this and that. He just didn't know anybody else in the state of Kentucky that he could have even, like, broken into or went and visited that would have also had chainsaw files. And, taken off with one of theirs and probably never been missed, known, seen, or to have had a file period. People have been like, shit, what'd I do with that chainsaw file? Man, it fucking lost. They would have never, I just sure he went to old Ernie here and asked for his one single file. Okay. Sure. I don't know, man. It says the barrel's, filed this or another, but
Is it hard? What is that?
It's a tubular shaped, I don't know exactly what they're actually made out of, but, it's tubular shaped and uh, it's got a little handle, it's got a little point on it, which I never used the file part. I used the point to engrave my mask and stuff with it and make little things with it. But the part that he used was the actual, how would I say, file part of it. I think the actual part that's actually it's got the ripples and stuff on it.
Okay. How was he connecting the file to the gun? On some of these questions,
the ripples and stuff on it, you don't know what, as a man, you don't know what, you know what, never mind. We're gonna care. And for someone who, I have so many things here. Oh, and then, fine, fuck it.
they may seem foolish, but I don't know anything about files and guns.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What they're made out of.
Right.
But I think he just opened the chamber and he was sitting there and he was just,
You don't even know what they're made out of? Okay, Ernie. Okay. Just open the chamber.
down the chamber.
So he was filing the chamber.
He was filing the weapon, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's move back then. You said earlier that at some point he started describing to you the killing.
He opened the chamber. And was following him. Okay. Fuck it.
Murder. Did he inform you how he entered Ronnie King's house? How did he get in?
He told this story that he said that
Pardon me if I'm wrong, but didn't Ernie say a 38? Didn't they? Yeah, I mean, didn't he say a 38 Smith & Wesson or some shit or something? either way. Alright. Okay. Regardless. 38. Are y'all familiar with 38 chambers versus barrel and are you? Chamber, barrel. Alright. Bullets stored here come out the pew ends. Alright? Now, what creates the striations and different marks, like sort of fingerprints and uniqueness, are the markings and the differentiations of, yeah, whatever. That's not the right word, it's not much. But, either way, are mostly what's found in, the barrel section. Right. Not necessarily where the bullets are stored, but where they come out of is gonna be your main issue. That's what's gonna leave the most of it. Anyway, it's fine. According to Ernie, the weapons expert we've come to know and love, that loves swearing devils. He's a weapons expert and trains the fucking CIA and the NSA and the Republican National Committee or whoever sends him iPhones. You know, Shelby starts filing the chamber. And he says chamber. He says he opens the chamber and he's starting to file. And that ain't the majority of the problem. It would actually be this. Yeah, okay. You know. But then remember, too, it's fine. And I guess later on here, as I recall, he does get to the barrel portion. But first he says chamber. Yeah, if I, you know what, fuck it. I just...
There was, because he kind of was skipping bits and pieces of it. And, right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What they're made out of.
Right.
But he was just, I think he just opened the chamber and he was sitting there and he was just, going down the chamber.
So he was filing the
He was
chamber.
filing the weapon, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's move back then. You said earlier that at some point he started describing.
He was just sitting there filing the chamber. And he does it like it's multiple pointed, like multiple points to file down, but I don't know. It'd been so much easier just not to fuck with it and go bury it somewhere, throw it in a fucking lake, or break it down, ye old weapons experts, and toss one piece here, and toss one piece, over yonder, and like most goddamn good old country boys. I mean, fuck you. The fuck kind of movie ass you watch too much shit? Extra theatrics is this shit?
Describing to you the killing, the murder. Did he inform you how he entered Ronnie King's house? How did he get in?
He told this story.
I mean, y'all could have melted this motherfucker down private. You could have done all that. Y'all driving around town. Shelby just going at it, falling away. Instead of y'all staying there. It's fine. It all makes perfect sense in Shelby land. And I mean Shelby's, and there's like multiples here. Shelby's land. No, I don't know. There's just... God, even for me, it's getting confusing. you don't really know who's Shelby by the time Ernie's done here. And I don't know, I've not got to that portion. I've only gotten like 30 minutes in, and it was enough for me, but it really becomes confusing. Which Shelby's which? And I mean, honestly, you put them in a lineup, you probably couldn't tell other than one is far taller than the other. I don't know, man. They really are twins in ways, yeah. Which could come into play in certain aspects of this. Carrying on.
That, he said there was, because he kind of was skipping bits and pieces of it, and then I pretty much was asking a few questions on making him stay on subject because I could put a time.
What? You're telling us Shelby's the one that skips around? And you're making him stay on subject? Who here, raise your hands, has ever seen Ernie stay on subject and not bounce back? I don't know. I've heard Shelby speak for at least been long. He can stay on track with something without. I don't know, man. Anyway, carrying on.
Timeline even further because I already had started. I mean, I'd already had suspicion. And as he's told a story. He said Ronnie was on the phone with his mother. And
he already had suspicions, so Super Detective here was keeping it on track. We see how Ernie keeps it on track around real cases, don't we? Okay.
he said, Mom, Kevin's supposed to come by. Kevin or Tim, somebody's supposed to come by and later on. And he said, pretty much.
Now, granted, I've seen certain audio and video of Ernie and others in and around those first years near 2013. Ernie was a bit different. Still Ernie, but less Ernie. And all, but I don't know. And obviously 2019 Ernie was vastly removed from 2013. 2019 Ernie is far different in a way than even well, I mean, we've been a couple years now from, but a year and a half, not even, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years later. So 21 Ernie to 24 Ernie, and the decline of Ernie. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, so there's definitely been a decline in Ernie and all these other things since 2013, but definitely since 2019. And, I just, because you're always going to look back to who someone was in the immediate surrounding time period, right? And what they were capable of then, and what they were doing then, and what they were into then. Not base everything on 2019 version of, but, or a cleansed version or a later version of a person, but them then, in the moments, in the time frame. Right? So,
There was a knock on the door after that. He said, "Oh, Mom, it's Kevin, it's Kevin." And then he hung the phone up. And then was asking a few questions on making him stay on subject because I could put a timeline even further because I already had started. I mean, I'd already had suspicion. And as he's told a story. He said Ronnie was on the phone with his mother. And he said, Mom, Kevin's supposed to come by. Kevin or Tim, somebody's supposed to come by and later on. And he said, pretty much there was a knock on the door after that. He said, "Oh, mom, it's Kevin, it's Kevin." And then he hung the phone up. And then when he said, "Who is it?" They said it was Kevin. He said it's Kevin. So that's
Okay. So Shelby told you that he heard Ronnie King on the phone tell somebody. You don't know who that was, right?
his mother. He said he was on the phone with his mother. He could hear him talking
on the phone with his mom, and he said, "Kevin's at the door."
Right.
Kevin.
Yeah, because he knocked on the door about the time after he heard that. That was his way in. That was his whole thing.
Okay.
See, when anything with Shelby Lee always the kind of person he'd tell a story and he would leave certain parts out of it, but then he would go back and he'd fill the gaps himself, and he just had to keep up.
Why does that sound like Ernie? People will sort of do that in certain ways for different reasons, but that's definitely Ernie. I've seen him do that in even just the past couple of days. And it's a form of thing.
Gotcha.
An open mind about everything.
All right. So he says he hears Ronnie King say, "Kevin's at the door," and then
was asking a few questions on making him stay on subject because I could put a timeline even further.
Remember their mom.
Because I already had started. I'd already had suspicion.
Right? I fuck.
And as he's told a story. He said Ronnie was on the phone with his mother, and he said, "Mom."
He said Ronnie was on the phone with his mother. As you recall, we listened to her portion before this.
Kevin's supposed to come by. Kevin or Tim or somebody's supposed to come by, and later on, and he said pretty much there was a knock on the door after that. He said, "Oh, mom, it's."
Now, how in the fuck would he know any of this shit? I'm not talking about Ernie, but think about this: if Shelby's there, that would mean that Shelby was already inside the house when the call took place to it would mean Shelby was already inside of the house when the mayor made the call to his mom. And then there was a knock at the door, etc. But that's not what's described or oh god, And then if there'd been a knock at the door while Shelby's inside the house, and then why was the mayor on the phone if Shelby's inside the house, but he's making calls to him, and then if there's a knock at the door, that implied somebody showed up. So if somebody showed up, then why didn't they see Shelby in the house? And I don't know. It's just, and why is it? What the hell ever?
It's Kevin. And then he hung the phone up. And then when he said, "Who is it?" They said it was Kevin. He said it's Kevin. So that's
okay. So Shelby told you that he heard Ronnie King on the phone tell somebody. You don't know who that was, right?
His mother. He said he was on the phone with his mother. He could hear him talking
on the phone with his mom, and he said, "Kevin's at the door."
Right.
Kevin.
Yeah, because he knocked on the door about the time after he heard that. That was his way in. That was his whole thing.
Okay.
See, when anything with Shelby Lee always the kind of person.
And they say in the way Shelby heard this was outside the door. I was listening to the conversation, and then the knock, but then that's the way inside is because he just happened to be there for probably a nefarious purpose, but then was gonna knock, but then because the mayor thought it was the Dixon fella, he opened the door. So that was Shelby's way inside, though that couldn't have been pre-planned by Shelby. So what, he was gonna wait all damn day or night or something until the mayor had a phone call and was expecting company anyway to then use that as a way in instead of just knocking on this dude's door that, I clearly knew whatever and asking for it, doing whatever. It's just too damn much. Yeah, it's just too much.
He'd tell a story and he would leave certain parts out of it, but then he would go back and he'd fill the gaps himself, and he just had to keep an open mind about everything.
All right, so he says he hears Ronnie King say, Kevin's at the door, and then
He would leave parts out and then go back and fill them in. And, he'd just have to keep an open mind about it. What the fuck? It doesn't. It's just. What? Okay.
and you just stated that Shelby told you that he said, when Ronnie King said, who is it?
Yeah.
Shelby said, it's Kevin.
He noted to say it was Kevin because he heard him talking to his mom that Kevin was going to be coming there. So
Gotcha.
That was his entryway.
So he got in that way by saying it was Kevin.
Yeah, he said when Ronnie came to the door and opened the door and seen his Chevrolet, he said, "Oh man, you ain't Kevin." He said, "Oh man, I just playing with you. Hey, what can I do?
And then he's like, oh, when the mayor answered the door, Shelby's like, oh man, I was just playing with you, ha ha. After the mayor going, oh, you're not Kevin. Oh man, I was just playing with you, like the mayor, who clearly knows the Dixon fella, wouldn't, like, even if Shelby had knocked on the door and been like, hey, it's Dixon, pretty sure the mayor, if he knew a Dixon, would recognize the difference between Shelby's voice and Dixon's. Was he just lurking outside the door waiting for a conversation with the mayor and his mom, and then be like, I heard him saying the Dixon guy was on the way, hey, knock, knock. I mean, I don't know. But either way, and then the mayor answers and goes, you're not Dixon. He's like, I was just messing with you. And, yeah, this is too much. This is too fucking much. Whatever, bro.
And he walked in for him and everything. He opened the door and he come on in, Shelby, and then
and he walked in for him and everything. And he said, oh, come on in, Shelby. Come on. He walked in for him. Okay, that's weird, but fine. Maybe it's a Kentucky.
Tell all the stories you need to.
Yeah, let's keep.
And
what happened after he says it's Kevin? He gets in the door and he says, what happens then?
He said, I need to make some money. He said, I need to make some money. Anything I can do for you? You got any work or anything I can do? And then Ronnie said, no. He said, no, Shelby. He said,
so wait. Whoa. So this guy's known to hire people. You get work there off and on. Shelby just didn't go to the damn door and knock and go, hey man, you got any work I can do? No, he had to stand there lurking outside the premises till he heard the mayor on the phone and was like, oh, I'll pretend to be Kevin. He just got a phone with his mom. I can hear like their house. Now, I've not looked up what the mayor's house looks like, or the size, or what types of insulation, or the kind of door he had, or the thickness, or anything. But, I don't know, man. And then, to say it, that's how he made it is, well, he says entryway. He doesn't say entry, but his entryway into the no, entryway is something like that. Entry is something you do, You enter in an entryway. So, fucking Ernie. But, yeah, we're to believe that Shelby knew this person and, slip ups from Ernie say he didn't know this guy and he get work there in the city, but Shelby couldn't just walk up the door and be like, hey man, you got any work? No, he had to stand there lurking until he heard this call, and then he had to pretend to be Kevin, and then he'd be like, no, man, I was just messing with you, and, okay. And then when he did make, entry into the home, he was like, hey man, you got any work, blah, blah, and bothered to have that conversation first, and didn't immediately go to the nefarious acts, or, the robbery, or the murders, no. So, what's up with all that? I don't know, man.
You can, I ain't really got nothing at this time or something like that. And Shelby said, well, can I do anything, for you? And hand it to him. And, he said that Ronnie said that, yeah. He said, you can give me head or something for 20 or 30 bucks. And he jumps on the bed and puts his arms behind his head.
Okay, so he's gotten in the house, Shelby.
Who jumps on the bed and puts their arms behind their head? That's a rather Tom Cruise movie-esque type thing. They just flopped in and like, hey! It seems like a movie moment made up at Ernie's head. It's fine, whatever. Let's carry on. Yeah.
Yep. And he's asking Ronnie for money. Yeah. And he says, yeah, you can do.
Notice how fast his speech was over that. Oh, yes, there you know anything else I can do for you? And then, yeah, this ex-manager's like, oh, yeah, I don't know you from Adam's house cat. You had to pretend to be Dixon to even get me in the door. And then you're like, oh, you got any work? And then we know each other so well that then the next thing I'm like, oh, yeah, you can just give me head or whatever, right? Without ever really. No. Mm-mm. Anyway. Sure. And then his brother, I don't care if you're describing a crime to one of your homies or something we did. I don't think most dudes at where they stand would any of that, especially with Southern culture and whatever, but they get down to the exact detail of, yeah, for 20, 30 bucks. Could be wrong about that. I don't know, man.
A sexual favor for $20. Well, then I'll give you $20. Yeah. Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He said Ronnie jumped on the bed and put his hands behind his head and just rested up on the pillow. And Shelby.
But now instead of this relaxed state, he does sort of a move like this. Like if you were like, put your hands behind your head like at a crime. Like if you got somebody on the knees or something like that. It's not a relaxed pose like he did a minute ago. Like, oh, flopped on the pillow like movie scene, right? And on the bed, it's more of a move of the hands are like this when people are told in fucking movies and shit, like, put your hands above your head, put them behind your head. Almost finger lock them is still over. The move change that Ernie exhibited there on the stand. It's a little odd.
He looked through the room. He noticed he's seen a shotgun or something in the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie and he said Ronnie'd already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon.
He's looking around the room, he sees a gun, and he is already pulling the gun out of his pants. And the mayor somehow by this time beats him to the corner from the bed where he's got arms behind him. It would be harder to get and not as quick to get up from a bed to get to a corner to that firearm. And before this one came, is reaching and already getting the bed and hitting. Next thing he knows, fucking Speedy Gonzales over there has a fucking entire shotgun or whatever in his hands. He's already made him the weapon. Excuse fuck out of me. So somebody's in a standing position over somebody that's on the bed supposedly with his hands behind his head. It would take leverage, time to move, and you're looking at a man at that point that was 50s versus somebody that was very young, like Shelby at the time, or Ernie, or Jim Barrett, being quick enough to get. And I mean, you gotta think, he just described that the gun was almost, and he does with his body. He said, he does this, like the gun's already been pulled out, all that, and as if mid pull out, this other one has beat him to the corner of the room and got the shotgun. I'll bet there's some shit being left out here that he's probably gonna fill in later for us.
Anything I can do for you? You got any work or anything I can do? And then Ronnie said no. He said no, Shelby. He said you can. I ain't really got nothing at this time or something like that. And Shelby said, well, can I do anything, for you? And handed it to him. And he said that Ronnie said that yeah. He said you can give me head or something for $20 or $30. And he jumps on the bed and puts his arms behind his head.
Okay. So
he does this now.
He's got me in the house, Shelby.
Yep.
And he's asking Ronnie for money.
Right.
And he says, yeah, you can do
sexual favor.
A sexual
and the
favor for $20 for me. I'll give you $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He said Ronnie jumped on the bed and put his hands behind his head and just rested upon the pillow.
And he said that Ronnie jumped behind. He started to say Ronnie jumped behind something, and then he turns it to, he basically flopped on the bed and put his hands behind his head. I don't know, man.
And Shelby said that he looked through the room. He noticed he's seen a shotgun or something in the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie and he said Ronnie already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And
Ronnie already had him beat to the weapon. But he was already pulling out the gun. But it's giving the idea that also in his mind at the same time was, oh shit, there's a gun in the corner. I also need to grab that before the mayor can get a hold of it. But yet he's already pulling a gun on him. So if you're going to hold a gun on somebody, and then the mayor beats him to that gun. Bullshit. 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 Y'all, somebody chased this man through that house or through a room. There was something else going on like a fucking animal. He was going for a weapon to protect himself. He was not on the bed with his hands and waiting on flesh. And he did not come from that position upright and beat Shelby or anyone else to a gun in the corner while they were already pulling a weapon out. Bullshit. 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 I don't give a fuck if that room was a fucking 1963 single wide trailer and the room was yay big, still giant to those like tiny shell here, but it ain't gonna happen. Not with a man of that age, not with, no. no. No.
Uh, he said that he was shaking real bad. He's
And
like,
I'm not saying the age here, okay? Like, I'm just saying, I've seen pics, okay? But also, I don't care if you were, if you were fucking Bruce Lee, but it ain't gonna happen. Do you understand? It's just no. No, it's no. Alright, carry
no. I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun, actually.
on. Say the fuck, what? The fuck did you just say? Let's go through this again. And again, and again if need be. I've done my this. So we might. We might be here for 6 days straight.
You ain't Kevin. He said, oh man, I just playing with you. I just playing with you. Hey, what can I do? You know. And he walked in for him and everything. He opened the door and he come on in, Shelby, you know. And then I tell all the stories from
Yeah, let's keep
and
what happened after he says it's Kevin, he gets in the door and he says, you know, what happens then?
he said, I need to make some money. He said, I need to make some money. Anything I can do for you? You got any work or anything I can do? And then Ronnie said, no. He said, no, Shelby. He said, you can, I ain't really got nothing at this time or something like that. And Shelby said, well, can I do anything, you know, for you? And handed it to him. And he said that Ronnie said that, yeah. He said, you can give me head or something for 20 or 30 bucks. I forget. And he jumps on the bed and puts his arms behind his head.
Okay. So he's gotten in the house, Shelby.
And let me tell you something, okay? I know many people around here who own trailer parks, apartments, rentals, you name it. Okay? Everything, any type of business you can really imagine, but those with rentals and things. I also know, certain real bounty hunters that have a tendency to be skeezy and sexual favors and upstanding citizen landlords and shit who have all kinds of properties and they're business owners who essentially trap certain types of employees and make them like indebted servitude, whatever. And do weird freaky shit, okay? But good luck getting angry, you know what I mean? Until somebody says something. You know, but either way, the point is, property owners are in there, and the weird part is, there's one of these, Ernie says he's worked for around here, that is pretty notorious, um, for doing weird shit, especially to female, and otherwise, that, and trading force and certain things, whatever, but yeah, there's all kinds of crooked and criminals and weirdness, but either way, I'll tell you that all of them have one thing in common. From those with just a few properties to those with that I know that have millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of rental properties and the nicest and best stuff and whatever. They always got something that could be done. Alright? Especially from idiots and, lawn work, maintenance work, something like that. I mean, there's always fucking something that needs to be done or is broken or a tenant's have it. Always. Always. Okay? Or they got something you can run down the road for or whatever. You know what I mean? This is just, it's a thing. It's a thing. Now, so I can't imagine it would have been, you know what, I just got bullshit. Now I don't know what kind of, but he said this guy in an apartment complex or something or some shit. Now unless the motherfucker, they don't trust you or you've done them dirty before when you're supposed to do a job or something, they're really gonna have work for you, especially if you work for them multiple times, they trust you. I mean, they're gonna be like, yeah, I got something you can do today. It's gonna keep me from it. Drive down there and take care of whatever and or help me with XYZ, or, you know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway, it's just, it doesn't add up. Chocolate
Yeah.
right on it.
And he's asking Ronnie for money.
Right.
And he says, yeah, you can do
Sexual favor.
a sexual favor for $20 for me, and I'll give you $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He told me, said Ronnie jumped jumped on the bed and put his hands behind his head and just rested up on the pillow. And Shelby said that he looked through the room and he noticed he seen a shotgun or something in the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie and he said Ronnie had already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And he said that he was shaking real bad. He's like, no, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun, actually. And he said, no, Shelby, something's up with this. And he pretty much, he said,
Excuse me. So the whole time though, either Shelby had this gun hidden in his dick area and not easily accessible, or the handle of the weapon would have been visible over the waistband for easy pull. That might have freaked somebody out at the door when you pull it on and show some guy. I don't know. That didn't bother the weapon in the waistband here. It, instead of side carrying that didn't bother the mayor enough to like not be like, here, let me go wildly prone whatever into a very vulnerable position with this guy I clearly don't trust to do work around my properties, but he can give me head and he just shows up at my door and he's got a gun in his way. Yeah, okay. But the gunman, yeah, let me put myself as a male in a vulnerable position with a guy who just come in my house. Don't work for me. I'm like, yeah, sure, head. Mm-mm. I'm sure it wasn't one. It's fine.
sexual favor.
A sexual favor for $20 for me, and I'll give you $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He told me, said Ronnie jumped on the bed and put his hands behind his head and just rested up on the pillow. And
He jumped on the bed. He jumped on the bed. And then just put his hands behind his head and rested on the pillow. He jumped on the bed. That's the language in translate. You wouldn't say jumped on the bed. You would be like, well, he flopped down on the bed. He laid down on the bed with his hands behind you, whatever. I mean, he changed it to he jumped on the bed. I don't know, man.
Shelby said that he looked through the room and he noticed he seen a shotgun or something.
Maybe he jumped on the bed to run across it to get to that weapon, though. It was he was running from and knew where the weapon was in his house and was running for it. And didn't have time to necessarily go around the bed, but jumped on the bed to try to get to that weapon. He knew where it was in time for someone who had a gun in their waistband visible. Interesting, eh?
In the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie and he said Ronnie had already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And he said that he was shaking real bad. He's like, no.
I know there's a safe thing here, right? Or some sort of obvious theft in this area. Does anybody know where in the house? Because I know I've heard bits and pieces. Does anybody know where most of the valuables in the house were stolen from, or where safe was located? And I'm sorry, but human behavior says that most people keep the valuables as close to them as possible. It'll be in their most intimate rooms, things like that. People are idiots. Don't ever do that. it's sort of nesting behavior. Your most valuable things you want to place near you. Don't fucking do that. And it'll always be in your most vulnerable room because you enjoy it there. I mean, that'll be your haven for yourself as well. And most people know bedroom dressers, drawer. It'll be. I don't know why people do the things they do. They're just weird. But anyway, I'm gonna bet most of the valuables were in or around the bedroom area, etc., and yada yada. I'm just saying, maybe in robbing somebody, even, you you let them lead you, hey, take me to whatever happens to be in the bedroom area, and then they make a play for their own weapon to try to keep from being robbed or killed or to fight back. They jump across their bed trying to get to the weapon, or they take you to the wrong location, but when they know where a weapon resides, trying to get to it to save their life or to fight back. You get in there, you realize there's a weapon as you scan the room. If you're the criminals, person realizes you see it, about the time they see it, they make the play for it, you're gonna, I mean, I don't, the language when you say jumping on the bed. I don't know, man. And then the movements change the head when described. Ernie.
No, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun, actually. And he said, no, Shelby, something's up with this, and put his hands behind his head and just rested up on the pillow. And Shelby said that he looked through the room, he noticed he's seen a shotgun or something in the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie, and he said Ronnie had already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And he said that he was shaking real bad. He's like, no, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun, actually. And he said, no, Shelby, something's up with this. And he pretty much, he said, Shelby stated that during the time he was shaking everything that he shot, and it went by. And he's like, no, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun, actually. And he said, no, Shelby, something's up with this. And he pretty much.
Okay, so he's gotten in the house, Shelby.
Yep.
And he's asking Ronnie for money.
Right.
And he says, yeah, you can do
sexual favor.
A sexual favor for $20 for me. I'll give you $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He said Ronnie jumped on the bed and put his hands behind his head and just rested up on the pillow. And Shelby said that he looked through the room, he noticed he's seen a shotgun or something in the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie, and he said Ronnie had already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And he said that he was shaking real bad. He's like, no, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun.
Okay, so he's gotten in the house, Shelby.
Yep.
And he's asking Ronnie for money.
Right.
And he says, yeah, you can do a sexual favor for $20 for me. I'll give you $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He said Ronnie jumped on the bed and put his hands behind his head and just rested up on the pillow. And Shelby said that he looked through the room, he noticed he's
jumped behind. That's what he started to say. Jumped behind me. He jumped on me. And then
he's seen a shotgun or something in the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie, and he said Ronnie had already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And he said that he was shaking real bad. He's like, no, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this gun, actually. And he said, no, Shelby, something's up with this. And he pretty much, he said, Shelby stated that during the time he was shaking everything that he shot and it went by. And he said, no, you don't understand. He was trying to make his way toward him. So he talked him out of putting his gun down. He said once he put his weapon to the side, Shelby was close enough to hit him with the back end of the weapon or something and hit him with the elbow in it. So.
Okay, so was that it? Was it over then? Did you hit him with the gun?
No, he grabs a hold of it.
Okay, so he's gotten in the house, Shelby.
Yep.
And he's asking Ronnie for money.
Right.
And he says, yeah, you can do a
sexual favor
for $20. Well, right. I'll give you $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did Shelby tell you happened?
He said Ronnie jumped on the bed, put his hands behind his head, and just rested up on the pillow. And Shelby said that he looked through the room, and he noticed he's seen a shotgun or something.
Jumped on the bed. Yeah. Too much jumping around, my dude, and behind and on.
In the corner. And about the time he seen that shotgun, he had his hand coming out of his pants where he had the gun. And then he said he looked back at Ronnie and he said Ronnie had already had him beat to a weapon. Ronnie already had a weapon. And he said that he was shaking real bad. He's like, no, I want to sell you this weapon. I want to sell you this.
I'm unclear if he was trying to say the mayor was like, no, I got this gun helping you. As Shelby's already pulling one. I mean, it got him so nervous he's going for a weapon for some reason. The man shake. Who in the hell's trying to sell who a gun here in the middle of this gun pulling thing? That some man jumped up from the bed from trying to get fellatio and just suddenly wanted the gun. I was like, no, I'm just trying to. Who in the fuck was trying to sell who a gun here?
Gun, actually. And he said, no, Shelby, something's up with this. And he pretty much, he said, Shelby stated that during the time he was shaking everything that he shot and it went by. And he said, no, you don't understand. He was trying to make his way toward him. So he talked him out of putting his gun down. He said once he put his...
So he talked him out of putting his gun down. Implying he was like, hey, don't put the gun down, keep it held up. After shots were already being fired, he talked him out of putting his gun down. Who the fuck did what, where, when? How'd this go down again? Ain't none of this shit making no sense.
Weapon to the side. Shelby was close enough to hit him with the back end of the
and he's enacting the whole thing, right? Body movements. He's like, oh, he's close enough to, hit him with the back of the gun, but he does like an elbow.
Weapon or something and hit him with the elbow in it.
Okay.
And he'd already done like hitting somebody with an elbow movement, but then he says him with the back of the gun. But that was when he said back of the gun, and then he said elbow, but then he did that. I don't know. Ernie's the one reenacting Mr. Stuntman here. Cobra Kai.
Was that it? Was it over then? Did you hit him with the gun?
No. He grabs a hold of him and he tells him, he asks him, he's like, where's all your money at and this and that. And at this time there was a shelf or something. And he's pointing, he's like to the shelf or something. And he turns over the whole shelf in a bookcase. And he said in a bookcase there was like a key or some other, I don't know if it was jewelry or what it was at the time, but there was something in that bookcase. And he had a bag and he just started stuffing stuff in it. And he was trying to get him. So he said he put the gun up to him and he asked him what the code.
Let's get this straight. He asks the mayor, where's your shit at, blah, blah, basically. The mayor tells him, but then Shelby turns over the entire bookcase to make a mess to have to pilfer through, instead of going to exactly where the mayor was like, oh, this, that, and the other's at. Making it harder upon himself to find or locate these things he's trying. Okay, makes perfect sense to me, don't it, y'all? Sure. if you're fucking Ernest T.
Safe or something was, or
TP World here.
where the key was at. I don't know. I can't recall that.
Okay.
Asking, he's like, where's all your money at, and this and that. And at this time, there was a shelf or something, and he's pointing, he's like to the shelf or something, and he turns over the whole shelf in a bookcase. And he said in the bookcase, there was like a key or some other, I don't know if it was jewelry or what it was at the time, but there was something in that bookcase. And he had a bag, and he just started stuffing stuff in it, and he was trying to get him. So he said he put the gun up to him, and he asked him what the code for the safe or something was, or where the key was at. I don't know. I can't recall that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Several mentions of keys there. There was stuff stolen from the bookcase, but it took the turning over of the entire bookcase, and there was a key or something there. Then he goes to a safe, but then he asks the mayor where the fucking key is, and then the keys, whatever, and seems like maybe the mayor refused, whatever, and they were looking for a key to the safe, and eventually located it by just fucking crashing, banging, and turning over shelves after all. I just don't know. And also, like, means the mayor had already pointed out there was a safe in there, and it needed a key. Or maybe, I don't know. It seems like shit went a little sideways, don't it? Somebody's directing you to all the things. There'd be no need to turn over a damn shelf and make more work for yourself in the pursuit of looking for something. To open something else. Interesting.
At any point in time, did Shelby talk about restraining Ronnie King?
Yes.
What
After that was,
happened?
Shelby was close enough to hit him with the back end of the weapon or something and hit him with the elbow and stuff.
Okay, so was that it? Was it over then? Did you
He says hit him with an elbow, but he does this.
hit him with the gun?
No. He grabs a hold of him and he tells him, he asks him, he's like, where's all your money at? And this and that.
And he tells him, he asks him. Yeah, because that's what you do. You politely ask someone, where's your stuff, sir? No, it really is more like you tell me where the fuck your shit is now, motherfucker, type of thing. You ain't asking my point, and ain't nobody volunteering. I don't know. But sure, he's asking. I love how Ernie was like, well, I don't want to be too rough in the language, so we'll go from tell to ask. And now, unless it's personal to you, and you don't want to be seen as a bad guy, why would the difference in tell and ask come to mind for you and just swap them? Especially for him doing that on Shelby's behalf, who he's already been like, oh, that guy, if he didn't get his way, he was kind of a terror, and building this narrative around him. So then why would it later on become important for him to change it from tell to ask and politer terms and a robbery and a murder? That, according to Ernest P. World here, he's brought his brother to justice and all this. He just, hell no, man. If you're trying to turn the motherfucker into a monster and create narratives to where all this shit and he's aggressive and takes the files from you and all these other shit and things, then why would you bother to change the language for Shelby's interaction with the mayor while robbing him from tell to ask, which is a politer term, like it's not so
And at this time, there was a shelf or something, and he's pointing, he's like to the shelf or something, and he turns over the whole shelf in a bookcase. And he said in the bookcase, there was like a key or some other, I don't know if if it was jewelry or what it was at the time, but there was something in that book, and he had a bag, and he just started stuffing stuff in it, and he was trying to get him.
Okay, now imagine you're
So he said he put the gun up to him, and
imagine you're Shelby, or anyone, just random robber, and you're by yourself, you're robbing someone alone. There's multiple weapons in play by this point, shots and firearms or things. Then you're gonna turn over a fucking shelf to make more work for yourself to have to pilfer through all those things. You get a pillowcase or whatever the fuck you just said, you're loading up that. You're having to clearly take attention away from the other person and all the things. What? Now wait a minute. Who's keeping an eye on this person you're robbing while you're busy and occupied turning over fucking shelves that you don't think you'd have to turn over if you've been told the location of, to pilfer through it, and while you're filling up your goodie bags? Who in the fuck is keeping a really close eye and control over the person you're robbing? 'Cause it ain't you, motherfucker. It ain't you, and yeah, man, shit. But sure, Earn Dog.
asked him what the code for the safe or something was, or where the key was at. I don't know. I can't recall that.
Then he asks her, what key for the safe or the code is. So then he's pilfering around the room even more to find the safe, whatever, taking his eyes off of the person he's robbing. The only way not to do that is to take that person every step of the way and maintain entire and complete control of them, which you could not do by yourself. No. Bro. Fucking no. 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 And if this person was that acquiescing and also when asked, you wouldn't have to turn over a bookshelf, you wouldn't be seeking out safe looking for it. You wouldn't then have found it and then asked for the key, but you had already turned over the bookshelf. Make sense. Yeah, who's keeping an eye on the mayor? No. Who's keeping an eye on the mayor?
Okay. At any point in time, did Shelby talk about restraining Ronnie King?
Yes.
Well,
after that, he made it look like he was just going to rob him. He kept telling him, he said, "I'm going back to jail anyways. I can't stand this. I can't live this kind of life." And he says, "I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna tie you up, and I'm just robbing you. And my life's already ruined." So I guess he coerced him into thinking that he was just going to rob him, but he was going to.
That doesn't make sense. At least either. Was Tweedledee or Tweedledum facing charges upcoming in any way, or thinking they were going to be arrested for other crimes leading up to, or wanted, or anything like that, around the time that these events occurred and the mayor was murdered? Anybody know this? It should have been that.
Tie him up.
Okay. How'd he tell you to tie him up?
He said he used duct tape and zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct tape?
He set him in a chair. He said him.
Did you already bring duct tape and zip ties there with you? Who went and got those things? Who kept an eye on the mayor? Did you take the mayor with you back? Because you didn't shut the door with us, surely. Unless you did, and you brought all the things to this together. And you marched him somewhere to rob him, and you weren't. That was the intent and purpose. But, I wonder. Oh, you wonder. You bring all those things with you, right? You do whatever. You intended maybe to just tie him up, do whatever, rob him, get in, get out, He fights back, he tries to make his way to his weapon, shit goes sideways. The opposite. You either show up that shit, or and if you don't, then we're led to believe that you let and the mayor take you to all the items you needed, or point that out, and if so, what'd you do? Drag him along? Get those items, spin it around his house or garage areas, and anything, because that's where most men are on keeps. Like, be real. And you took him along with you to gather those items and kept control of all that, and then took him back to that location in the bedroom, or otherwise, once again, who the fuck's keeping an eye on the mayor? I ask again, who the fuck's keeping an eye on
The chair or something, and he was he was trying to duct tape him, and he said that Ronnie kept moving and breaking, and he said finally he got the zip ties
and to a chair. And he said the mayor kept moving and breaking the duct tape, zip tie. It takes. Think about this. Think about this real hard. Somebody's fighting back, they're fighting for life. They don't want to be tied or strapped down, and most people know they're not going to make it out. Yeah, I mean, come on, let's be fucking for real here. Y'all have opened duct tape before, right? Or tried to pull it off, the whole thing, whatever. And don't even get me started on the glove aspect of this shit. How peeling duct tape would leave your fingerprints, plus your DNA on it as it peeled off the dead skin cells and shit. But whatever, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Tweedle3 Jimbo. I don't know. Sure, guys. Either way, you got a person that's fighting back. Clearly, even though you're trying to control this person, pull duct tape. You ever try to put a zip tie on something one-handed? An inanimate object that. Go try to put a fucking zip tie on anything one-handed while holding a gun. I mean, think about this. You're holding a gun on somebody, you got them in a chair. You're taking attention off to have to look down to duct tape them. Are you also unrolling the duct tape with one hand? You're putting on a zip ties one-handed with a struggling person. Huh? Taking your attention. Now, once again, I ask, if this went down anyway like this, at any point, and these events are just out of order and all this other shit, I ask nicely again, who's keeping an eye and control over the mayor? Because this ain't a one-man job. What Ernie's describing is a two-man plus thing.
He never really mentioned the placements of the zip ties. He just said, figures speaking zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was up, and he was getting ready to start taping it. And he said Ronnie started moving and didn't want to, because he couldn't breathe. Obviously, he was just gonna some way like suffocate him. And he said he just started.
Oh, he couldn't breathe? He was suffocating? Didn't Ernie just talk about me and air, and then he has this thing of pillows and all the things lately? He's always got a bender, don't he? He does seem pretty attached to my cancer shit and my voice, and making this movement around his neck like he's suffocating a woman he's angry with. He does enjoy that where it concerns me. Just the lack of air oxygen, his references to hanging, which is also, I don't know if y'all heard it or not, I think maybe or not, but he's all like talking about, you know what, we'll get there again. Actually, it was the other night, right, when he's doing something, or something we were playing, and he was talking about these people, or someone accusing him of being like, it's, we'll get there, and I'll put
He said his dying adrenaline was kicking in, and he was breaking stuff.
but it was essentially somebody had accused him, around all this, of trying to hang their granddaughter from stealing somewhere else, and he was like, yeah, he was doing these angry man voiceovers, make fun of their voice, snide shit. It was, no, I don't know. Ernie seems to be mad at a few women and people around this, and whatever. It's
Loose, and he said he looked at me. He said, "Never before have I ever had anybody asking." He's like, "Where's all your money at?" and this and that. And at this time, there was a shelf or something, and he's pointing. He's like to the shelf or something, and he turns over the whole shelf in a bookcase. And he said in a bookcase there was like a key or some other. I don't know if it was jewelry or what it was at the time, but there was something in the bookcase, and he had a bag, and he just started stuffing stuff in it, and he was trying to get him. So he said he put the gun up to him, and he asked him what the code for the safe or something was, or where the key was at. I don't know. I can't recall that.
Okay.
Yeah.
At any point in time, did Shelby talk about?
in the bookcase, it was a key or jewelry, I can't remember, but a key, and then the safe comes into play, and then a code or a key, and I don't know, I think somebody's trashing the room looking for a key to something, and the jewelry is most likely in the safe. You know what? Fine, I don't.
Training Ronnie King?
Yes.
Well,
after that, he made it look like he was just going to rob him. He kept telling him, he said, "I'm going back to jail anyways. I can't stand this. I can't live this kind of life."
After that, he started to say after that was over. But then he stopped himself and he goes, I'm going back to jail anyway. I can't live this life no more. So then he starts restraining him under that. And for that, whatever the fuck, man.
And he says, "I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to tie you up, and I'm just robbing you. And, my life's already ruined." So I guess he coerced him into thinking that he was just going to rob him.
I think those are mixed up statements. Maybe you get someone to come in, there's no fighting back, etc., or not much, whatever, and you tell them, hey man, just gonna rob you and we're gonna go, whatever, And maybe they do give in and lay time up with it. And this is after they've tried to pull a weapon and fight back, and you've disarmed them or whatever, and they've missed you with gunshots or whatever it is. And it's really left sure what else they, so they let you restrain them. You're promising to let them go afterwards. But then the thought comes later on, your life's over anyway. It's done if anybody finds out and you leave someone alive to tell the tale. Your life's over. It's enough. There's been bullets flying, attempted murder at the very least, assault deadly. I mean, it's enough to get you a life sentence anyway. So your life's over. You might as well not leave any witness behind. Might as well go ahead and finish. Shit's out of order here. And not in the court. I mean, it is in the court, but you know what I mean? I don't know, it's all scattered.
but he was gonna tie him up.
Okay. How'd he tell you to tie him up?
He said he used duct tape and, zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct?
Thing is, if the sister gave in any degree, shit wouldn't have needed to be knocked over and pilfered through and all that, and then someone restrained the seems that they were still like, no, I don't think so, bro, you ain't robbing me, and it just, I don't know, man,
He set him in a chair. He set him in a chair or something, and he was duct tape, and he was trying to duct tape him. And he said that Ronnie kept moving and breaking, and he said finally he got the zip ties, and he's zip tying him. And he never really mentioned the placements of the zip ties. He just said, figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up,
did they ask him where the placement was, or did he just bring it all up on his own? For no good reason other than it's Ernie.
How'd he tell you to tie him up?
he said he used duct tape and zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct tape?
He set him in a chair. He set him in a chair or something, and he was duct tape, and he was trying to duct tape him. And he said that Ronnie kept moving and breaking, and he said finally he got the zip ties, and he's zip tying him. And he never really mentioned the placements of the zip ties. He just said,
It's not what that man asked. Ernie took it as the location. Ernie then doesn't give like a room or the house or anything. He says in a chair. And then he is like, well, wait, the man meant the placement of these things, like the zip ties.
figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Ernie missed it. It flew right over his head, I think.
Yeah. And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was up. He set him in a chair or something, and he was duct taped. And he said he put the gun up to him, and he asked him what the code for the safe or something was, or where the key was at. I don't know. I can't recall that.
Okay.
Yeah.
At any point in time, did Shelby talk about restraining Ronnie King?
Yes.
Well,
after that, he made it look like he was just going to rob him. He kept telling him, he said, "I'm going back to jail anyways. I can't stand this. I can't live this kind of life."
Ronnie King?
Yes.
Well,
after that, he made it look like he was just going to rob him. He kept telling him, he said,
He made it look like he was just going to. Or made it look like a robbery after the fact. I don't know, it could be any of the above, I guess.
I'm going back to jail anyways. I can't stand this. I can't live this kind of life. And he says, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna tie you up and I'm just robbing you. And my life's already ruined. So I guess he coerced him into thinking that he was just gonna rob him, but he was gonna tie him up.
Okay. How'd he tell you tied him up?
He said he used duct tape and zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct tape?
He set him in a chair.
He was asking.
He set him in a chair or something, and he was duct tape, and he was trying to duct tape him in.
Where? Ernie starts out thinking he means the location. Ernie gets very specific, and instead of a room or something, he says the chair.
He said that Ronnie kept moving.
Oh, and Ernie's mind location is chair, but not the exact room.
Moving and breaking, and he said finally he got the zip ties, and he's zip tying him. And he never really mentioned the placements of the zip ties. He just said,
When he goes into zip ties. Okay, so he's on it.
Figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was out, and he was getting ready to start taping it. And he said Ronnie started.
So the duct tape will Ernie breaking his zip ties him, and then with one hand, I guess. And
Didn't want to, because he couldn't breathe, obviously. He was just going to some way like suffocate him, and he said he just started his.
You mean Ronnie King?
Yes.
Well,
after that, he made it look like he was just going to rob him. He kept telling him, he said, I'm going back to jail anyways. I can't stand this. I can't live this kind of life. And he says, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to tie you up and I'm just robbing you. And, my life's already ruined. So he just.
And I know Shelby had done prior stints. Maybe that's why he's trying to make that sound like. No.
I guess he coerced him.
Not that he's on the run facing or whatever, but that.
He was thinking that he was just going to rob him, but he was going to tie him up.
Okay. How'd he tell you tied him up?
He said he used duct tape and zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct tape?
He set him in a chair. He set him in a chair or something, and he was duct tape, and he was trying to duct tape him. And he said that Ronnie kept moving and breaking, and he said finally he got the zip.
Throughout this whole thing, if you watch Ernie, he's looking down, and he's reenacting all the things from, the mayor moving and breaking to the duct tape going around. I mean, I don't know, but looking down sort of the whole time.
And he's zip tying him, and he never really mentioned the placements of the zip ties. He just said, figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was out, and he was getting ready to start taping it. And he said Ronnie started moving and didn't want to, because.
How'd he tell you tied him up?
He said he used duct tape and zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct tape?
He set him in a chair. He set him in a chair or something, and he was duct tape, and he was trying to duct tape him. And he said that Ronnie kept moving and breaking, and he said finally he got this.
Ronnie King?
Yes. After that, he made it look like he was just going to rob him. He kept telling him, he said, I'm going back to jail anyways. I can't stand this. I can't live this kind of life. And he says, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to tie you up and I'm just robbing you, and, my life's already ruined. So I guess he coerced him into thinking that he was just going to rob him, but he was going to tie him up.
Okay. How'd he tell you to tie him up?
He said he used duct tape and zip ties.
Duct tape and zip ties. Where did he tell you duct tape?
He set him in a chair. He set him in a chair or something, and he was trying to duct tape him. And he said that Ronnie kept moving and breaking, and he said finally he got the zip ties, and he's zip tying him. And he never really mentioned the placements of the zip ties. He just said, figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was up, and he was getting ready to start taping it. And he said Ronnie started moving and didn't want to, because he couldn't breathe. Obviously, he was just going to some way like suffocate him. And he said he just started. He said his dying adrenaline was kicking in, and he was breaking stuff loose. And he said he looked at me. He said, "Never before have I ever had anybody break 7."
He's got both hands involved in the smothering effect of something covering, and he keeps doing this for the breaking movement, trying to. And he says he's dying. He's, the adrenaline's kicking in, and he's smothering his hair, and it's called. No, it ain't really adrenaline per se. That's that's not what that is. It's full panic mode and sort of anxiety to extremes, and people in that situation, they can't breathe, they start hyperventilating, they can't control their breathing enough to slow the pace and to think past all that in order to start breathing in and out the nose, right? They're panicking, and less oxygen and more they feel smothering sensation, the worse it gets, the worse it gets. It's a thing. And you do have to be able to think your way out, and to think yourself through those moments with suffocation of any kind and attempts. As someone who has survived many of them, I can assure you of that. And you have to be able to think very carefully, even in the moments you think you're taking your last breath on this earth. And as someone who heard quite often how certain fantasies and certain Monster is one of his favorite ways to abuse me and to try to kill me quite often. It generally involves some form of suffocation or strangulation. And it would take, he'd always tell me the ways in which he wanted to murder me and hurt me in his hair, but when it came to the worst, and for weeks leading up to certain things or after certain things, I would hear for weeks the particular fantasy that was on his mind and whatever, one of the last super benders on one he would often go back to was wanting to put zip ties around my neck and watch the light go out of my goddamn eyes as I took my last breath on this earth. But throughout all the years, that was one of his very, very favorite ways of abusing me, was suffocation and strangulation. From sitting on me always while beating me, doing whatever, to keeping my knees up like this while he was on top of me and balling me up where he would sit on me. And for most of our lives, he weighed in the 400 range until there at last. And I was generally way smaller than he was. But that wasn't it. I just also refused to, because I knew it would escalate the situation to fight back. But, yeah. In order to ensure that I wouldn't, while also screaming at me wildly enough to fight back, he would keep me from doing so because he was afraid and he knew what I was capable of if I fought back, which was something he craved but simultaneously feared. So he would sit his fat ass on me and make sure that I was balled up in some form that suffocated, smothered me, pressed my own legs and shit into my chest cavity, and sat on me and would wail on me and do whatever and push me over and face down and into walls and whatever as I was, and, trying to protect my face. I'd generally know it was coming enough time to at least throw my glasses off, and then and he would try to always stay with my face because he didn't want it damaged. And God, he got pissed if he actually missed and the mark showed up on my face. There's nothing less than what. Oh boy. Anyway, with that and choking me like strangulation, suffocation, pillows over my face, strangulation, especially while I was pregnant and during my sleep and waking up to that. But yeah, it was one of his very favorite ways to abuse me. Strangulation and suffocation of all varieties, ways, and forms. And one of his very favorite fantasies, but in a form of abuse, he would detail it to me in extreme detail while he was thinking of it almost every day or every other day, whenever it was on his mind for links or he wanted to do shit. And he'd do that to start setting off shit and everything else, so then he'd go on some bender and take off for a few days and cheat and swear it didn't count because he was gone for a whole 12 hours and oops, baby, sorry, can we get back to, So, as someone who has survived a lifetime of suffocation, strangulation, attempts, blah blah, he's had to think there a moment, and I've been at the cusp of knowing I had taken my last breath on this fucking earth. Could not get another breath in. There's none left. Knowing better than to panic, trying to think through those moments to draw in each breath as I could in between hits and suffocation is there. I'm trying enough to get away, but not be misconstrued as fighting back to make it any more severe. And be able just to wiggle enough to get the next gasp, the next anything. Um, but not to set off the monster anymore where it was fit. So yeah, you have to be able to slow your breathing, even while trying to fight back or to help yourself out of that situation. Otherwise, you're likely to end up anxiety ridden in this other and um, going in states where you end up. There's a lot of people who have been victims of crimes who have suffocated despite it just being tape over their mouth and things because of what happens and the panic, and they can't slow down, they can't think through the situation and tame all those to just breathe in to do, and to think through it, which that's human reaction, especially those facing violent extremes maybe only once or twice in their life, and all it takes is once to end up being your worst Tuesday on earth. Let's be real. So Ernie here, I don't know, and that he describes the wiggling, like as someone's panicking, as they're in that state of terror, and they're suffocating because they can't figure out how to breathe over. It's strange for me that he's doing that movement, and he's looking down while doing it.
Resolution, duct tape, and 7 zip ties. That's somebody said.
Shelby said that about Ronnie King. So as Shelby's telling you that he's duct taping Ronnie King's head and mouth and coming up over his nose, Ronnie King starts to break free.
Yes, his adrenaline.
Well, sir, Ernie didn't say he's starting to come up over the nose. You just said that,
though. Kicked in and he was.
But maybe, just maybe, you didn't do so on accident, because maybe there's enough left to show that they did indeed try to go up over the nose or went a little bit too much over. I don't know. That could be either way. Yeah.
To move and break free. And Shelby said he went through the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains out.
But the Ernie just doesn't even catch that and agrees with it. And says, yep, up over the nose too. That's a little weird.
With it. And before have I ever had anybody break.
And then he's saying, I've never before had anybody break. So that's implying that Shelby has admitted to him about other people he's done this to, and what, those people didn't report after getting away, or were they murdered too? And do you know about them? And if so, then why didn't you say something? I don't know. You got a list of those people, buddy? Anyway, carrying on.
7 resolution, duct tape, and 7 zip ties. That's somebody said.
Shelby said that about Ronnie King. So as Shelby's telling you that he's duct taping Ronnie King's head and mouth and coming up over.
Ernie's mouth is getting dry. By this point, he keeps licking lips. He's now doing this. He's trying to wet the inside of this around
his nose. Ronnie King starts to break free.
Yes, his adrenaline kicked in and he was starting to move and break free. And Shelby said he went through the house looking for a.
I mean, that's a whole lot of detail for a guy, like Shelby, to share with Ernie. Oh yeah, by that point, brother, homie, bro, the adrenaline started kicking in and he started doing that. Yeah, I don't know, whatever you say.
A hammer to knock his brains out with it. And he said he couldn't find the hammer, and because he couldn't breathe, obviously, he was just going to some way like suffocate him. And he said he just started, he said he just died.
He couldn't breathe, obviously, and he was just going to some way suffocate him. What? So was the initial intention to actually get him to access to being tied up voluntarily, and then we're like, fuck it. It's like putting down an animal and we ain't got anything brutal. We'll just put duct tape maybe over his nose and let him sit there and suffocate. We'll just leave him alone until he had to watch it. Is that it? You're just gonna suffocate him. Okay. He's doing the wiggling now.
Figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was out, and he was getting ready to start taping it. And he said Ronnie started moving and didn't want to, because he couldn't breathe, obviously. He was just going to some way like suffocate him. And he said he just started, he said his dying adrenaline was kicking in, and he was breaking stuff loose. And he said, he looked at me, he said, never before have I ever had anybody break loose and duct tape and 7 zip ties. That's somebody said.
Shelby said that about
Shelby
Ryan
said that.
King.
So he agreed to being tied or something, maybe, but then, you know, somebody started putting duct tape over his mouth. He didn't want that. So he started fighting back. Breaking loose. Seven zip ties is what Ernie said. 7. And that's a whole hell of a lot of detail. He didn't say exactly where. He just said zip ties and whatever. Yeah, he didn't give no details on all that shit with placement, but he gave you the exact number 7, Ernie. Okay. 7 points on the body where zip ties could be used in a chair type setting. 4. You have 2 on each arm and 1 leg and only had 1 on the other, or was it 1 around the neck as well? You know? But then what kind of chair would that be? Most chairs don't come up to the neck area. So why 7 and what 7 points of the body? There's really only 4 points you gotta worry about. And there's no real chair you're gonna have in your home to where it comes all the way behind your neck, so that's out. 7 zip ties. 2, 4, 6, 1 on 1. This person managed to break loose, but you're not gonna have most people having chairs anyway, especially near the bedroom area that are gonna be alright. They're gonna be the, you know, even in 2013, they're gonna be the office type chairs. They're gonna be this and the other, you know. But the mayor was of an age where he maybe had, and he was the ex-mayor, so he might have had the harder wooden good chairs and, you know, the ones with legs and all that. And, you know, the kitchen table's that, but then again, did you take the mayor to the kitchen or somewhere else to get the hard, maybe good chairs, or to an office area to get that? And then, how'd you keep him in control while you were also carrying a chair? And I mean, let's be fucking real, if it's an office chair in 2013, no wonder the shit was flying apart, but also, I mean, all you gotta do is rock it back and forth. I mean, you tear that motherfucker all to hell, and then how in the hell do you get 7 zip ties attached to that shit? What 7 points on a fucking office chair are there? Hey, you're lucky if most even have the armrest, but even if they do, you're still like it just, what the fuck ever, Ernie. Fuck ever. Still, ask again, there's a scenario in there in which, even if a good chair is found, who in the fuck watched the mayor and gave him out of control while the chair and the mayor was, I mean, how do you fucking keep control of that situation without the mayor who's freaked out by this point wanting to run the fuck off or grabbing a knife or a weapon or a fucking vase and bashing your head with it? You know, whatever. 7 zip ties. They didn't tell you where they were placed now. You just know a chair, and you don't know, he just said zip ties. But he gave you the exact number 7. And he did all it by himself. He 7 on. Then what? Somebody's gonna smother him easy with duct tape. He didn't want it on his face, whatever. Yeah, we're just gonna. Somebody was gonna smother him. Because that would be easy to walk away from, right? easier to live with than anything gruesome. It's sort of for pussies. The tape do the dirty work. Right? They ain't all hands on like my monster. They don't want to see the light go out of your fucking eyes and enjoy it and jerk off on it. They want to be able to walk away and be like, for average 2 or 3 minutes, best, you're done. You're toast. And that's if you're really good at holding your fucking breath. Usually, people succumb before that. No. Did the mayor smoke? Anyway. So, you're usually unconscious before then, but you're looking at a few minute mark and it's toast. It's done. Yeah. It's a pussy and a coward's way. They can walk away and be like, and it just looks like this most peacefully resting, all that pillow, wherever else, but they can compartmentalize that type of stuff. Whereas anything more gruesome, it's harder to deal with that. It's harder to enact that on or perpetrate it upon another human being and live with it afterwards, And the images and things, Also gives a sense of you're not totally responsible to take to the job. It allows, pussy ass weak criminal monsters to be able to live with and continue for. They don't enjoy necessarily that aspect of it. It's whatever.
So as Shelby's telling you that he's duct taping Ronnie King's head and mouth and coming up over his nose, Ronnie King starts to break free.
Yes, his adrenaline kicked in and he was starting to move and break free. And Shelby said he went through the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains out with it. And
I don't know. Ernie here has been awful preoccupied in the past few weeks, hasn't he? With Dawn and the hammer thing and the mattress. Weirdo. Ernie's a little leaky. All the damn time.
he said he couldn't find the hammer, and then he finally found that pillow, and he said he tried to finish doing it. He said he was coming up out of it. He said he put the pillow over his head.
Oh, wait. He couldn't find a hammer. And remember, he went on the search of one, as supposedly the mayor's breaking everything apart. He left the mayor for long enough to go wander about and find a fucking hammer. I call bullshit.
And he said, Shelby,
Head and mouth and coming up over his nose, Ronnie King starts to break free.
yes, his adrenaline kicked in and he was starting to move and break free. And Shelby said he went through the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains out with it. And he said he couldn't find the hammer, and then he finally found that pillow, and he said he tried to finish doing it. He said he was coming up.
He couldn't find the hammer, but he finally found that pillow. Not a pillow, but that pillow, as in the one you used. Now, if you're entirely distanced from the situation, and you're told about this secondhand, you would be like, well, he said he found a pillow. He got a pillow. Whatever. Not that pillow. That'd be what I'd think anyway. Furthermore, remember the area they're in? The mayor was jumping on the bed. He did this on the pillow ready for fellatio, well, he finally found that pillow. How much effort did that take? It was right fucking there in the same room. And what do you mean he had to find a fucking pillow? Even if he'd moved rooms by that point, he clearly knew where a fucking pillow would be. Cause the mayor just, what? There's no finding it. He went and got a pillow. Why is Ernie like that pillow? He finally found that pillow. No, man. It's weird shit. But sure, Ernie. Sure.
Out of it. He said he put the pillow over his head, and he said Shelby had a little motto back then. I don't know if he's still true to this day, but it was everybody has an expiration date, and he's the stamper. And
That's entire bullshit. That's something Ernie's heard along the way, and he decided to put in. And damn, 5 minutes ago he changed the language from Shelby to where he would sound like a nice guy. He went from tell to ask. Now he's like, I don't. Back then he had a motto. Now, I don't know if it still holds true to this day. Alright, babe, the blue fucking ox. Tall tale having ass motherfucking inserted little weaver goofball.
before if I ever have anybody break loose and duct tape and 7 zip ties, that's somebody said.
Shelby said that about
Shelby
Ronnie
said that.
King. So as Shelby's telling you that he's duct taping Ronnie King's head and mouth and coming up over his nose, Ronnie King starts to break free.
Ernie is doing a whole lot of mouth movements and tongue trying to do shit in here, and his jaw's sort of. No, man.
Yes, his adrenaline kicked in and he was starting to move and break free. And Shelby said he went through the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains out with it. And he said he couldn't find a hammer, and then he finally found that pillow, and he said he tried to finish doing it. He said he was coming up out of it. He said he put the pillow over his.
He was trying to finish doing it after he found the pillow, and then he put the pillow down there. I mean, he's an acting every bit of these. It's certain parts of the story, not all of
Head. And he said Shelby had a little motto back then. I don't know if
he was trying to finish doing it. What, duct taping? Because clearly the duct tape was on there. He was trying to finish doing it. You mean he was trying to smother him with the pillow, but somebody was. Oh, man.
still true to this day, but it was everybody has an expiration date, and he's the stamper. And
He just licked his lips and he's like, oh, everybody has an expiration date and he's the stamper. Like a goddamn lizard. Like Depp's character in fucking, or no, y'all remember Harry Potter, like, where the one just keeps, like, the tongue flicks, you know, that shit. Anyway, having problems there? The moisture content, Ernie, or sour taste from lies, or put in bullshit? What kind of movie ass fucking motto line is that? Oh, yeah, your brother, he just went around for years saying everyone had an expiration date and he was a stamper. And then y'all thought anything? You weren't like, holy shit, who's he murdering? To even be saying that motto? What? I don't know. Whatever. Who the fuck is your brother? Chasing fucking Hairline? I'm the stamper of the group. What the fuck? Maybe in entirely different ways. Well, sort of. Oh. Unless you're working with Jenny and Adrian over trying to get people killed and then putting stamps on fake deaths around here. I don't know, I guess. It's fun. Carry on.
He had a reason for everybody to be, why he was doing it to them. Like, even members of my own family or our own family, he had reasons that he wanted to, go forward with. But anyways, he told, Ronnie, he said, you remember my son to the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains
Wait, what?
out with it. And, he said he couldn't find the hammer, and then he finally found that pillow, and he said he tried to finish doing it. He said he was coming up out of it. He said he put the pillow over his head, and he said, Shelby had a little motto back then. I don't know if he's...
Oh, he was trying to finish doing it. He was coming up out of it. Meaning they thought he was dead or would, and suffocation, whatever, it wasn't working, and they were at somebody was having to finish the job with the pillow because the other methods weren't working. He was coming up out of it. Whatever that was. Okay. And then the pillow went on. He was coming up out of it. And then the pillow went on. So whatever that was, the mayor was coming about it and they were trying to finish it. Somebody was trying to finish it, I'm sorry. Supposedly a single person crime and
Still true to this day, but it was everybody has an expiration date, and he's the stamper. And he had a reason for everybody to be, why he was doing it to them. Like, even members of my own family or our own family, he had...
He had reasons for doing it to everybody, even members of my own family and our... what? Excuse me, sir. I mean, sir.
To the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains out with it. And he said he couldn't find the hammer, and then he finally found that pillow, and he said he tried to finish doing it. He said he was coming up out of it. He said he put the pillow over his head, and he said, Shelby had a little motto back then. I don't know if he's still true to this day, but it was everybody has an expiration date, and he's the stamper. And he had a reason for everybody to be, why he was doing it to them. Like, even members of my own family or our own family, he had...
Even members of our own family.
Reasons that he...
Who are you, fucking Manuel? What the fuck are you, bro?
Wanted to, go forward with. But anyways, he told Ronnie, he said, you remember my son and Tabitha, they lived in your apartments and everything. He said, your apartment had mold or something in it and you didn't do nothing about it. My son ended up in the hospital, and he said, that's your reason to die. And he said he put the gun over the pill, and he said he pressed really, really hard. And he said as he's doing it, he said, Ronnie said, they can live there for free. They can live there for free. And he said, they don't live there no more, motherfucker. And bam, over his head.
There's duct tape over this gentleman's mouth and a pillow over his head. But yet he's suddenly able to talk. But remember the other thing, it didn't work and he was coming out of it, so the pillow was over. That's my reality. Now suddenly, we're to believe that Shelby, he didn't want to get it, he was just going to tie him up. But suddenly this rage comes out of nowhere. And Shelby says to this man, don't you remember my son and whatever lived in the apartment and there was mold there? And now you gotta die, motherfucker. Bam! And Mayor's like, wait, they can still live there. And then, bam, right. Suddenly this rageous story comes out of nowhere the fucking mayor didn't recognize the daddy of a son, and a partner of someone that was pissed off and his door won't work, but willing to 5 minutes before get fellatio from him, right? Nice Shelby who went from tell to ask, and Ernie's retelling. I'm so lost here. And before this, Ernie goes, well, he always had a reason to do everything different, basically, to everyone, including members of our family. And so then he adds in, oh, here's Shelby's reason for being able to do it. It doesn't. But yet before it was supposed to be a robbery and shit. But then it turns out there's a real motive behind murdering him, possibly. And then in this, we're all to believe also that if any truth to this, which I'm sure y'all know better than I, but if any truth to this, you're telling me that Shelby, a partner and a son lived in these apartments or something of this gentleman, and Ernie wasn't aware of and did not know anything or any whatever, didn't know who the fucking mayor was. Ernie, who's all involved in politics and fame and trying to get near people, and I know this one, and I'm a police officer, and I'm part of the CIA, wouldn't be very interested in cozying up to anyone who's an ex-mayor and had power or pull or anything like that, or to get Ernie someplace else, or to get him clout or anything. Ernie would be just entirely unaware that the place his brother or nephew or anybody else lived was owned or whatever by the mayor or ex-mayor. Yeah, I'll believe that when my shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet. Sure, sure, dog.
Figuratively speaking, zip ties.
Yeah.
And as he's taping him up, he got to where his mouth was out, and he was getting ready to start taping it. And he said Ronnie started moving and didn't want to, because he couldn't breathe, obviously. He was just going to.
How many cops and detectives and judges and DAs and prosecutors, how many you think have watched this on repeat? Just slow blinking like a motherfucker at it. How many do you think inside that courtroom that day and others had to wrestle themselves and not rolling their eyes so far back into their goddamn head they were stuck for forever and giving it away? I bet you this is used as a training tape now. And will be in the future. Tweedledee. Tweedledee shell.
Some way like suffocate him, and he said he just started. He said his dying adrenaline was kicking in, and he was.
It's like those damn training tapes when you start to wear it like fucking Walmart or somewhere they sit down and force you to watch. That's what this is for detectives and shit. This is like the entry exam. Like, here you go. This is what to watch for. It has to be, right? Has to fucking be.
breaking stuff loose, and he said he looked at me.
This is how you mop the floor, but this is also how you watch them mop the floor themselves.
And never before have I ever had anybody break loose and duct tape and 7 zip ties. That's somebody said.
Shelby said that about
Shelby
Ronnie
said that.
King. So as Shelby's telling you that he's duct taping Ronnie King's head and mouth and coming up over his nose, Ronnie King starts to break free.
Yes, his adrenaline kicked in and he was starting to move and break free. And Shelby said he went through the house looking for a hammer to knock his brains out with it. And he said he couldn't find a hammer, and then he finally found that pillow, and he said he tried to finish doing it, and he said he was coming up out of it. He said he put the pillow over his head, and he said Shelby had a little motto back then. I don't know if he's still true to this day, but it was everybody has an expiration date, and he's the stamper. And he had a reason for everybody to be, why he was doing it to them. Like even members of my own family or our own family, he had reasons that he wanted to.
Even members of my own family, as he says that he always had a reason for doing things to it, whatever, etc. Even my own family. But then he goes, ours. These are Ernie's feels towards the family, especially the ones that I know have already gotten up and said that he's a liar. And he knows to expect to continue to do it, including his uncle and others and things, right? And that he's mentally ill and he's full of shit and all these other things, and he has family problems. But he knows, right? And monsters work, they can always justify shit. But he's putting that off on Shelby, It's him he's talking about. At least in a way, justifying being mad at and having reasons to be, so whatever. It's just a weird thing to input in there. And then to say, my family, our family, that type Alright. I'm back. Okay, so there's never getting where it is. It's so much of this.
Go forward with. But anyways, he told Ronnie, he said, "You remember my son and Tabitha? They lived in your apartments and everything." He said, "Your apartment had mold or something in it, and you didn't do nothing about it. My son ended up in the hospital." And he said, "That's your reason to die." And he said he put the gun over the pillow, and he said he pressed really, really hard. And he said as he's doing it, he said, "Ronnie said they can live there for free. They can live there for free." And he said, "They don't live there no more, motherfucker."
In the middle of this acting and pressing down he's doing, he comes back up from it and does this, his nose, and then starts pressing back down and reenacting this. And he's looking down as he's doing it.
Bam! And that's what he told me.
And then he does a precursor with this on how justifications and even towards my own, our family works. I don't know, man. It's built up.
Okay, so bam. I mean, I think that I know what you mean by bam, but unfortunately, you know, this is a court of law, and we have to be specific. What do you
He shot Ron.
Did Shelby Shell, your brother,
Shelby shot Ron.
tell you
Yes.
that he shot Ronnie King?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he killed Ronnie King?
Yes. And
he told you that he did that by placing a pillow over his head,
mm-hmm.
and then putting the pistol on it,
mm-hmm.
and shooting.
He didn't say whereabouts the pillow was placed, though. He just said he put a pillow over there, and he put the weapon.
He didn't say where the pillow was placed. He just said over there. But yet 7 zip ties. But wait, a minute ago he reenacted a pillow being put on the face after the suffocation thing, and he was coming back out of it, wasn't working, and then, you know, the head area was a thing, and the hammer was like, no. What? But he didn't tell you where the pillow was placed. Sure, but he said a second ago the pillow was placed there, and then bam, you know. What? The thing is about all that, right? It's in movies everywhere. The pillow, and then the gun thing, and the shooting of, you know, and it's everywhere in movies, you see it, TV shows, whatever. But in real, and like in mob movies, you'll see it done, like they shoot through the pillow to use it as a silencer or some shit, right? But often in real life crimes and things, what you'll see are criminals will do it. It's to separate, so you don't have to see what the bullet does to someone, their face, etc. Especially if they know the person and it's going to be something harder to take or live with, etc. The damage to. It's the same as letting duct tape do the job for you. You don't want to, or you can't stomach whatever. But for the most part, a lot of people like, and you'll see, I think, especially if you, criminal knows somewhere, wherever, you'll see that in, domestic violence or family type things where guns are used or whatever. They'll often, do things while a person's sleeping. That's why you often see people murdered in bed during the middle of the night, type of shit. From wives, husbands, children, etc. It's easier to not put all these things, but you'll also see things placed over the faces before, you know, the act or after. And it's so they don't see what they've done. It makes it less, you know, all the things, you know. Thing. But Ernie clearly knew where the pillow was damn well being used at. And he's like, I don't know, he just said the pillow isn't there. Yeah, sure, says the guy who said, no, he didn't say where the zip ties were, but he did tell me 7. Okay, Ernie, okay. We got it.
Close to the pillow, and he pressed down really hard. He shot him.
And he just said he didn't know where, he just said there. And he pressed down really hard with the pillow, he says, and then shot him. Where the fuck else would you press down really hard with a pillow and then shoot through? But you changing your shit up. My favorite part of this, though, after just now seeing it, is that Ernie really, at like this timestamp here, listen closely, because obviously I'm not showing the thing, but listen.
Did he tell you that he killed Ronnie King?
Yes,
And he told you that he did that by placing a pillow over.
And there was a tone change there, just in case anybody's unaware. And he looked up while saying it, plus her mouth movement both.
His head, and then putting the pistol on it, and shooting.
He didn't say whereabouts the pillow was placed though.
And for poor little vocal Ernie, who's always got to worry about something, he just makes vocalizations, but no actual wording. It's and then he starts speaking in.
He just said he put a pillow over there, and he put the weapon close to the pillow, and he pressed down really hard. He shot him.
What do you mean he put the weapon close to the pillow, but he also pressed it?
And then what happened? What did he tell you happened next?
He didn't say whereabouts the pillow was placed though. He just said he put a pillow over there, and he put the weapon close to the pillow, and he pressed down really hard. He shot him.
And then what happened? What did he?
It's almost like it's been very taxing on Ernie to go through this, almost like he's running or something, because what he does right there at that moment is, after all that, it's just like he's releasing something, and he does this, and it's almost a whistling sound like he's been through the ring. Like, you know, and he does do a rise and fall with the show. It's strange.
What did happen next?
He said after he shot him.
And then his body language, when this man goes, well, what next? And Ernie then sort of collapses in, but then comes back up. Like, he does, and then when he's asked for what next, he does this and goes really low, and then, you know, starts to answer. Like, I don't know, man. It's strange as hell.
He went around and making sure he didn't leave any kind of, or no, after he shot him, he said there was
He went around, and he, you know, what's up with all that? And this.
big puddle of blood or something, and he went to turn around, and he slipped in the blood. And he went back out the door. When he went back to the door, he said I think he said he was walking up the tracks or something. He remembered he left his fingerprints or something on the blinds, but when he first come in, and he had thought somebody.
Now, despite the other 43 things in just those few seconds that can be picked apart, there's a big giant puddle of blood. He's walked through it, whatever, right? But then, as he's walking out, he's like, oh shit, I think I left my fingerprints on the blinds, maybe. Not the duct tape, not zip ties, not the shit he's rifled through, not the places he's been, not lost a hair in there anywhere. wearing a fucking hazmat suit or something. Not when he's yelling or screaming and might let a, I don't know, spray of spit out and DNA somewhere. No. And at what point in this story was Shelby supposedly at the blinds? And why? That sounds more like a lookout or a helper had been peeking out the blinds to see if anybody showed up or pulled in. While other people did things. Somebody's playing lookout, then somebody gets concerned with those fingerprints, theirs. Meanwhile, everybody else been sloppy as fuck, maybe. And if you're that sloppy as fuck, you ain't giving no shits, and you ain't smart enough to fucking do whatever, you know, and where in that story does it fit that Shelby was looking out a window and left his fingerprints on blinds, and that was his main concern? Oh shit, man, this puddle of blood I slipped in, and the 43 times I was yelling at somebody, and the gun going off, and the fucking shit I've rifled through, hairs falling off, you know? Oh my god, I'm walking out, and I got blood everywhere, and I slipped in it, but wait, the fingerprints on the blinds that fit nowhere in any of this. That's what I'm worried about. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. And then we're to believe that the Shelby Shell, who is so fucking sloppy about everything, that then suddenly he's worried about falling down the barrel again after, days after. Not before one, but after. Hmm. I feel like a gun was possibly fall down before. So what the fuck's the point? What, you plan on keeping it around to get caught with? Are you that stupid? What's the point in putting that much effort into after that? Alright. You're worried about filing it, but just clean it out of all that DNA that would have been blowback and your DNA, you know, like, no, I don't know about that. I mean, like, what? Sure. You just gonna keep it. As what, a trophy? But you don't seem like a trophy type if you can't even stomach the sight of and don't enjoy a buffer like pillows or offhands type murders like suffocation to do the job for all these things, right? I don't know, man. And did you try suffocation, but that didn't work, and somebody was a pussy, but they attempted a hammer situation. They couldn't stomach that, and then decided they had to cover up that one, and somebody was coming out of it, so they just had to give in and shoot them, but they didn't want to do it close either to see that. So, pillow. Yeah, makes total sense to follow a gun down after. Sure.
He pulled up in the yard or what drove by the house or something, and he put his hands before he put gloves on or something in a way. That's what he told
So, you checked the box when he thought something pulled up in the yard or went by or something with his hand before he put gloves on. Now, wait. Now, wait. By this point, he'd wrestled guns away from there. He pulled his own gun, shots been fired, all this other bullshittery, and he had to restrict. When did he put the gloves on again? Was this? Did he do this while also somehow maintaining entire control over the mayor? Where were those? Where were they? Where were the gloves? Back pocket? Front pocket? I have questions. You ever tried to put a glove on, one-handed? Only way I know that would be possible if you got those really fucked up gloves we had in like the 70s and 80s. I mean, I wasn't 70s, baby, but you get what I'm saying. The same mittens, the deep winter gloves existed. They were like they really were open, like little pockets, and they were so stiff and made that same material was popular in our jackets then. It was a thing. It was very stiff. And they had the big, and you could just now, unless you got those motherfuckers, and I don't even think by 2013 those are made unless you're fucking Alaska. But yeah, there's no shit, man. Yeah, and I know you don't want to talk about that, but how the fuck do you put on gloves one-handed while controlling the mayor and your gun, or anything to keep him under control? Where the fuck did the gloves come in? And this is before or after the, rummaging and hammering, they still get hair follicles, spit somewhere, slipping them. Either way, okay, whatever you want us to believe, it's fine. But yeah, in between gloves and all sorts of shit, he supposedly, some point thinks somebody drives by and he looks out the window and does whatever. Would that be before or after the mayor was murdered? I mean, it'd have to be well before, right? Because he didn't have his gloves on. So you're telling me he heard something and he left the mayor and he clearly didn't have gloves on and he looks out the window somewhere, any room really, but even if he left him to walk across and say in the room they were both in together to look out a window, that would mean turning his back to the mayor. Nobody having control over the situation, taking eyes off of, and and if he could do that, that means the mayor was already tied up, whatever was there was control. Otherwise, you're not going to turn your back to the mayor to go look out the goddamn window And if he thought fingerprints were left before he had gloves on, means he tied up the fucking mayor and had him under control in some fashion. To be able to feel comfortable enough to walk off, turn his back to him, and look out a window and concentrate from it. Which means mayor was under control somehow, and fingerprints have been left on the duct tape and all the things, and DNA from the wrestling myth and the fighting back forth and the breaking away. So what the fuck are you concerned about some fingerprints on a blind, dude? See how none of this makes fucking sense in the least? And then you slip it in blood and you're all this other shit, but you're one worry leaving that, oh shit, fingerprints on the blind. I call bullshit. 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 It's like falling down a gun after the crime.
So I don't know if it's significant on it, but he said then he went back and he knew that he'd actually forgot what all he touched, the doorknob, the door handle, and all that. And he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
I can't recall exactly where he said he started at. I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back to a wrong.
You're answering questions that weren't asked. And actually, you're not even answering those. You're doing a weird thing. You're being weird again, Ernie. Obviously weird. Listen.
He said he was walking up the tracks or something. He remembered he left his fingerprints or something on the blind.
He was mopping up the tracks from slipping in the blood, and then he remembered. Oh shit, the fingerprints. Mopping up the pool of blood he'd slipped in. And then probably had all over him dripping. Maybe on the bottom of his shoes. Tracks, you know, that type of thing. It ain't going nowhere. Shit's gotten deep, you know. But yep, the fingerprints on shit, whatever. Doorknobs, who knows.
But when he first come in, and he thought somebody pulled up in the yard or what drove by the house or something, and he put his hands before he.
When he first come in, he thought somebody had pulled up in the yard or drove in, whatever. And so he puts his hands up and looks out the window. And Ernie's reenacting that and looking at him. And he's got fingers like you're going through blinds. But no, he says when he first. No, that sounds like a lookout on a window while everything else goes down. So what we have here is possibly a lookout, someone else to control, and someone else to rummage, or some variety in mixing in of something. That just sounds like there's more than one there. I mean, just so many more. Doesn't it?
Gloves on or something in a way. That's what he told me. So I don't know if it's significant on it, but he said then he went back and he knew that he'd actually forgot what all he touched, the doorknob, the door handle, and all that. And he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
And he went back and he forgot what all he touched, and so then he just had to burn the place. He went back, as in he had left. He had left. And then he come back. Interesting. Yeah, but then again, maybe somebody's pissed at the mayor over something, this, and the other. And did whatever. Realizes it's too sloppy, whatever, and they're in real deep shit and trouble, gonna get caught. Runs to others for help. To clean up, do whatever, they go back, check it out. see what they can do. They realize how sloppy shit is, and there's no solution but to burn it all to ash. Cause fuck up sloppy shit that's happened, maybe in a rage or whatever else, And one looks out while the others pilfer through and gather all the fucking valuables, knock over shelves, get access possibly to safes. Shit. Yeah. I don't know. It still seems like there's more than one. Some way. Somehow here. But not wrong here.
I can't.
But he left. Went back. Says like, this shit. Maybe that just means the vehicle to take all the goodies out. And by the time he goes back, fuck. Where all did I touch? Or maybe everybody's trying to clean things up, and then they realize that's just an overwhelming task. Might as well just burn it down.
Recall exactly where he said he started at. I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because he said the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And he thought somebody would come in and say whereabouts the pillow was placed. Though he just said he put a pillow over there and he put the weapon close to the pillow and he pressed down really hard. He shot him.
Then what happened? What did he tell you happened next?
He said after he shot him, he went around and making sure he didn't leave any kind of, or no, after he shot him, he said there was a big puddle of blood or something. And he went to turn around and he slipped in the blood. And he went back out the door. When he went back to the door.
Let's make it clear, it would take a minute or two for a pool of blood to gather from body, no matter where you shot at, so it wouldn't be an instant thing.
He said I think he said he was walking up the tracks or something. He remembered he left his fingerprints or something on the blinds, but when he first come in, and he had thought somebody had pulled up in the yard or what drove by the house or something, and he put his hands before he put gloves on or something in a way. That's what he told me. So I don't know if it's significant on it, but he said then he went back and he knew that he'd actually forgot what all he touched, the doorknob, the door handle, and all that, and he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
I can't recall exactly where he said he started at. I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before.
He said, wait, fuck, were you asked? Now did you answer that?
The door handle and all that, and he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
I can't recall exactly where he said he started.
Did he tell you how he burned it? Well, I can't recall where he said where it started. Yeah, what?
Started at. I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said with his hands before he put gloves on or something in a way. That's what he told me. So I don't know if it's significant on it, but he said then he went back and he knew that he'd actually forgot what all he touched, the doorknob, the door handle, and all that, and he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
I can't recall.
Did he tell you how he burned it? I can't
exactly where he said he started at. I mean,
can't recall exactly where he said it started.
But he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And he thought somebody had come in the door because it was open. When he left, he said he thought it was closed. And he got behind the wall and he said, I thought he was kind of saying he's paranoid or something like that and he's hearing things. But he said it was where the gunshot had went off and it was in an enclosed area. But he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because he said the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And he thought somebody had come in the door because it was open. When he left, he said he thought it was closed. And he got behind the wall and he he said, I thought he was kind of saying he's paranoid or something like that, and he's hearing things. But he said it was where the gunshot had went off, and it was in the doorknob, the door handle, and all that. And he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
Um, I can't recall exactly where he said he started at.
It's not the answer to the question.
I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before.
And he says I can't recall where it started at. Doesn't say, well, he didn't tell me that, or whatever. He just said he started the fire. He says I can't recall where it started.
Before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because he said the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And he thought.
But he says first he went back where Ronnie was at because he went back where the mayor was at, dead. Because why?
His hands before he put gloves on or something in a way that, I mean, that's what he told me. So I don't know if it's significant or on it, but he said then he went back and he knew that he'd actually forgot what all he touched, the doorknob, the door handle, and all that. And he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
I can't recall exactly where he said he started at. I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because he said the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And he thought somebody had come in the door because it was open. When he left, he said he thought it was.
No, man, he went back to where the mayor was dead. Because, and did this motherfucker just say deafening? Not deafening. Oh, dear.
That's what he said. So, and then I asked him, I said, how do you, I think I even mentioned, I said, he was dead at this time. He's like, yeah, but after I got finished with him, and then he said, the door handle and all that, and he said he just had to burn the place.
Did he tell you how he burned it?
I can't recall exactly where he said he started at. I mean, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because he said the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And
So he went back to where the mayor was dead because the gunshot was deafening him, you know what I mean? Okay.
he thought somebody had come in the door because it was open. When he left, he said he thought it was closed.
Because he thought somebody'd been there, because when he left, when he came back, there was, yeah, what the fuck? This would imply that, panic mode.
And he got behind the wall and he was, but he did say he burnt the place. But he said before he burnt the place, he went back where Ronnie was at because he said the gunshot was still or something in his ears and it was deafening him. And he thought somebody had come in the door because it was open. When he left, he said he thought it was closed. And he got behind the wall and he was.
The door was open, but when he left, he thought it was closed. But he got behind a wall. But he went back where the mayor thought somebody had been there. No, bro. This is insane. People had to listen to this.
He said, I thought he was kind of saying he's paranoid or something like that, and he's hearing things. But he said it was where the gunshot went off, and it was in an enclosed area, and it just deafened.
But it was where the gunshot went off, and in an unclosed area. I don't know, Mr. Weapons expert here. And it was just deafening. Deafening. So stupid. This man is stupid. Stupid. No, trust me when I tell you this, and I mean that sincerely as someone who's had a gun go off directly over their ear while pressed into it. Oh, it'll fuck your ass up in a quick heartbeat if it's right over. I mean, now, even in a fucking room or something, it's not gonna be that bad. I mean, them earmuff type motherfuckers always kill me anyway. I'm just like, whatever. You want to protect your and do whatever, but, you know, yeah. But it's actually not that bad. But to imply what Ernie is about a gunshot going off, you know, like, if it's one where you're shooting outward, it ain't gonna be the type that's gonna ring your fucking head enough to be like, you know, and addle, you know, it's just not. It might mean you hear things a little less minutes, but it ain't gonna be the type that's gonna ring your fucking gourd and give you this, like, paranoid syndrome. I mean, it's just not. Now, see, however, if a mayor gets off a shot near your fucking head and it zooms by at pretty close range as you're struggling over a weapon, now that might ring your fucking bell, especially a shotgun or right, you know what I mean? Now that might happen, but shit, after that, you still tie up, you're still capable of doing all the things and whatever else. It just doesn't make sense. There's shit way out of order here. And then he leaves and comes back, but somehow thinks somebody's been there. All because a gunshot addled him a bit, and no matter how, he thinks someone's been there, and a door's open or closed, versus when he left and had to leave far enough, not just walked out to a vehicle, but far enough away to where he didn't have eyes on the house any longer, and then came back to him and was like, oh shit, the door's open, you know. He left and came back. Somebody left and came back. And was paranoid because they thought left the door one way or the other. Right. Maybe went to check the room and thought the door had been left open where the mayor was, but it was closed or closed and open, and they thought, oh shit, he's still alive, or somebody's already been here, whatever else. I don't know, you know, it just depends. But either way, it means someone left that premises far enough away to even begin to think, shit, somebody's been here and opened and shut doors. Somebody panicked about something, hid behind walls.
And then he says he goes back to where Ronnie was at, and everything. He said,
and that didn't have shit to do with a gunshot going off, and Adeline or anything. It had nothing to do with that. No.
He knelt down and he talked to him. That's what he said. Okay. So, and then I asked him. I said, "How do you?" I think I even mentioned. I said he was dead in the door because it was open when he left. He said he thought it was closed, and he got behind the wall and he was. He said, I thought he was kind of saying he's paranoid or something like that, and he's hearing things. But he said it was where the gunshot went off, and it was in an enclosed area, and it just deafened him. And then he says he goes back to where Ronnie was at, and everything. He said he knelt down and he talked to him. That's what he said. Okay. So, and then I asked him, I said, how do you?
He knelt down and talked to him, implying there's some sort of connection there, remorse, something. You don't kneel down and talk to someone after they're dead unless you feeling some type of way about it. And that implies closer connections than landlord or, oh, I can go there and work or any of that. Or, I mean, just, or somebody didn't necessarily immediately like, oh, fuck, and couldn't even stomach the thought of watching Lights Out. They had to use pillows and this, or some offhand methods of suffocation they have to look at, but didn't work, and then this didn't work, and then, escalation of. You don't kneel down and talk to someone after death, especially after being the reason they're dead, unless certain reasons. But okay, sure.
I think I even mentioned, I said, he was dead at this time. He's like, yeah, but after I got finished with him, and then he said, that's it. That he never told me no more specifics or anything about it.
Okay. Now, concerning the fire and the burning.
That's it. That he never told me no more specifics or anything about it.
Okay.
That's it. That he never told me no more specifics or anything. It went off and it was in an enclosed area and it just deafened me. And then he says he goes back to where Ronnie was at, and everything. He said he knelt down and he talked to him. That's what he said.
Okay.
So, and then I asked him, I said, how do you, I think I even mentioned, I said, he was dead at this time. He's like, yeah, but after I got finished with him, and then he said, that's it. That he never told me no more specifics or anything about it.
Okay. Now, concerning the fire and the burning, he tell you why he did that? Why did he do that?
He said that he had to burn.
He started to say something else and then stopped himself. Started to say two things. Stopped on both fronts. And after, it seems like, he does that same, like a load's off, right? Blowing whistle. Just, yeah. Anyway, but that's not the part.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
So, and then I asked him, I said, how do you, I think I even mentioned.
And then I asked him, how do you even, well, I think I even mentioned.
I said, he was dead at this time.
And then I said, well, he was dead this time.
He's like, yeah, but after I got finished with him, and then.
And he said, yeah, but after I finished with him.
He said, that's it. That he never told me no more.
And that's it. And he never told me any more.
Specifics or anything.
He never told me any more Pacifics. He just pulled a fucking whole hose there. That's an ocean, motherfucker. You're, uh, hey Ernie, how many oceans are there? Do you know? Kinda wonder if Ernie knows so many oceans. You think there's enough to put out the fire? To have a PG go baptize the fucking water and cleanse a soul. I don't know.
Think about it.
Okay. Now, concerning the fire and the burning, you tell you why he did that. Why did he do it?
He said that he had to burn the place because his fingerprints and just to get rid of all the evidence.
So he was trying to get rid of evidence.
You sort of lost a second there vocally when he says it.
By burning Ronnie King's house.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
No true answer, sort of zones out. Mm-hmm. No word, no, just vocalization. Mm-hmm. Now, I think it's wild the court's accepting mm-hmm as a response. But see, they already did that to him once, yeah, but they're letting this go. Instead of making him verbally go yes or no, and they're just allowing the mm-hmm. Because they do like making sure that there's positive or negative responses or verbal responses, one way or the other, to anything they ask, so that stenographers and recordings catch them accurately. It's almost like they're letting Ernie get into the zone, the auto zone, and letting him just go there.
did he say anything about what he had taken from Ronnie King's house to you?
He said there was jewelry. I can't remember exactly the amount of money that he had said he took. I thought it was something like $487 or something. He said.
He did.
He said that he had to burn the place because his fingerprints and just to get rid of all the evidence.
So he was trying to get rid of evidence by burning Ronnie King's house. Now, did he say anything about?
He really just shakes his head at the one and goes, mm-hmm, but stares just at nothing. And they didn't ask for a louder response or a yes or no. Then Ernie just starts rubbing his face and head like this, and then
What he had taken from Ronnie King's house to you?
He said there was jewelry. I can't remember.
this motherfucker started to do a yawn and decided not to. He started to yawn. Oh, he did.
Exactly the amount of money that he had said he took. I thought it was something like $487 or something. He said, but it was jewelry and some old. I think he said he had some old money or something like that.
They were pretty good. All those years later, and you can remember a specific figure like 487, but you couldn't remember the number or the amount given to you for Frank, the father of a missing child, in less than a few hours time span between, like, what, 28 or something, and 33. Shit. What's up with that? Got fucking 6 years over here. You gotta know the number. So you couldn't remember how much pocket change you took in after your donut money for the father of a missing child. Okay. Yeah, sure, Ernie. You got it.
Old rings.
Yeah, there's certain numbers haunt you, Ernie.
Yeah. Did you ever see any jewelry or anything that he had said he had taken from Ronnie King?
I had seen, like a fragment or two of it prior or after that. I recalled I'd seen what I thought was it. I can't really be sure if it was really it or not. I know that, he stated that he had the jewelry on him.
You ever wonder if this is why Nicolina triggers him so much as the whole 777 thing? Maybe she should change it like Miss Christine 5 billion. Nicolina should be doing like 7 sevens. Renaming herself 77. 7 Brew. We don't know, whatever. Hey, Ernie, how you feel about the lucky number 7? Wait a minute, isn't that... Oh dear. Isn't that damn movie with Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt? It's in the box! Box. Or is that just 7? I get those mixed up. Shit, fire. Hold on. It was just called 7. No, there was lucky number 11. Now that was a case of mistaken identity lens. Slaving into the middle of a war being plotted by the two city's most powerful crime bosses. Yeah. Oh dear. Are you and Jimbo at it using Frank as the middle? Yeah, uh, yeah, so there was that, I do recall. When that guy was famous for all of 4 seconds. God, whatever happened to the dude? Anyway, yeah, no, it's a 7. It was just 7. Yep, 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 a 7. Wildly enough, 7 deadly sins, right? Hmm. I don't know, man. How many oceans are there? And what are the 7 deadly sins? Me, I couldn't remember all of them, but I knew some, so I just looked them up here. How many you think Ernie? Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, pride. Now, those are entirely different, of course, than the Ten Commandments or even the Seven Deadly Sins falls more along the lines of Catholicism, obviously. I do know that one of the commandments is the ninth. And it is, you shall not bear false witness. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Interesting, isn't it, Ernie? It's one I often, because all the fuckery inside that road. And all the motherfuckers doing the motherfuckery things. And I know they're doing the motherfuckery things. So often this one drove me. I'm like, these motherfuckers all about Jesus and only good church people and all this shit. And there they are being like, oh, thou shalt. I'm like, okay. How many commandments you gonna break on you today, assholes? Real life, do whatever you need to. Fred, rest. But Ernie the good Christian over there. Mr. 7. It fits about as many seven deadly sins as there are oceans. Definitely can't seem to be the mastermind of anything near like an Ocean's 11 type of scenario. Probably could make a Babe the Blue Ox story pretending he could, though. Or being larger than he is. Phil weighs about
Black bag. That's,
Was the jewelry beaten?
yes, it was crushed up and beat at the time I seen the pieces.
Did he tell you he'd done that, found it that way, or that he'd done that?
I can't remember exactly the amount of money that he had said he took. I thought it was something like $487 or something he'd said. But it was jewelry and some old, I think he said he had some old money or something like that.
Old rings.
Now, we'll tell you, it's a specialty runner, right? PG does it every damn day, every live stream. Ernie does it every damn day, every live stream. Most of them do. On purpose, with intent, not by accident in the least, or that it's just a perspective, or it's just this, whatever. But they intentionally lie and bear false witness on many every day. For greed. I mean, envy. All the bad, terrible things. Gluttony, in a way, right? Even though most think of that as food, but gluttony of subs and views and cloud. They just give all their little Jesus-y testimony and false shit against anyone they can find to sling it at. For all the needful and things.
Yeah. Did you ever see any jewelry or anything that he had said he had taken from Ronnie King?
I had seen like a fragment or two of it prior or after that. I recalled I'd seen what I thought was it. I can't really be sure if it was really it or not. I know that, he stated that he had the jewelry on him in a black bag. That's,
Was the jewelry beaten?
Yes, it was.
Well, I don't know if I recalled it or if it was there or this there, but he did state he had his ram and black bag. But wait, I seen a fragment. Wait, I didn't. I don't know. Help!
Crushed up and beat at the time I seen the pieces.
Did he tell you he'd done that, found it that way, or that he'd done that?
No, he done it. I think I'm not sure if there was a ring or had initials or something on it or something that you could still make out some kind of form of. There was a bigger piece of the metal thing that I recall seeing, and I knew because there's a little bitty bag, little bitty bag of it he had.
Okay.
But I never really got to.
But wait, you don't know. You saying no. You just wait. What? Which bag's which? You seen it taken out of the bag? A bag and a bag and a bag? Okay. But you didn't see. But you did see. Take a damn lane, Ernie.
Like sit there and observe it and look through it or nothing like that.
But he told you that's what came from Ronnie King's?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And it was beaten up jewelry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detective that Shelby had $60-some on him?
I mean, I don't know about $60-some. I think he stated that he had money when we went through Burger King after that.
Okay. So at this point in time, are you telling the...
Wait, this many days after he states he has money on him when you went through Burger King after that? After what? That many days later, he still had money. Y'all went through Burger King. In between filing, was it y'all could eat? You could eat. Was this while he was filing a gun down in a fucking vehicle? Now riding around? Did you get Burger King after that, or that many days later? You still? I'm confused. Or was it after you all riding around offloading shit somewhere? I'm trying to get my. You know, it's fine. Burger King it is. Yeah, did y'all get crowns while you were there? Huh? Did you have it your way? Or is that McDonald's? Who the fuck's dumbass slogan is that? No, one of them's McLovin. I don't know. I think one of them stopped saying that a long time ago, because you can't indeed have it your way. I don't know.
The detective this statement?
What's that?
Were you telling the detective what you're telling us now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Detective? At that point in time, as you're telling the detective what you're telling us now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did Shelby still have these things to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, he did.
Okay. All right. Now, you're in Corbin. Let's go back to you being in Corbin with Shelby, okay?
Okay.
Did you guys ever come into Harlem?
He's wiggling something. He's doing something. He's making movement.
Together
yes.
After that?
Yes.
And before you'd spoken to the detective?
Yes.
So we were limited in the window when this was, right?
Yes.
Right around that February 25th, 24th period?
24th.
Okay.
The 24th. Sorry.
Okay, so tell me about coming to Harlem. What was the purpose of that?
Shakes his head no, licks his lip. What the fuck is that, Ernie?
He said it was going to be a family day. And
he said it was going to be a family day. What happened to Brother Day?
he wanted to go and buy. He had a bag of stuff that he left in the car. He said it was a bag of presents that he had for the family. And later on, we found out there wasn't a bag of presents, but he was telling me rules about the game on how you do it and get away with it. And he said, rule number one, don't never be seen, don't never make no.
Where the fuck is the segue for all this shit? What the fuck is happening?
Stops nowhere. You go straight to the director, to the target and out. And at this
He's telling him all the rules and laws on, committing a crime. This sounds like what he was fucking saying earlier about, no, Ernie, look, buddy, you don't ever get seen on camera, you just can't buy one, we gotta go back and get your one file. Very reminiscent of that moment. Now, Ernie wants us to believe that Shelby's having to explain to him all the rules of committing crimes like these, because why the fuck would that be important to share with your brother when you come to that? What? None of this is him. You mean the guy who the fuck knows when gloves appear, who knocked over shelves before this, somebody jumped in the bed, there's a gunshot that gets let off, people get their hands on weapons, there's fight backs, there's fingerprints left behind, there's enough evidence trying to mop up, nothing can happen, you're paranoid, hiding behind walls, come back, can't remember if doors closed, open. This guy knows all the rules and he's telling them to Ernie. Okay.
This whole time I was trying to change subjects and do what I could because I knew, I had a shadow of a doubt. I mean, I knew what was going on. And that pretty much gave me just a look on his face when I would look at him. It was just, and I would just get like these vibes of evil. And that's what I thought, just plain evil. And I was like, I'm going to die. And as we was going through bag of presents, but he.
Each time it's that, so he's making him into, like he would be the one threatening, or you jerk the file that Amanda was clearly gonna give him anyway. Yeah, okay. I don't know, what are you building up to there?
He was telling me rules about the game on how you do it and get away with it.
The rules on the game and how you do it and get away with it.
And he said, rule number one, don't never be seen, don't never make no stops, nowhere. You go straight to the director, to the target and out. And
to the target and out. Sounds like some Ernie movie fucking bullshit. I'm fucking training the damn Navy SEALs.
I was subjects to do and don't ever make stops.
I think this is on my end.
Telling the detective what you're
Strange. Something strange in the neighborhood. Are you gonna call? Not a tiger.
Did you still have these things to knowledge?
To my knowledge, he did.
Now, you're in Corbin. Let's go back to you being in Corbin with Shelby, okay?
Okay.
Did you guys ever come into Harlem together after that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to the detective?
Yes.
So we were in the window when this was, right?
Yes.
Right around that February 25th, 24th period?
24th.
Okay.
The 24th. Sorry.
Okay, so tell me about coming to Harlem. What was the purpose of that?
He said it was going to be a family day. And he wanted to go and buy, he had a bag of stuff that he left in the car. He said it was a bag of presents that he had for the family.
He said he wanted to go and buy, well, he had a bag of, he started to like buy some
And later on, we found out there wasn't a bag of presents, but he, he was telling me rules about the game on how you do it and get away with it. And he said, rule number one, don't never be seen, don't never make no stops, nowhere. You go straight to the director, to the target and out. And at this whole time, I was trying to.
Now wait. You're telling me when Shelby first showed up with a bag of presents, he didn't go in and say, "Hey guys, I'm here. Here are these presents I got you," whatever. No, later on y'all find out there's a bag of presents. Later on, after he decides he's going to tell you first about the rules of the game. Whatever.
Change subjects and do what I had to do because I knew, I didn't shadow of a doubt. I mean, I knew what was going on. And that pretty much gave me just a look on his face when I would look at him. It was just, and I would just get like these vibes of evil. And that's what I thought, just plain evil. And I was like, I'm going to die. And as we was going through.
Just these, I swear to God, he says these thighs of evil. What the fuck? I'm sure my eyes of evil, but I swear he says thighs. Maybe he started to say thoughts of evil, but then decided to change it to eyes. I don't know. Why the hell do this shit? Why?
I did Day Hoyt, I think it's Day Hoyt. He stopped. He said, "Come up here. I'm going to show you something. Scene. Don't never make no stops, nowhere. You go straight to the director, to the target and out." And at this whole time, I was trying to change subjects and do what I had to do because I knew, I didn't shadow of a doubt. I mean, I knew what was going on. And that pretty much gave me just a look on his face when I would look at him. It was just, and I would just get like these vibes of evil. And that's what I thought, just plain evil. And I was like, I'm going to die. And as we was going through, Day Hoyt, I think it's Day Hoyt, he stopped. He said, "Come up here. I'm going to show you something." And I drove him up to Day Hoyt there, and he stopped.
Thought that was a name, but that's a place, I guess.
He used the bathroom. He was using the bathroom, but at this time he's already told me this story. He left the pistol inside the car, and just like I told the detective, I said I started to grab the pistol myself and shoot him because I knew what he was doing and I know what he was going to do because he had already been, just letting on hints of what he was going to do. And
because he already been, he was already letting on hands. What was that? What was that word gonna be?
up here, I'm going to show you something. And I drove him up to Day Hoyt there, and he stopped. He used the bathroom. He was using the bathroom, but at this time he's already told me this story. He left the pistol inside the car, and just like I told the detective, I said I started to grab the pistol myself and shoot him because I knew what he was doing and I know what he was going to do because he had already been, just letting on hints of what he's going to do, and then just I don't know, it's just.
He'd already been struck. He was already letting on hands. What he's gonna do is. He'd already been. What word? Given. And He'd already been struck. How do you finish that word? What fits there? There's only so many words in English language that begin with this. None of them overcomplicated or anything. It's short ones. This dummy. What word fits?
inside the car. And just like I told the detective, I said, I started to grab the pistol myself and shoot him because I knew what he was doing and I know what he was going to do because he'd already been, just letting on hints of what he's wanting to do. And then just, I don't know, it's just,
Because he'd already been, forget this trouble for the moment. He'd already been letting on hints of what he was gonna do. What was he gonna do? Hell, he'd already murdered him, man. What else going on here? Hints at what? What else was he gonna do? And that's only he was gonna murder you. He'd already been. Just nah, bad. Crap.
inside the car. And just like I told the detective, I said, I started to grab the pistol myself and shoot him because I knew what he was doing and I know what he was going to do because he'd already been, just letting on hints of what he's wanting to do.
Oh, realize there's a bag of presents after he still got money and you're riding around going to Burger King and stuff. Were you supposed to murder Shelby? Maybe because he'd been strutting around being stupid and spending money or trying to sell jewelry or beating down or melted down pieces of shit everywhere in other areas. Not far enough, obviously. He'd been strutting around, making a show of, maybe getting himself and others caught. But, I don't know, in this moment, nonsensical, and you're gonna make it like you were gonna shoot him because he'd already been giving hints of what he was gonna do. Do what? He'd already killed a man. It's already done. You implying he was gonna kill you or something? I don't think that was it, in the least. Why would he have anything to kill you over? What? I'd say, Shelby was strutting around buying shit he wasn't supposed to, doing stupid shit. He was supposed to be holding everything, doing whatever else. And, y'all find out he's hammering down shit too soon, not holding on to stuff, like going to buy here, but the jewelry store shit, trying to sell off things, acting stupid, cause Shelby really sees that. Yeah, I mean, he couldn't hold it in, couldn't do that. He'd already been strutting around, hadn't he, Ernie? There's only so many damn words in the English language. Have an STR and a use. And it would make sense or reason to want to pick up a pistol while somebody's on the driveway and you taking a piss. And obviously not afraid of you in the least, or making sure they have a hold of a weapon to kill you with if they're plotting something against you, or they don't trust you. I mean, and they're planning. They would keep hold of that gun. What the fuck are you talking about? You had no plans on killing you, but you have plans on killing him because he's giving hints at what he's going to do, but later on you do find out their presence. But it's actually things he's bought because he has enough money to do so because he's black. He's been selling off things, stolen things, gained, using money, stolen, that he maybe wasn't supposed to be at. It was all supposed to be kept hush hush for a while, and then y'all could do whatever. Or, I mean, him, I'm sorry. I keep slipping into it's like a multi-person crime. It's totally my bad. It's totally my fault. Whoops. Slips to the tongue, am I right? I don't know, man. And strutting definitely seems more of your type of vocabulary than, well, Shelby's. So I could see it's not too much of a big boy where he's up buying bags of presents and coming to see you. Maybe he wasn't even supposed to be coming to see you or anything because everybody wanted to stay apart for a bit. So, I mean, he wanted to, I don't know. I'm sorry, it slipped. I don't know why I keep thinking this would be a multi-person. Strutting around eating that expensive bougie ass Burger King buying the presents. Then you find out. And you want to see what's left of, and you demand to see what's left of, and how much money's left of, and wondering what the fuck are you doing. You take him out, you talk about it, you explain the rules of Maybe. Maybe you explain the rules of everything to Shelby, who's so messy. Paranoid, freaked out. He leaves the place, goes back to it, fingerprints, gloves. I don't know, man. Maybe somebody else are the ones explaining to to Shelby. Shit. God. I'm sorry, Ernie. I just keep getting it mixed up. It's totally my bad. Shot her. Well, somebody else got on him. He got a shot. Shelby, he didn't want to be part of that. It's just supposed to be a robbery. Shelby's the weak link. And then he went out strutting around. Spinning shit. Doing shit. Way before playing shit. Shit. I'm sorry. This is all Shelby crime. My bad. I just keep slipping, man. I don't know why. I gotta tell you, I only made it a few minutes into this before, and I was like, fuck. This is more than I've ever heard. I'm only about 36 in now, so, and I didn't need, it's, but all those things, I guess, but, well, you ever watch the body language of these motherfuckers when they're around one another? Pecking order? I have. For, I don't know, a few minutes. Skip about stuff. Something's not okay here. It's definitely rotten in Kentucky. Yeah, Ernie knows where Denmark is.
And then just, I don't know, it's just, with my family, when it comes involved with my family, the things he said that he was going to do and how he's going to start pandemonium and the things that he know how to get away with.
So he brings them presents, but the things he was saying now he's gonna start pandemonium. You know it's pandemonium, right, Ernie? God damn, he was pulling Benny Keys for Benny Keys was pulling keys, but also a PG, worse than either. This is fucking weird. Pandemonium. Okay, that sounds like a U word and not a fucking Shelby word, Ernie. When you just learned and didn't learn well. It just sound like a big hickin' smart boy. Whatever, fine, Ernie, fine.
Do. I just couldn't.
But yeah, he bought him presents, but yet he's gonna do these things to the family. He's gonna start pandemonium. I'm sorry, pandemonia. Maybe he got that mixed up with ammonia. Fuck, we'll never know. Is that what you try to use to clean up crime scenes or anything? Did you mix that shit with bleach, you dumbass?
I couldn't do that. I couldn't go through that. I couldn't watch my family just be one by one took out of this world. Couldn't do it.
As you were there in Dayton,
So wait, now all of a sudden he threatens the whole fucking family, brings presents, but then he's telling you on the way he's gonna take out the family one by one. You were gonna save everybody, be the fucking hero, Rambo. Bullshit. It does sort of sound like a wrestling word, actually. Yeah, and when they use as headers for events and things, it's gonna be pandemonium Friday night. It really does, sort of. But it's fucking ridiculous that he should actually, by all rights, being around wrestling shit, him and Jimbo and everybody, should actually know that fucking word well enough to pronounce it. Honestly, now that you bring it up, freaks. And all the wrestling events, he never learned how to. And he's a WWF and a wrestling MMA fan, supposedly a fighter, though all I've seen him do is get his ass beat. He basically just stands there like this until the other one wears himself out, and then he hopes he gets a lucky tiny man kick in or something. That's about it. But, yeah, you should really actually know that word, freaks. You have a good point. I'm gonna use that up there. You're not wrong. Thank you. And as someone who's been raised most of my life around, bodybuilding and other events and things like that, the language of each thing changes used around different events for different things. You got wrestling, bodybuilding, MMA, boxing. Pandemonium would be used around WWF wrestling. He does have a thing for the WWF because remember Hulk Hogan. He still knows to this day what size he wear. Always he did, after all, get several brought in under false pretenses, conned him, and now realized he weren't gonna pay him as a promoter and all this shit, right? You should know that word well enough to be able to fucking pronounce it correctly. So it means you didn't even, you can't fault people for, mispronouncing or mispronunciations or anything. Often that does indeed mean that they've read it, but they've not heard it or been around people that use it. in order to, pronounce it correctly. So you can't fault people for that, but you can say, when you've heard it 5 billion times, or read it on a million WWF or MMA posters, whatever you're infatuated with, like this jackass, heard it announced over and in rings, that son of a bitch should have been able to pick it. He still didn't retain that? And that would be more his language still than Shelby's. And to use that word in, that sense and trying to say something. And earlier he put the precursor in. If you notice this, he put the precursor for this shit in. Talking about how, and for no reason at all, he just slings it in there. But it's the precursor, it's the build-up, right? He puts in there, oh yeah, he always had, reasons to justify, what he did to, or is doing whatever to my family, our family, right? He slipped. No, man, something's fucked sideways. We later did find it. I should take him on a ride.
Boy, with your brother, were you fearful?
Yeah, I was very scared. I mean, I've been a bounty hunter for, at that time, 12 years, and I mean, I'd seen things before, but never nothing like this, and put myself in a situation like pandemonium and the things that he know how to get away with and do. I couldn't do that. I couldn't go through that.
Things he knows how to get away with and do. Well, unless you're in Panama, so you're gonna kill one family after the next, that wouldn't be getting away with and knowing how to do it. What the fuck extra additive shit is unnecessary with?
Couldn't watch, my family just be one by one took out of this world. Couldn't do it.
As you were there in Decoy with your brother, were you fearful?
Yeah, I was very scared. I mean, I've been a bounty hunter for, at that time, 12 years, and I mean, I'd seen things before, but never nothing like this, and put myself in a situation where I'm in it.
He'd been a bounty hunter a lot, but he'd never seen anything like this. Like what? Like what? How do you even compare any of that? A bounty hunter goes and captures people on the run. They don't see, like, murders, crime scenes, unless somebody starts shooting, blasting because they're trying to capture them. So that doesn't make sense either from that standpoint. Say if you're implying it, or in your head what's coming to mind is you've never seen anything like a crime scene. Otherwise, what do you mean? Why are you trying to correlate bounty hunter and you've never seen anything like this? Seen and experienced or been in a situation, like, you're in a vehicle with somebody, you're swearing they're saying they're gonna take out the family, unleash pandemonium, but get away with it, and all that. Bitch, you're a bounty, supposedly. This frightens and terrifies you? Like, as a bounty hunter, you should be able to disable somebody. Like, you should be able to do all these things in situations far worse than somebody just talking out their ass or otherwise. And you should also know who to call, like 911 or the police. He went to take a piss, for God's sakes. In those moments, you could have driven away and turned him into police right then like that. Yes, but you were terrified. You, thank God you weren't trapped in a room and duct taped or zip tied with 7 or anything. Really fearful or anything. You were just left in a vehicle alone while your brother trusted you enough to leave the gun back on with you while he took a piss, and you clearly had a free way out. And to get to a phone, well, in 2013, you should have had a cell phone to call your family back. Hey, get out of your residences now. Think brother's going to do something stupid. I just want y'all to be safe till I take care of the situation. Let me leave his ass in here pissing. Call 911, tell him what he's done, what he's thinking about doing to you, and take care of the whole mess. Instead, your thought is, let me kill him. Makes perfect sense. At that point, you can't even justify that type of killing because that person no longer presents a danger to you, even in a fucking stand your ground state. They walked off, they're taking a piss, you got the damn weapon, you got means to get the fuck out of there and to call 911. You're gonna what? Let him come back and then kill him? This trusting brother who obviously didn't want all of you dead, or he wouldn't have been fucking leaving a gun with you, falling down anyway. I mean, what is happening right now? At some point, this should make sense. And the only way in which this makes sense is that you have to break it and then, yeah, Lindy should have taken if he was that terrified and afraid. Wasn't like he was duct taped and 7 zip tied to a chair and hit in the head with hammers and suffocated pills in his shot. I mean, it wasn't like any of that. He wasn't trapped, fighting for his life or anything. His brother totally walked off, left him with the weapons, apparently all the evidence, and went to take a piss. Comfortable enough to do that. He could have just driven away, notified the rest of the family to get safe, called 911. Obviously, if he was truly a bounty hunter or anything on him, he could have called somebody, had them pick up, hell no, whatever. Even a regular citizen would be like, look, my brother's threatening XYZ or his person, and they'd be right there. Let's be real, you leave anyone taking a piss somewhere, it ain't like they got an instant ride out of somewhere either. And you've driven quite a bit away from wherever others are located. I mean, to get a ride to do anything, to find another weapon, this and the other, to do all that, bullshit. Ernie had the means to drive away and keep that dumbass doing anything. This is horseshit. Ain't like Ernie had a gun to his head or anything. Demanding anything. Okay. Now this is just purely me, but I guess, but earlier when he had that whole size eyes thing of evil, maybe the initial wording was going to be thoughts of evil, but he changed that and he's like, oh, eyes of evil, which is not how most of us say anything like that. Maybe the thoughts of evil. I mean, it had nothing to do with Miss Shelby or his eyes or anything else. Maybe the word intended to be used first were thoughts of evil, and it wasn't in any way actually Shelby was thinking of, but itself. And thoughts of evil were. And this bag of presents that keeps coming up in this area. Maybe the thoughts of evil were actually, say like, oh, I don't know, if someone comes calling with a fuck ton of gifts and things, it might make an entire family go, where the fuck did this just broke ass motherfucker who's, like 2 days ago didn't have shit in it. Why? How is he bringing presents to us that are bougie or this, or giving them things, maybe like jewelry or different things? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck presents were, but I bet something like that would make a whole family start wondering. Where the fuck this motherfucker who was a couple days ago trying to find just an odd job to make it by suddenly had money to buy us all presents? And then maybe the evil thoughts are motherfuckers strutting around. Well, fuck. These dumbasses might catch on and turn certain folks in, and one of them be like an super snitch, and get everybody busted, and shit, then we're gonna take care of that. All the family got presents, just take them out one by one, and I guess hope you get by with it. Maybe to sell them simply by getting presents so you don't get caught. That'd be weird, right? Thoughts, eyes of evil, and I knew what he was doing. I knew what he was thinking. I knew he was hinting at pandemonium. I didn't want to see it being done to my family, and all. I'm gonna call bullshit on all of the above. Your solution isn't to just dump him off, keep the family safe, get him captured. No. Mm-mm. It's to wait for him to what? Come back, take a piss, get rid of him, and then maybe start getting rid of the others he brought presents to. I don't know. Shit, anything's possible in thoughts of evil. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This is just a Shelby agreement. Ernie's just a witness only. Or, I don't know. Starting to feel like a whole Cain and Abel situation shit up in this motherfucker, though. I'm be real honest with you. Cain and Abel of the Three Fucking Stooges variety. Hmm. Sort of makes me wonder who else in that town or around it might have knowledge of things that might turn tides or something. I don't know, a year or 2 or 3 or 4 down the road from this shit show in court. Cause Lord, I'd hate it if this bunch of fucking shit and like, you know, people were out trying to silence them or doing weird fucked up shit. Desperation, it does weird shit. Strange shit. Yeah, that's just a random thought though. Keeps advertising a side of Ernie right now. Shit, and it says toys for, I guess, cause I've got the screen expanded, so I'm seeing basically the names coming through. So it's basically advertising there, man, a mod over there. Toys R Us kids. Every day, it kind of makes me want to giggle. It's technically like advertising. Or timing like he used to go to find their ninja bracelets. Michelle's chains bound.
Uh, when he was out and he was using the bathroom, I really thought he was going to kill me. I really did. Because after he got back in, I said, just make me one promise. And he said, well.
So while he was there using the bathroom, I thought he was really gonna kill me. Well, I gotta tell you. Okay, he's in there and I've got the weapon, I've got the vehicle, and I got to solve all of it. Damn, the dude in there holding his dick and totally vulnerable way far away from me, he's gonna kill me. I just gotta wait for him for a long period of time and for him to wash his hands and get back here and get control of the weapon. Then, sure! He didn't make sure to take the gun with him so he'd have it here. And all that, yeah. He seemed like he was really gearing up to kill Ernie. Fuck yeah! And he explained all the laws and rules about committing crimes and not being seen on camera. Took 40 points around this. I filed all the things. Just explained it to him again about how to get away with all the things, not to be seen on cameras and definitely. Yeah, but this guy wants to take him to a gas station and take a piss right under cameras, given a last known location and a sighting of and who with and all this before you vanish. Before he just vanishes you into nothing. He gave you all the rules and laws about how to do things, get away with them. Anybody right now want to call Ernie full of shit again? Because at this point I just feel like it's redundant. It feels super mean after you have to call him full of shit so many times in one damn day. It just feels like you're just being fucking mean to the poor tiny thing. Although, you know, dude's fucked.
Yeah. I said, just promise me if you're going to kill me, you don't shoot me. You give me a fighting chance. And he looked over and he laughed. He said,
you waited on him to get back to truck. You were in such fear for your life. And then, you didn't shoot him. You didn't get out to confront him, to find him. Well, they never done. You're just like, hey, just make me one promise. If you're gonna kill me, at least give me a fighting chance. What kind of gone with the fucking wind theatric movie script shit is this? And I love that he then puts in the smile and the smirk from, but, oh, fuck! It's something about this look too when he does it. And it fits so well in his face, almost like he's probably wanted to do something smirky at that time around whatever. Yeah, here's the gun, bro. You're back in the car, man. I'm terrified for my life. You're gonna kill me. But if you're gonna kill me, at least give me a fighting chance. Because, well, I gave you a chance to come back to kill me. Say what? Okay. Alright. Ernie's full shit. Okay. Full shit.
Nah, he said, I couldn't do that. He said, you know too much of that martial arts shit. And I said, yeah.
Oh, you ego-building lying motherfucker. Well, I know you're in the horror stuff and tight with Universal or fuck it was earlier, blah blah, self-advertisement, grandiosity, horse shit. But now it's, no, I couldn't do that. You're too into that mixed martial arts shit. And he's so proud of himself. He's sitting there all strutting around, but sitting in his tone chair behind the stand. But strutting around nonetheless like a pigeon shitting on a chessboard. Yeah, okay, Ernie. Sure. Your brother, who is somehow your twin, but also better looking. Your brother that's taller, and I think could sit on you and beat your ass, at the very least. Even if he couldn't fight his way out of wet paper bag. Because I'm pretty sure Kit and Ernie over here could do that. Okay. Fine, Ernie. Fine. You're super ninja. Teach the Homeland Security or whatever. I don't know, the fucking Texas Rangers or Rambo or I don't know, Hulk Hogan something. Sure, Ernie. It's exactly how all that went down, Ernie. Maybe in your own mind, buddy. I know it didn't. You just made that shit up. For you. Why? Fuck is up with these moments of, oh yeah, I forgot to self-advertise. It's like the billboards. And it's like, oh yeah, gotta get that in there.
Yeah. And then I knew then it was.
Okay, so what happened after that?
We drove to my mam's house.
And he was so happy about that in those moments. He just got this new person. But then they go, what happened after that? He's like, damn, they interrupted my storytelling. And then he's like, oh shit. Thought it was Ernie time to talk about Ernie. Why didn't these people, like, give me kudos or something being in that mixed martial arts and a fucking taekwondo experience? Where'd you go next? It takes him a second to send her back to somber courtroom. Looks back up my memos. Alright, Ernie. Alright.
We drove to my mam's house, and it was I recall it might have been a Wednesday night because she had church, and he, as we was going up the driveway, my uncle Bruce stays in my mam's house, and he put 3 shells. He turned the.
I thought everybody was having, and I have a brother and a family day somehow. So you tell me not everybody was at the house for a sleeper. Okay. Alright. And then when y'all get there at night time to go there. Okay. Alright, and Mama was at church, and that was weird.
Chamber, and he put 3 shells in the chamber of that pistol and turned it around and locked it in where the first one would actually go off, and it wouldn't up spinning. He put it to where the shell would go off. And I said, what are you doing, Chevrolet? And I started thinking I counted 3 shells. My mama, Bruce, and me. And that was what? You don't shoot, you give me a fighting chance. And he looked over and he laughed. He said, nah, he said, I couldn't do that. He said, you know too much of that martial arts shit. And I said, yeah. And then I knew then it was.
Okay, so what happened after that?
So we drove to my mamma's. We drove to my mamma's, and it was a.
Now, this is a feller, according to him 3 seconds ago, that knew Shelby was giving hints what he was going to do. He was going to kill him. He was going to unleash pandemonium. Duh. Right? He was going to take out the members of the family. Yeah. And then Ernie drives him right to the family. Make that make sense. Doesn't warn him. Nothing. Nope. Drives him right to. Okay.
I recall it might have been Wednesday night because she had church, and as we was going up the driveway, my uncle Bruce stays at my mamma's, and he put 3 shells. He turned the chamber and he put 3 shells in the chamber of that pistol and turned it around and locked it in where the first one would actually go off, and it went up spinning. He put it to where the shell would go off, and I said, "What are you doing, Chevrolet?" And I started thinking in. I counted 3 shells: my mama, Bruce, and me, and that was what come to my mind. I knew then something had to be done. So we're going up the hill. I got his mind off something.
So not when you're at the gas station. He had his dick in his hand and was a vehicle when you were already like, shit, I know what's going to happen. And, bro, if you're going to kill me, give me a fighting chance. And you sat here already and told me about pandemonium, duh. And then I drove you straight to family where you can target 2 others, but then include yourself. And, damn, I wonder what Mama and Uncle knew or whatever that. I'm gonna bet there wasn't a 3rd shell in there. Huh. I wonder if the same gun might have been filed down because it was going to be used again. And they want that because it's hard to get rid of multiple bodies. They want it connected between both crimes. Mm. He thought he was going to kill the family and kill you, and you drove him straight to. And it took you, even though you already knew that was his plan, you had all hands, and he said he was going to unleash pandemonium. So you drove him straight to. No warning. Could have left him with his dick in his hand. But it took you being like, oh shit, I just watched him load 3 bullets after he said pandemonium, and we already had talked about if you're gonna kill me, give me a fighting chance, and drove straight to the family, and I just watched him load 3 bullets. One for me, one for the uncle, one for Memo, but was Memo at church? Everybody forgot it was Wednesday night, and it kind of ruined everybody's plan. I don't know what happened here. What happened next?
I can't remember what I told him. He laid the gun in, and I was looking back, and I said, "What is this bag?" Because I knew then something was really, really up. So when I reached back, I think I reached back to try to move the bag or something. And he put the gun down, and he went, "No, no, 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 no." So I was like, kept going because I was drawing his attention off of it, and I kept reaching back like I was going to get that bag.
That was your plan? Suddenly you're concerned about getting his attention off the gun. But at the gas station, thought he was going to kill you then and kill your family. But now you're all like, I'm fighting for my life. I'm reaching for the bag. I'm distracting him from the gun. And he's like, no, 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 no. Weird you say it multiple times just like you do around the mayor, and it being said then to stranger.
And then when we pulled up and we parked him down below the hill there. There's like a little spot right beside my Uncle Joe's. And we parked there, and he got out. I said, "I'm just going to look this bag real fast." He got out and run. Well, the gun was there, so I got out of the car. When he opened that door there, and he already shut the door and got his bag out.
So wait the fuck a minute. He leaves the gun another time? He's gonna kill you. He had the gun there just a second. He loaded 3 bullets. He's gonna take care of it. Pandemonium, duh. Pandemonium, duh. How stupid is this? This has gotta. This is fucking ridiculous stupid. I don't know which is worse. Watching some of these characters back here. Do y'all know how many of these assholes, one or two in particular, for several years, like on the regular? And I mean that. And this is how I know AI is getting better. And you should see the file folder I and other officials have on this shit. It's pretty nifty to go through one after the next, after the next, after the next, and you can really see in it how much AI has come along and progressed in a 3-year period, because when all this first, and when we came public, there's several characters throughout this Jurassic Park walk, okay, that have always thought it was cute to fuck with me in a way because they know I am with language and wording, and especially in the beginning, they're like, fuck this bitch, picks it, So, they used AI to do stupid shit, to sound crazy, to do this, to do that, whatever, to disguise, to keep me sometimes from figuring out who they were, especially after the slave bender, and they knew I was like, fuck, with wording and repeat, all that. So it really began outright then. Boy, did it. And so even up until, let me see, what was the night I started on Green Eyes again the other night? Yeah. And like 24 hours, 36 hours ago, I don't know. It was less than 2 days ago, I believe. It's still happening. Somebody's always thought they're smooth, but throughout the years, I've continually gotten these AI horseshit things, right? Some of them like giant books, 55 a day, sometimes not one for a couple months. It just depends. There are several repeat characters, 1 or 2 use different whatever names, but have let me know in the background it's them changing the name, and then it was funny because when YouTube changed certain rules, then they had to go to other fucking ways of doing this stupid shit because they knew they could be figured out by YouTube. Or they let under names doing it in the background, leaving it comments, and changed other ways of sending me this stupid shit. Right. And in it, they'd always. But anyway, so over the years, by that, I've been able to, and others, because some are just other things besides just AI and all this, but many of them are just AI. And they've gotten so much better. The AI has indeed learned. Right? And I always hoped it would hit conspiracy shit centers, or like I would really think there was fucking, and they would leave sometimes, like enough, like 1 or 2 sentences saying that, look at this or that and the other, to be like, well shit, sometimes there's stuff in here to learn or to grasp or to get, or oh my god, it's all clues, right? To try to draw you in, suck you in, to lead you on rabbit holes and off track and do whatever, right? Making you think that each and every one of Nah, man. And I gotta tell you, and most of them mm, and boy, they get sort of fucked when I wouldn't do a live or shit they left in there. It didn't work one way, it didn't work the other. Just mostly really fucking ignored the motherfuckers. I'm like, oh, it's them. Here, let me make sure it's downloaded, compiled, and sent in real time to others instantly. Yeah, that type of shit. But otherwise, anyway, it's been weird watching AI grow throughout the last couple of years in that way. Well, these assholes over here who thought it could be used to make me pick apart certain things, look for shit, take up my time, distract, keep me off whatever. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's a waste of damn time and effort. Whatever. It's either used to that type around here who are types to buy bullshit or be led because of one thing randomly given and this, that, and the other. And, you know, it's like, what's her name? I can't remember if it's nature or D. I'm like, oh, there's a blue dot on the screen. It must be a thing. There's a back card. And then I look at everything like that. You know what I mean? It's like the Shays and CZs all this time being goddamn certain. Every time I'm like, oh, just hit reaction. And I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about even months later. What the fuck were they talking about? They thought they were seeing a reaction from me over something. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. What the hell happened? I wasn't watching them, but I guess they thought they seen something. You know, okay. It's that type of shit. Those AI driven horse shit lead a motherfucker into rail pieces or into that. Luckily, I ain't built that way. Otherwise, I'd have spent 6 years each time they sent me one of them stupid fucking things. Then whatever. Anyway, right? One of them, wildly enough, recently has something to do with chasing and stamping deaths, and wanted me to shut entirely the fuck up about green eyes. And then the other night I mentioned green eyes, and by God, if it didn't just reappear out of the blue again. I was like, hell, the time you go there. Hey? Strange shit. So, I was like, okay. Compiling, moving on. My point is this. This is like listening to mid ground, I don't know, like 2022 version of AI. Input bullshit to feed out garbage. That's what this Ernie in 2019 reminds me of. Half-assed there by that point, half-assed not, and pull things hard out of you. If you want to take the yeah, but more productive to pull this part than fucking sit over and deal with this group shit. They're stupid woo-woo bite, eat it. You enjoy wording and picking things apart attempts that I rolled my eyes at. Anyway, carrying on. That was just my point. My long-winded point. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna capitalize an A and an I in his name. Ernie AI. For dummies.
And I'd hit the lock button, and he said, "No, no, no, I need to put this back in." Then I knew he was going for that gun. He was going to, but back to try to move the bag or something.
Ernie AI has this shit all mixed up, fucked up, wrong spots, wrong places. It's just doing all the wrong things everywhere.
gun down and he went, no, 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 no. So I was like, kept going because I was drawing his attention off of it. And I kept reaching back like I was going to get that bag. And then when we pulled up and parked, we parked him down below the hill there. There's like a little spot right beside my Uncle Joe's.
Did you pull up your park down below the hill?
And we parked there.
Near your Uncle Joe's, but not near Memo's where you're going.
He got out. I said, let's go look this bag real fast. He got out and run. Well, the gun was there, so I got out of the car.
So the gun was there, and he didn't run, and so he got out of the car.
When he opened that door there, and he already shut the door and got his bag out. And
so wait a minute. He just says forget the gun. He already gets out, opens the door, and gets his bag calmly while you've got control of the gun he was so concerned about and had 3 rounds in already. He just gets out and gets the bag. Calm as fucking shit. Ain't worried about that gun with 3 shells in it anymore, and you're all like, you know what, fine. Fine.
I'd hit the lock button. And he said, no, 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 I need to put this back in. Then I knew he was going for that gun. He was wanting to, but the door was locked.
So then you hit the lock button, but he's like, no, 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 no. And then you knew he was going for it. But not when he was loading at 3 bullets, like you said. And not when he started to pull it out and everything before the car, and you were like, distracting him off of it with the bag, and then he gets out and gets the bag and leaves the guy. Sure, Ernie.
Locked, and I wasn't doing that. I said, Luke, what's wrong with you, man? I said, why are you trying to do that? So I had to kind of start thinking like what a criminal would think like, and just years of experience and knowing how to kind of like deter situations. I kind of start saying, dude, it's the end of the month anyway. Ain't nobody got.
And he had to start thinking like a criminal. Says the guy who obviously before this was thinking like a criminal and making fake fucking Halloween masks. To rob and killing people across the world, making them it's cool. But he had to think like a criminal and all and whatever and figure out to detour the situation. I'd say he had the perfect opportunity to do that when he already had all this knowledge prior to his brother going in and leaving his gun and having his dick in his hand taking a piss. Perfect way to detour. You could have just left him there, his dick in his hand, taken a weapon, and made sure all the family members were safe and taken to safe locations, or no, now you decide after 3 bullets, after this, you may not have been able to stop the situation and fight your way out of a wet paper bag. Now you determine it's time to think like a criminal because you've had so much experience. Yeah, because of your line of work and all. It takes real effort for any to think like a criminal. He just advertised his criminal shit with a smirk, brush. The whole Duper's Delight shit over there by mentioning court settings and all that. I'm sure as a fuck you, haha. 2019. Yeah, this is now where he determines he's whatever, and he's gonna think like a criminal or think his way out of it. And to make sure everybody's safe. Now he's driven some. Y'all, is this real? Or would be? I keep waiting on Ashton Kutcher to pop up. I do.
Got no damn money. Oh man, you're right. We need to do this stuff. So anyway, we went to my mama's house back to try to move the bag or something. He put the gun down and he went, no, 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 no. So I was like, kept going because I was drawing his attention off of it. And I kept reaching back like I was going to get that bag. And then when we pulled up and we parked him down below the hill there. There's like a little spot right beside my Uncle Joe's. And we parked there, and he got out. I said, I was going to look this bag real fast. He got out and run. Well, the gun was there, so I got out of the car. When he opened that door there, and he already had it, he'd already shut the door and got his bag out. And I'd hit the lock button. And he said, no, I need to put this back in. Then I knew he was going for that gun. He was wanting to, but the door was locked, and I wasn't doing it. I said, Luke, what's wrong with you, man? I said, why are you trying to do that? So I had to kind of start thinking like, well, criminal was.
You weren't grabbing at that bag to take his attention off the gun. And you knew what was in that bag. Maybe you're all fighting over, someone else needs to keep control of all the goods because you clearly can't be trusted and are strutting around doing stupid shit all things. Y'all were fighting over all the things stolen. He didn't want you to have the bag. You didn't want him to have the bag. I don't know, whatever. And then,
Think like, and just years of experience of knowing how to kind of like deter situations, I kind of start saying, dude, it's the end of the month anyway. Ain't nobody got no damn money. Oh, man, you're right. You're right.
so now the gun's no longer in play. You're trying to deter the situation because he's got the bag. You want to limp it back in the car. And you're like, man, it's not, hey, bro, don't kill the family, don't kill me, no. But the gun's out of the equation, it's locked in the car. But now the problem seems to be the bag. And he's got control of it, right? And you're thinking like a criminal. So you're like, man, don't whatever, because it's the end of the month. Ain't nobody got no damn money to buy any of that shit we stole. And, Shelby stole. So you clearly know what's in the bag, and that it's going to require more than $5 off somebody to purchase it, and you got to wait to sell it somewhere at some point, and when people have money and it's time. Okay, so the bag's really the problem. Alright, I got it. I got it. Is what the fight's about. But the gun's out of the equation. Now you're trying to talk him down from what? Selling goods too early? Getting eyes on? I don't know. Arguing over when things are sold. But listen,
Something had to be
I
done.
just want to hurt
So we're
you.
going up the hill. I got his mind off something. I can't remember what I told him. He laid the gun in. And I was looking back and I said, what is this bag? Because I knew then something was really, really up. So when I reached back, I think I reached back to try to move the bag or something.
And he's like, oh, I'm reaching back. And I'm like, what's this bag? So that would imply he had no idea what's in the bag. Right? Indeed, it would. Oh, what's in this bag? Yeah, what's in the bag? You're reaching for it. Suddenly a thing breaks out of the bag. But it's implying he doesn't know what's in it. Because he's like, hey, what's in this bag? And it gets Shelby distracted off the gun. Yeah, fine.
Put the gun down and he went, no. So I was like, kept going because I was drawing his attention off of it. And I kept reaching back like I was going to get that bag. And then when we pulled up and we parked him down below the hill there. There's like a little spot right beside my Uncle Joe's. And we parked there, and he got out. I said, I was going to look this bag real fast. He got out and run. Well, the gun was there, so I got out of the car. When he opened that door there, and he already had it, he'd already shut it.
He got out and run, but yet he'd already got out and opened the door and shut it and just gets the bag out casually. But he got out and run. He got out and run.
He got his bag out, and I'd hit the lock button. And he said, no, I need to put this back in. Then I knew he was going for that gun. He was wanting to, but the door was locked, and I wasn't doing it. I said, Luke, what's wrong with you, man? I said, wait, why are you trying to do that? So I had to kind of start thinking like what a criminal would think like, and just years of experience.
Nah, bitch. Nah, bitch. Uh, what if maybe Shelby was held in the car by gunpoint and threatened and, a door lock used to keep him in the fucking car with a gun held on him, or until he handed over the bag or did whatever, and then all along the way it was somebody else explaining all the rules and laws to Shelby about how to stay out of view and away from and not bring attention to, after Shelby was like, let me go do whatever, sell shit and buy presents for everybody. I had to go give him a reminder of what could happen, and you just keep locking him in the car. Gun on him, So he coughed up the bag of old thing. I don't know. Maybe he took him for a ride to pick up that bag. Take possession of it, since he couldn't be trusted not to get up to fuck shit anymore. Strut around doing stupid shit. Or whatnot. But what if? What if Shelby's the one that had a gun on him? And being locked into the car. But then when he does get out, he does indeed run. Because, I mean, if you run away from a car, you ain't getting your bag, going and open the door, getting the bag out. When you say run, you mean run. Not run, then come back to the damn door, get the bag out, and y'all have this conversation. No, man. No. Maybe Shelby's the one that was threatened along with a pistol in the seat. Made to feel like if he said a fucking word, the rest of the family would be killed. Pandemonium would reign supreme. That put his blackmail shit over his head. He went out of line again, fucked up again. You put, somebody put 3 bullets in a gun. One for Shelby, grandma, and uncle. If Shelby was locked in a car, doesn't hand her the bag and shut the fuck up and stop strutting the fuck around doing stupid shit. And when he can't get loose, he runs. And maybe the whole conversation about the man, we can't do that and this and everything like a criminal. Ain't nobody got money, it's in the month. This conversation that took place way prior, with this series of AI backwards ass events out of order in sequence. The whole drive, everything's a threat. You take him straight to family houses, and he gets on. But the conversation prior is one that was initially agreed upon. No, you can't take it and sell it right then because nobody has any money anyway. It's the end of the month. They know what to do with it. They know how to fence it, get rid of it. All these things. Shelby fucked up at home. Got a little too happy. Not enough sense, I gave goose. Had to be talked about the laws and rules, everything, and how they worked, not to be seen. Then threats of, making them look some type of way, maybe, or killing other family members, or him, or whatever, and releasing pandemonium, or duh, or whatever. They didn't learn the laws and rules real quick, or didn't stop, or whatever. And you take it to do it, but then when, I don't know, whoever releases him, or when he does get, he runs from the car. Okay. Maybe, could be, it could be, I guess. Total speculation.
Of knowing how to kind of like deter situations, I kind of start saying, dude, it's the end of the month anyway. Ain't nobody got no damn money. Oh, man, you're right. You're right. We need to do this. So anyway.
Which shows he clearly knew what was in the bag. And so reaching behind him and being like, oh my God, Shelby, what's in this bag? I'm trying to distract him. What's in this bag? But I could clearly see it was setting him off. And you're reaching for the bag, all the bag. You knew what was in it. But this, you done fucked up, Ernie. Again.
Went to my mama's house. My brother tried his best to get her to ride with us to church so we could take her to church. And I said, no. I said, Dub's already coming over, and after she rides with him. And it was right at church time. And I finally confessed, and I tried to give hints to my uncle what was going on, but Chevrolet would follow me everywhere I go, and I was sitting there like, Bruce. And it was right at church time. And I finally confessed, and I tried to give hints to my uncle what was going on, but Chevrolet would follow me everywhere I go, and I was sitting there like, Bruce. And Bruce was asking some crazy questions. I thought he was getting ready to get killed because he was like, my mama's house. My brother tried his best to get her to ride with us to church so we could take her to church. And I said, no. I said,
so then all of a sudden, he wants to get back in the car with you. And y'all gonna just go to church and get your mama to ride with you. Okay. Seems perfectly normal to me. What a family brother name.
Dub's already coming over, and after she rides with him. And it was right at church time. And
somebody was already on the way for her, though. That would have put a kink in the shit when they showed up and she couldn't ride to church, wouldn't it?
I finally confessed, and I tried to give hints to my uncle.
I finally convinced her, and he stopped that. He didn't finish that, and he goes, tried to give hints to my uncle. Who's the hurry was trying to convince?
What was going on, but Chevrolet would follow me everywhere I go, and I was sitting there like, Bruce. And Bruce was asking some crazy questions. I thought he was getting ready to get killed because he was like, well, what are you boys doing up here? There's some reason you're up here. There's some reason that you're up here. Something's going on.
And wanting to talk Mama to get in the car with you and going to church suddenly like a bunch of God-fearing Christian boys just do. But your uncle seen this as so wrong, shifty, and out of place, he was asking weird questions. So. Interesting. He wants to know what you two shifty sons of bitches are doing, suddenly popping up at that bottom and down the hill and whatever and not. It's all fun though, right? And Ernie once again's like, I'm afraid he's getting ready to get killed. But I thought the gun was out of the equation now. Ernie had control of it. Shelby was entirely out of the car. I don't know, is Shelby gonna kill him now?
And I was sitting there, and I was trying to give him facial expressions to shut up. I tried to let off numerous hints, but I couldn't. And finally got Shelby back out of there, and then we pretty much got him to leave and everything. But when we got back to Harlan, he was chanting. He was like, all these lawyers, you're friends with all these cops, they're your buddies, they're your friends.
He was chanting. And then here comes some more Ernie bravado. The brother is supposed to like, man, you know, these cops, you know, these lawyers, you know, these high people that we all know is bullshit. Yeah, okay. This is total Ernie. Introducing Ernie.
You know, Russell Allred, you know, Johnny Turner real good, you know, Jeff Frolic, you know, Henry John.
I'm sure the brother rattled all it off. In such extreme emotional events, he made sure to name each person by name, first and last, to then when he could have club and just like, you know, all these people, you're probably the big show, whatever, right? Yeah, I'm sure he took the time to name them all one by name, like Ernie is in court, so all these people sitting there, including the judges, the cops, is there. Recognize the names he's spitting out. People think he's something really affiliated with whatever. Maybe they feel a little fear, thinking about not fucking with Ernie. I don't know. Whatever reason Ernie has for listing them all. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure Shelby did that. Sure. No, he didn't.
Said, they got money. You're going to take me to their house. I said, Chevrolet, I said, I've not been in Harlan over 4 or 5 years, man. I don't know these people no more. I mean, I know them as acquaintances, which, you know, I do know them, but I don't know where they live and, you know, where their residence or nothing's at. And he's like, yeah, you do too. And he says, all it's going to be is you're going to take me to their houses. And
Wrong. Ernie doesn't know shit or anybody. Right? Shelby in the past or at some point, maybe, might have worked for someone that was someone. Or his son and others may or may not have lived around and in places owned by someone that was someone that might have had money and fit criteria that, I don't know, a certain other one might be drawn to, like a honeybee or something, you know? And then it was, you're gonna take me to, you're gonna do whatever, and people, you know, money. Alright. I really do feel like there's some role reversal LARPing happening here.
we're going to run up and I'm going to knock on doors. So they open the door. I'm going to barge them in and I'm going to take.
We're gonna run up and I'm gonna do whatever, and we're gonna barge in. I'm gonna take barge. It's a hell of a word.
Take their money, make them give me their money. And he says, I'm going to kill them. And that's what it was. And I said, Chevrolet, why are you doing this for? What is it? I said, because Chevrolet, at the point when he got out of prison last time, he did not do no drugs. And Chevrolet was a real bad drug addict. And he said, he don't do drugs no more. His new high is killing him. And that's what he said.
Oh dear, he did that? Now, I have been made aware of Shelby's, some of his criminal, he doesn't seem like he's got like a history of murdering a bunch of people or a serial killer and he's getting on killing all the people. In the least, might seem like somebody though infatuated with weird shit. Like Halloween and things.
So exactly what you said.
So who was driving the car?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
And at some point, do you start heading out of Harlan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're heading out of Harlan, does something happen at that point in time to inform the detective?
Yes, sir.
What happened when you're heading out?
There was a girl with her it looked like about 2 or 3 year old son, was walking around. I think she had a Coach purse or some kind of
Let me tell you a little something, man. I'd say maybe at 12, 13-ish. I don't know, somewhere around there. Let me see. No, yeah, 12, 13-ish. Here's how this fucking went, right? I was, told by someone to drive a car. Because they were entirely sort of inebriate-ish in a way, whatever. So, thing was, they had Shine, etc. Monster and others were left other places. This other person and I were coming from this direction out with Shine, this area. And it was just enough for, like, all the way in. I mean, it was just one bottle. And, I was driving. And, it had gotten a little shifty. Through places with no signal. Back in those days, you didn't have fucking cell phones really anyway. It was still pay phones, pagers, latchkey kids, whatever that type of shit. So, anyway, was heading back to, go back where Monster and everybody else were. But shit inside of certain places is a little shifty. Alright? People started doing fuck shit to me that I did not like. And I kept being like, keep your fucking hands to yourself. Do not touch me again. Don't do it, motherfucker. Now, I gave enough warning. I did. I certainly fucking did. Now, we get up here, not too far from where I'm at now. Not even a quarter mile. And, now my cousin lived on a road there, just a few houses, plus these people technically live right across where less happens anyway. So anyway, this motherfucker did not listen to directions, okay? And hand right down in my lap in my crotch, and of course I have the wheel, which made entirely perfect sense on why this son of a bitch had me drive in the first place. It was so hands occupied, couldn't fight back, he kept touching me. I didn't like this. I didn't like this in the least. Yeah, there's some parts, it's like, squalled. It's been known to say, around here about me, it's, you just don't. Okay? No. I said it enough damn times. And I got what was being done. I was being allowed to drive and made to drive so that someone could lay their hands on me. And thought wrongly that that would control the situation and keep me whatever, no matter how many times I asked them to keep their fucking hands to themselves. Now, I asked one last time. I did. And I gave warning. Well, and stop it. They thought they were going to be smooth, hand went between the legs. Sorry, okay, motherfucker. Hi. I decided, well, why not pull a bartender song, right? And what I did, I immediately veered their nice new, brand new car, and I mean new, straight into fucking bank. Airbags went off, whole thing, I had airbag shit embedded in my face and chest for a bit. Quite a bit, had the whole burn, it was fucking not lovely. Anyway, I get out the fucking car, cause see, I'm not far from my people, or my cousin, or others, and I'm just like, fuck you, piece of shit. Alright, what you gonna do now? Fix that right, bitch. Well, I start to head back this way, or up to cousins. Look over this tiny little son of a bitch, still bigger than you, has a gun pulled on me. Get back in the fucking car, la 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 la. What the fuck? And see, this is where shit goes like, well, what the fuck do I do now? Though I'd been taught what to do. I was on opposite sides. I know that does not give me enough time to do what I'd been taught to do to keep myself safe. So, I'm like, alright, motherfucker. So he keeps the gun on me. Get back in the car. The car won't start, because I done fucked that shit up. Eventually it does start though. And then this dummy decides the best way is probably the worst way in Kingsport to go if you don't want to see a cop. The car's all jacked up, wires taken out of it, airbags everywhere. Oh, it's pretty visible. He's heading right back downtown Kingsport where we've left Monster and others and such. Right. There's a gas station on the way there that's not very far from where I wrecked the car on purpose. Because I told him to keep his fucking hands off me and to himself. Now, the cops are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why is this car in the middle of the night? Got all the shit hanging out and airbags and, well, they fucking follow. Don't they? Oh, they do. They do. All the way back there. This dummy keeps driving. He goes straight to where, everybody else was, which inevitably leads to everybody else that's, whatever, everybody got in trouble or sent home or other cops called to take half our asses back where we came from that night, etc. Back to our parents. So, and that one ended up arrested, but it's because of apparently what else he had. So anyway, the point is that we get in there, the dummy leaves him right there, but like, it's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's just the stupidest shit. Either way, saving grace is there happened to be 2 cops that time. That followed, that were very, in tune with their environments at night. We're like, what the fuck? But yeah, the dummy not only does that, he parks right dead ass in the road, the car dies on start again, he gets out and he's like, my car, my car! Right in front of everybody else, including Monster, in a person's parents' yard, waiting on us, and, whatever. And, the car's disabled, won't start again. Just called me all kinds of names like that. Everybody's like, what the fuck happened? Here rolls in the cops, like, well, I told you to keep your fucking hands off me. And then everybody sort of got the picture. I remember that night the cops going through this square purple purse that was, I wouldn't call it anyway, a bag. It had multiple pockets, very popular in the time period, whatever. And I remember them having issues, swear to God, all kinds of things. But it was, like birth control and weird shit and like eyebrow or whatever you call them, scissors, shit like that. They're more appalled at that than some dude laying his hands on me and me being like, fuck you, I'm gonna wreck this piece of shit. It's the weirdest thing, But still, that's what you're shocked about tonight? Not the guy who made me drive, in order to touch me, and then me being like, the only way out of the situation is to wreck this motherfucker's car. But okay, it's shocking to you that I have. Okay, alright. And then nothing was wrong with the head, so it had to be put back, and then that's what's handed and said to my mom, and my cigarettes, oh god, they were a big deal. Yeah. Not to my mom, to the police. And I'm like, Yeah, but the problem wasn't somebody was laying hands on me. I didn't like it. You know, it was the weirdest shit, you know. I'm just saying, I have real life stories versus Ernie stories. Where even someone like me at that young of an age could have figured out a way to detour situations other than taking someone directly to places to kill other people. As a matter of fact, there's also known to be verified in newspapers that I kept someone from doing exactly that. That was about your size, and actually part of services and things, to keep them from killing a child and people I didn't even know, you know, that type of shit. I was like, fuck it, and I did whatever it took. And then that little son of a bitch tried to, like, kill me and shot the gun, did all the things, and damn, that really rung a bell, bro. Talking about getting it rung, that did it. But it still didn't stop me, and they knew it. So, in that, even having a gun with more bullets in it, that little motherfucker run. Got out the car and fucking run like a little bitch. Ran up underneath the bridge of an underpass and hid where only his little tiny ass could go. It was safe. But yeah, even the ringing of that right on top of it, nah, being like, fuck, I'm hit. No. So your story about the deafening and your stories about not being able to tour but thinking like that, and your stories that are bullshit. You see, I have real stories to compare to your bullshit ones. And most of you out there, to where I know the sight, sounds, feelings of all these. Other than murder and shit, cause y'all just a special breed. I'm over here like, don't touch me, and also, I'm not taking you to kill anyone. Y'all motherfucking asses are over here like, can't sell the shit. People ain't got the money, it's in the money. Oh, wait, I left my fingerprints on the blinds. Ah, fuck, he's gonna kill a family, and I'll just take him, and then I'll just take him right to him. We can slaughter him all. Oh, wait, a gunshot. It from way out. It just deafens you. And you just can't keep going back. Oh, you can if you got enough behind you and that. Like, fuck you about it. And I know how much Ernie likes Waffle House, right? You know he does. And here's the thing about it. I, too, in my youth, liked Waffle House. These days, but I still like good Waffle House. Oh, dear. I've had times where shit is, set off at Waffle Houses, right? One of those being on a night that wasn't so good for me anyway. Another bullshit thing had happened that was unexpected. And a friend of mine's family that I'd known his wife was in there, and they just finished burying him. Some other bastards from roundabout in town in the area thought it wise to be trying to pick shit and talking shit about them. And I was like, man, shut the fuck up. Man, like, I tried it nicely at first, not cause the scene, you know, all that. Oh yeah, but no, it had to go sideways. People had to run their mouth back. I was like, fuck this. I don't think so. Yeah. All of them kind of rise. I don't realize how many are together, but I go outside and I take off my nice diamondy choker collar. I throw them in the fucking car. I think it's just gonna be a 1 or 1 on 2, 3 thing, type of shit. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. I'm like, fuck it. And because of certain things that had happened prior, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get my ass beat. But I'm here, I'm present, I'm accountable. I'll deal with it. Right? And then what happened was, it was like a fucking 7-ish or so situation on one. Just taking, some chick's literal steel toe boots to the head, and all these other things were happening. And then I got, oh, one thing's happened, bad shit went down. It turns out that, despite me thinking I was doing no damage to anyone, and I was, and, yeah, people sort of crawled and got carried away and all kinds of shit, and, the monster was pissed because things happen, and once again, it's my beautiful baby! All this shit. I'm like, fuck you, dude. And, like, all my friends working at the Waffle House literally come outside to watch a shit show. And, like, half the damn shit was on fire by the time I got back. It was, whatever. Anyway. And I have all these other moments in life, right? Like, similar. You know? Most of anything wrong I've ever done. Anytime I've ever really laid hands on, it's to protect someone else or to stand up for. Or somebody's just straight fucked with me. In a bad way. My family, my friends, loved ones. There was another funeral where they were trying to take possession of a child wrongly from one of my best friends throughout life who had died unexpectedly. Kid didn't want to go nowhere, so yeah. In the South, I don't know about y'all, but you don't be doing none of that fuck shit with the fighting, arguing. You're respectful. Everybody gets along, does whatever for the services. Everybody splits, shit. But this one in particular went sideways after because and I was like, no, we ain't gonna do this. And got the family stamp of approval before shit lit off. Shit like that, right? And these people had indeed brought law enforcement under false pretenses to try to take possession of this child. Meanwhile, these people were, doing all this fuck shit, trying to say orders, whatever. Police trying to figure it out over there. They're chasing down the kid. I'm staying in the middle. I finally just stopped the bullshit, It's stuff like that, right? It's fucking personality flaw. It just is what it is. Never anything really like criminal, but always in defense of something or myself or love. Or even complete strangers. That's not to be like just being look at me, but see that's a me problem and a me personality thing and me whatever and trying to stay entirely on the right side of wiring that could go wrong if not used correctly. Because I'm cognizant and aware. You motherfuckers over here though, you're the type to be doing all kinds of fuck shit. You're the type to take people, to kill people, while pretending you're trying to deter them from. You're the type to be like, shit, gotta burn it down, there's fingerprints. The types to be like, There's a way to justify this murder. Can't look at it, but a pillow to the face. I don't want to look, you know? Y'all those fucking types. Why you want to be desperately the types that are in the uniforms and the Navy SEALs and man, if you wanted that so desperately, then why didn't you become that? Instead of whatever the fuck all of y'all are. Y'all want to be advocates? Then why the fuck aren't you really? Why are y'all all goddamn real criminals around here? Like, there's black, white, and gray area for everybody, and everybody has their own definition of that. Their own flaws, their own reasons they do things. Yeah, whatever. But, why do all y'all have some weird fuck shit in common? Like that around here? Why y'all pretend to be like these fucking advocates, or you say you're victims or survivors of things and whatever and all this, but then you don't act like it and you actually torment victims and survivors or re-traumatize or you do whatever and all this shit. You act like you're fucking Captain Goddamn America's around here and shit. But then you like go and burn America down and weird shit. You know, like what the fuck is up with that? You know? What the hell is up with that? Oh, you don't want to cut the things. What is up with that around here? It's because this is a barrel of fish and fucking monsters surrounding it. That's why. Y'all's wiring ain't sparking right. And that being said, the magnet thing comes into play, right? One type of wiring meets another. One sees the other. Recognizes the other just fine. This is why we don't get along around here. Just like I and Monster had our issues because wiring differences. I have to keep on top of things to keep that idiot from doing fuck shit that I wanted no part of. Didn't want to live like, be near, be around, be part of any of that shit. But his wiring demanded he always be able to fuck shit, and unless you were, you know, and it's hard to live life that way. And monsters often don't like people that can see them. You know, that motherfucker would even wear sunglasses around me at night. I swear to God, he'd fall asleep with them. And if he ever had to stare me in the eyes for longer than 2 seconds, shit went real south. Yeah, I just don't like fuck shit. I don't like monsters. I don't like those who harm people without good goddamn cause and reason. I mean, monsters can always justify it upon their own reason, but I mean one that's human reasoning. not monster justification. Not that they need any to fall asleep just fine in or around pools of blood, especially innocent blood. Most of the time they bathe in that shit. So, like fucking Bathory, you know. Don't tell them who Bathory is, okay? Let them Google. Weirdos. Fucking monsters. And Ernie definitely is one of those. And this is why Ernie and I are not going to see eye to eye any longer. Or ever. Not that we did. I mean, there was this one brief shining moment in time where I felt a little empty, and then he wanted to fuck around and find out, and then I Sauron turned upon, and I had enough RA bits pieces here and there. No, he's a piece of shit, a monster, definitely something up with all this. I just didn't look at it too hard, because it wasn't in my thing, it wasn't my job to do. Still want to break this down, but I do like being aware of those that want to fuck with me. In any way, especially with Monster in tow, and with or for a group in a group organized effort via online means to screw with my children, my family, myself, or those I care about, and things I care about very much, like Summer in her case. Ernie should have probably kept it in his fucking lane. Well, whoever's driving him the lane.
Hurts because it had the big old C's or something on it. And I think you seen that. He's
Oh well.
Out of Harlan?
yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're heading out of Harlan, does something happen at that point in time? Did you inform the detective?
And believe everything, but when we got back to Harlan, he was chanting. He